fucking with my vibe. She like that, I make her feel alive. With me she can thrive. She don't like these guys, but we should end this on a high note. On a high note. You don't love me, I know you don't love me, you just like what I provide you. That's why I hide you. Nah, you can't touch my phone, bitch, I'm in my zone. And you can't knock me out it. I'll never find someone like you, I doubt it. I got bitches on my other line that you can't undermine, so stay in line. Don't care how you justify it, hey, don't you try it, otherwise it's gonna capsize. Don't you say you love me, I don't like that lie. Yeah, so I think we should end this on a, yeah, I think we should end this on a high note, a high note. Yeah. We don't need no feelings, you use me for healing, now I'll use you to feel some, but I'm still numb. And girl, that's not appealing, you gon' love me till some nigga fly you to the Hilton while I make a killing. So let's just stick to chillin'. No one here's a villain, nah, no one here's a villain. Well, I know all these niggas that you entertain, all them try to imitate, but they can't. But they can't. I think we should end this on a high note before we spiral. Ayo, keep the titles, cause we both know the cycle. Hey, why you spiteful, baby? Why you so entitled? Ay, we should end this on a high note. Yeah, we should end this on a. We should end this on a high note. On a high note. Ay. I'm a demon, I'm a monster, know I'm saying. I just spend a rack for every problem that I'm facing. Hit my agent if we talking payments. I feel like I'm Jordan when these Jordans hit the pavement. The greatest from my location. Smoking in the whip, the only time I ride with L's. I've been fly since I was 5, they thinking that I fell. I need personnel to handle my Excel. She want a purse Chanel, but she was birthed in hell. L, I'm God level. In fact, I need all my plaques beveled. Throw me my pedals, I need several. Accounts look like I embezzle. They want me in peril. That's what happens when you brown and successful. It's hella heads begging for my attention. Sinner put me in a sentence. I need a hint of repentance. Your body a work appendix. Your end is my entrance. Come on, bro. The first step is acceptance. Change up. I ain't got a single jersey hanged up. Wake up, calls coming, I hang up. Hey, bruh, get your name up. Hey, bruh, keep that thing tucked. Don't get banged up, you lame fuck. Never sent a sub, but got 1,000 subs. I'm already great, don't waste my time for niggas on the cusp. Drugs in my cargoes, eating escargot, but my niggas finna feed you slugs. I'm a demon, I'm a monster, know I'm saying. I just spend a rack for every problem that I'm facing. Hit my agent if we talking payments. I feel like I'm Jordan when these Jordans hit the pavement. The greatest from my location. Smoking in the whip, the only time I ride with L's. I've been fly since I was 5, they thinking that I fell. I need personnel to handle my Excel. She want a purse Chanel, but she was birthed in hell. My boys, my boys, my boys, my boys. How are we doing on this fine Friday evening? How are we doing on this fine Friday evening? Drake's in the chat room. Today is Cultcast Day. Clappers. So the Cultcast obviously will be starting in about an hour, 5 p.m. Eastern. Every Friday except for last Friday because I was recovering from getting my mouth fucked. But yes, today we will be having SwagKage on to discuss Naruto being voted the best anime in Japan, talking about Boruto, whether or not it's ass, talking about the October anime, talking about Naruto versus DBZ, and actually I just thought of this. I also kind of wanted to pick his brain a little bit about long distance relationships because he is, I think, the only person that I know of, obviously, that has like made a long distance relationship work. And I feel like a lot of these pathetic viewers might want to know about that. Okay. So yeah, those are the topic lists. And then of course, we're going to have the you know, waifu of the week, which I haven't even fucking decided what that's gonna be yet. Oops. Let me go ahead and put these in here. Questions, advice from the audience. There actually was a really good question submitted into the podcast thing yesterday. We have our dick rider of the week. Who's gonna be the dick rider of the week? That's a good question. Who has been riding my dick like crazy? Oh shit, I haven't even found a clip of the week yet, boys. What's gonna be our clip of the week? Have I tweeted a clip yet of from the past like week or two? The thumbnail and everything, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start uploading the podcast on Saturdays. Because trying to get everything done in one day is terrible, and it makes like my stream quality absolutely disappear. Oh, the Kanye clip. Yes. Okay. And we'll do that. Okay, yes, absolutely. Okay, Dick Rider of the week. Who's in chat right? Who is Loki Scoobs? Scoobs is up there. Scoobs is up there, I think. This nigga is here early every single stream. You're gonna need someone on deck to edit some yeah, so the stuff from this episode that will probably make a good video on its own is Naruto versus Dragon Ball Z. And maybe the long distance thing. Those might be good videos. I don't know. But the thing is, with the long distance relationships thing, maybe that wouldn't be a good video because I don't know how the fuck I would title and thumbnail that to make it interesting. But no, so maybe not. Scrimp might be it. Oh wait, yeah, okay, yeah, and I'll do Scrimp for giving 1 million subs. Don't worry, Scoobs, your day will come to win Dick Rider of the week. Okay, Poggers. All right, chat. Hold on, we got no snitches, right? So you know how we were talking about reps yesterday? I definitely did not like. I don't support reps or anything like that. But if I had supported reps, I may or may not have ordered a haul. Congratulations! Let's just say for under like $150 or so. This is before shipping, of course. I got some Issei Miyake pants, which probably not gonna fit me, so that's probably gonna be a L. I got Yeezy slides. I got a bunch of blank tees. I got a MoMA sweater and foam runners. Yo, Fern, thank you for the tier 1 for 26 months. I appreciate you. All right, chat. You know how I ordered a microphone by accident? Did I just almost dox myself? Okay, no, I didn't. Holy shit, that would have been embarrassing. You know, I almost doxed myself. Or not how I almost. I ordered a microphone by accident. The microphone came in. I can't wait for Fullmetal reps. What are you talking about? They already exist, nigga. Niggas already biting Fullmetal. You remember the motherfuckers biting Fullmetal? How the fuck am I gonna open this? This is taped so well. Do I have anything on my desk that I could stab this thing with? Pause. I can use this. Yo, why is this shit so packaged so tight? Pause. Rah. Beast mode activated. I'm surprised it's not Naruto versus Bleach. No one gives a fuck about Bleach, low-key. Plus, it's a Bleach sweep, I fear. Okay. They put a box inside of a box. Bitch ass nigga. Damn, this motherfucker packaged this shit really well, bitch. Okay. Here's the mic. Here's the mic. This is the Audio Technica AT4033A. This microphone retails for like 400 or something like that. And I accidentally won an eBay listing to get it for 150. So use it. The thing is it didn't come with the shock mount. I think I have extra shock mounts. It might not fit in this. Yeah, it doesn't fit in this one. I do have an extra shock mount I can use, but it does not fit in this one. Here, let me plug it in real quick. And let's get an audio test. Why not? It's just us girls for right now. Okay, so this is what the microphone sounds like raw. Check two, check two. Well, this thing sounds pretty good. Let's check the plosive rejection test. Pussy, 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 pussy. Does a pretty good job at rejecting plosives. This sounds pretty good. For a reference, let me bring, okay, this is my current favorite microphone. This is my Neumann TLM 103. Let me show you guys what this sounds like raw. Hold on, which one? Hold on, let me see. Check two, check two, check two. This needs a little less gain. Check two, check two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a little bit better. What? Okay, so it's this one. This is what my Neumann sounds like, completely raw. Now, important to note, this microphone retails for $400, and I bought it for $150. This microphone is $1,000, so obviously this one's going to sound better.
What the dog doing?
Shout out to the audio.
But this one sounds pretty damn good. I also would like to say, I think this one has really good background noise rejection. Because if you listen to the difference, right? Like, I'm just going to stay quiet. Listen to the background noise. Like, you can hear my PC fans and stuff, obviously. And then if I use this Neumann, the Neumann is a lot more sensitive, picks up a lot more background noise. Yeah, I mean, I bought this microphone completely on accident, to be honest. So, you know, the fact that it sounds good is, you know, pretty fire, you know, pretty poggers. Can't be mad at it. Another thing real quick, let me just throw on one of my presets on here just to see. I'm going to throw on my Neumann preset. It might not sound perfect, but let's just throw it on to see. Okay, so this is what it would sound like with my Neumann preset. Yeah, I can hear a lot of sibilance that I don't like, but obviously I have not fine-tuned settings for this microphone. Yeah, I'd probably like to add a little bit more low end, take down some of that high end a little bit, maybe bring some of the mids in. But yeah, you know, it doesn't sound bad. You know, pretty good. Okay, going back. After the cult cast, you know, I might set up that microphone live. Who knows? Okay, boys. You know, not bad. Audio Technica. Oh, this actually had the low cut filter on. Hold on. Let me bring this back. This had the low cut filter engaged. It actually didn't even sound bad with that on. Usually microphones sound terrible with that on. Okay, now this is sounding a little bit better even. And now if I take that away, yeah, okay, so it's actually bringing in a little bit more of that low end. I'm going to enable the low cut filter. And now this is, wow, that's a really good low cut filter. It actually gets rid of a lot of bass frequencies that you don't need without it making your voice sound terrible. And this is what it sounds like with it off. Yeah, that's fire. When is the first audio channel video? Funny you should say that. I've been really, really wanting to do that. I might do it this weekend. Low key. I just don't know what to make the video on. So for example, let me show you guys. This is what this microphone sounds like raw, by the way. I'm going to show you guys what this microphone sounds like with its low cut filter engaged. So this is what, wait, this actually doesn't even sound bad either. I guess this one has a good one. But I know my, the Shure SM7B has a terrible one. The Electro Voice has a terrible one. Pretty much every microphone sounds like shit. Good recording apps and how to use it, like for recording audio. I don't know. I think it's relatively simple. You know, I thought everybody knew like about Audacity and shit. Yeah, you just download Audacity and then you know, click record. Do you have any IEM cable recommendations? Yes. Let me go on my Amazon. Yeah, like if you want just to record something really quick, use Audacity. And if you want an actual like DAW type thing to like work in, then use Reaper. They're both free. Okay, where the fuck are the cables? It's like Linsol cables, I think. Yeah, I would get these. Now, the thing with these is that you have to know which connector your IEM needs. So like there's these 2-pin ones right here. I would say these are probably the most common. But there's these 2-pin ones here, and then you have MMX, which is another kind of connector. I would say most of them are 2-pin, and then you have to choose which cable termination you want. So they have like this like really skinny one. They have the regular 3.5 millimeter, and then they have the like 1/4 inch right here. So you have to choose not only the connector that goes into the IEM, but then also the termination. I def gotta link you one of my vocal templates. Interested to hear your voice through something. What do you use for that? Here, you know what? I'm gonna send you this link, Gango. This is probably the one you're gonna need, actually. So I'm gonna send you the link for this one. Use my Amazon affiliate link, otherwise you actually fucking hate me. So I mean, yeah, that's up to you. W's. Okay. Yes, kitten. Chat, did y'all see the footage? Did y'all see the footage of Draymond Green? Bro. Bro, what was the fucking reason? What happened? Oh, I'm finding the link right now. Yeah, here it is. So, here it is, boys. This is what happened between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. No audio, unfortunately. So we don't know what was said. We don't know what this altercation may have been about. But it looks like Jordan Poole may have said something here. Draymond Green is literally walking over to him casually and then gets all up in his face. Jordan Poole pushes him off, and the Superman punch came flying. Jesus. Like, I really want to know what the fuck was said. Apparently, someone part of the team said whatever was said was not worthy. Yeah, I think that was Steph Curry. I'm pretty sure. Steph Curry said some shit like nothing that happened that day warranted that reaction. Jordan Poole said, if you can make 10 jumpers in a row, nigga, I'll donate 120K to whatever charitable organization. Bro. How much money did the guy make to risk his career leaking this? I mean, probably a lot. I don't know. Wow, this guy's doing a rep haul video. I do not watch those at all. I have no idea why that's in my recommended. Fucking another nigga made it.
Yo, what's good, you boys? Another week, another haul. You know how it goes.
W
Okay,
reps.
guys, here we are once again with another haul. Now, before I get into the haul, let's talk about what's on body real quick. Got the Arc Twizzy jacket on top.
Okay, this is kind of annoying. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the rep dudes are mad annoying. It's like, I'm just going to keep it a bean, chat. Oh, also, chat. Side note, the HelloFresh stuff. I got word back. Apparently, their API thing is like a little delayed or whatever the fuck. So I might have to wait to see the actual numbers on when they come back. But yeah, my Wave Runner rep should come in soon. Yeah, I think for shoe reps, I don't think I'm gonna go cheap on shoe reps. I think I'm gonna actually spend like a pretty decent penny on those, just because like I want them to be at least decent quality. Yeah, what did he say exactly? It looks like HelloFresh made an update on their back end, and there is a pretty long delay on when things are pulling through. Okay. I'm heading to bed, but how soon would you want the DBZ versus Naruto part? Probably Sunday, because the podcast will go up tomorrow, and then Sunday will be when videos start going up. Is there any like W reacts we can watch really quickly? New button from Cut. I'll probably save that for after the cult cast. Oh, this will be good for Uber.
The most iconic name in streetwear history. The Japanese giant was able to infiltrate and impose its influence first in the US and then the
I'm sponsored
entire
for
world. 15 years ago, the
1
ape
month.
head was on every rapper's back. Kanye, Pharrell, Soulja Boy. The brand even ignited one of hip-hop's most legendary beefs that led to the outing of Drake's first child 15 years later in one of the greatest diss tracks ever made.
We talking character, let me keep with the facts. You are hiding a child, let that boy come home. Deadbeat motherfucker playing border patrol.
Yeah.
More than a clothing brand, Bape is a staple in pop culture. So in today's video, we go over the story of streetwear finest. How it went
Wait, a
bankrupt at the
company
peak of its
bought
hype,
out Bape?
and
Really? I will say there is one item that I think is still that this item will never go out of style. Bapestas. I want some pairs of Bapestas so bad. I mean, because it's just Air Force Ones. Like you can't, you know what I mean? That silhouette will never go out of style. But some of the Bapesta colorways are so fucking hard. I think Bapestas will, like, even though Bape itself is mad cringe and corny now, I don't feel that way about Bapestas at all.
what is left of it
What's
today.
good, Kobe? How you doing, brother?
It all started in Japan with this guy, Hiroshi Fujiwara, the founder of Fragment. You likely never heard of him, but there is a chance you have seen his work through his collab sneakers with Travis Scott. Hiroshi Fujiwara, aka the godfather of streetwear, is an urban legend in his country.
What's
Music, fashion,
Bapestas?
and magazines,
They're
he was
pretty
the
much
reference of pop culture
like
and
Air
helped shape
Forces.
Japanese streetwear from 1980 to now through the mentoring of Jun Takashi,
They're pretty much just Air Forces, but it's like the Bape brand. like they have the college dropout Bapes, which are fucking crazy, but like all the colorways are fine, except for like when they, you know, do shit like this or whatever, like that's just corny, but like the actual Bapes are like really cool.
Founder of Undercover, Shinichiro Nakamura, known by most as Skate Thing, who participated a lot in the creation of brands like Billionaire Boys Club and Kav Empt, and Tomoaki Nagao, better known as Nigo, the founder of Bape. Nigo came
Bape
from
is
a
low-key
middle-class
back in
family.
style, because the thing is, like one thing that I've been noticing a lot is that like niggas like will wear shit ironically, but because they start to wear it ironically, it kind of becomes hard again. So like I think like Bape is in that kind of a era. I mean I don't think I've ever liked Bape stuff, so I don't think it would ever be for me, but yeah. Like people can definitely pull it off. People can pull off anything. Wear whatever the fuck you want.
Which often translates to very busy parents. His parents spent much of their time working, which left the young Tomoaki to himself. He spent all his free time indulging in American culture through music and movies. What would normally sound like a sad childhood turned out to be a blessing because it would shape his visions for the future. His love for American culture led him to discover and admire Hiroshi Fujiwara, who was one of the main people credited for popularizing hip-hop in Japan. So after high school, he registered as a student at Bunka Fashion College in Tokyo, where he learned absolutely nothing because our friend here was too busy DJing and partying.
I mean, yeah, I feel that, Uber. I feel
One
the same
good
way
thing
about
that
like
did
Yeezy
come out of his
700s.
nights out was the notoriety he gained for his playlist and his style heavily inspired.
Not only Yeezy 700s, but dad shoes in general. I know a lot of people have been saying like, oh, you know, dad shoes falling out of trend or whatever the fuck, whatever. I still think dad shoes are fire, so suck my dick, bitch.
Scene. Soon the news about this young...
We all
hip
have
with a
our
new
thing
and
that we'll
fresh
never
style
give up,
reached
probably.
Hiroshi Fujiwara, who reached out and offered him a job as his assistant. Together they worked on different projects.
I just
such
feel
as
like
Good Enough, a
hopping on
clothing brand,
fashion trends and shit like that is just so
magazine,
exhausting.
where he
I don't
learned
got
about
time
his
for
idol
that.
As a kid. It is through this collaboration with Hiroshi Fujiwara that he got the name Nigo, which stands for the second. People thought he looked a lot like Hiroshi Fujiwara, so they started to call him Hiroshi Nigo, and later it simply became Nigo. With the help of their mentors, Nigo and Jun Takashi opened their first store called Nowhere, where they sold good enough merchandise, and a curation of popping brands before Jun Takashi created his brand Undercover, which was an immediate
You know what
hit.
I really want?
Nigo
I really want a pair of Ricks with like the fat laces. I think those, I want a pair of low top Ricks with the fat laces. Those shoes, they're so fucking sexy, bro.
was also looking for an idea for a brand, and it was while he was on a 5-hour marathon of the Planet of the Apes with Jun Takashi that the idea of Bape came to them.
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
The name Bape was an homage to
Facts.
the movie, but also a reference to a Japanese idiom, a bathing ape in lukewarm water. A tongue-in-cheek nod to the overindulgence of the young streetwear consumer. And just like that, Bape was born. Jun Takashi designed the logo, Nigo had the Nowhere store to sell his items, and the Takarajima magazine to promote them. Everything started fine. His first products were very simple, just t-shirts with an ape head on them, but his greatest strength came from his branding. After spending all this time around Hiroshi Fujiwara, he learned a lot about how important perception and image are to a brand. He knew that people, before the price or even the quality, cared more about the exclusivity of a product. So he decided to sell only 50 t-shirts a week at a high price to give the brand a semblance of luxury.
Sheesh.
His technique proved right, and the hype around his brand grew over time. He ended up selling Bape in 40 stores within the next few years, but one day, out of nowhere, he pulled the plug and decided to only sell in his Bape store in order to make the brand less accessible and more exclusive. This was a risky move, but it ended up paying off because it only furthered the hype around his brand. Over time, he created iconic pieces like the Bape camo and the shark hoodie, both designed by Skate Thing once again. He also did the heavily counterfeited Baby Milo that you could see any and everywhere in the early 2000s, but what took the brand from a simple streetwear brand to a pop culture phenomenon
What up, garbage man?
was a bootleg of the Air Force One,
Yup.
better known as the Bapesta, released in 2002. To this day, it's unknown exactly why Bape was never attacked by Nike, but many theories emerged over the years. Some suggested the rule of the 7 differences prevented Nike from suing Bape. Others believe that the pattern copyright had expired since the shoes were old, and some even suggested that Nike owned shares in Bape. I personally think that the fact that they were located in Japan saved them because laws and regulations are different in each country. After the release of the shoes, everything went very fast. Pharrell Williams met Nigo during a trip to Tokyo, and soon after became one of the biggest advocates of the brand in the US. But unlike popular belief, Pharrell wasn't the first rapper to wear the brand in the US. Through Pharrell, Nigo also met Kanye. And just like that, Nigo made connections in the music industry, and Bape soon was everywhere. From 2004 to 2008, Bape was in its prime, but from 2009 onward, it was just a downward spiral. Nigo made a lot of bad investments. He opened way too many stores too fast. He even tried new things like Bape restaurants and Bape hair salons.
Wait, I did not know that.
All those bad investments ended up leaving him and the company more than $50 million in debt.
What?
On February 7th, 2011, Nigo took a payout and sold Bape for less than $3 million.
What?
He stayed the director artistic for some time, but once the brand was bought by a corporate, it never was the same. Everybody behind Nigo stopped supporting the brand as soon as he left. The lack of creativity and innovation combined with overproduction led to the downfall of the brand today. Around 2016, the brand made somewhat of a comeback, but it was nothing new and the trend died quickly. Bape is still one of, if not the most iconic streetwear brands, so I don't think it'll completely disappear, but I also don't see it peaking anytime soon either.
This is where I think
Marvel is on
this is where like something where like Bape and like Supreme differ, right? Because I feel like Bape's design language is very loud, very out there, very over designed. So like it can never be a subtle piece. Whereas like I feel like you can always wear a box logo tee or a box logo hood. You know, it's always simple. It's more like essential stuff. You know, so you really can't go wrong wearing. Like people might look at you. I think it depends on how you wear Supreme. If you wear Supreme, I think it's very important to dress it down. You know what I mean? To make it seem like a casual thing, like you don't really give a fuck, right? But if you're trying to dress it up, put on a fire outfit, and then you got Supreme on, that's when you look a little corny. But like with Bape, like you can never hide like how loud and shit Bape is. Whereas like I feel like Supreme can just be something like low key. I took a nap during my break. Coffee didn't do shit. That milk became a laxative. Hey, that's real shit. Same. It's always the same to me too. The box logo with the headband and the bag. Yeah, they got the Supreme goggles and everything. Like, bro, hop off, gang. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. 95% of the reason why I really want to lose weight is so that way I can start buying clothes. Because you know how annoying it is to see a piece that I really like, but then their largest size is XL? And honestly, their largest sizes most times is just a large in general. Like that shit is so annoying, especially when you want to get into like higher end fashion stuff. You know what I mean? Like I was on the Rick Owens website just being like, okay, like let me see the sizing chart here. Like what do you got? And it's like, bro, their largest size is a large and that's like a 36 waist or something. I'm like, bro, how are fat niggas supposed to find pants, bro? Like what the fuck?
Nostradamus, the local weatherman, Raven Baxter. What do all these people have in common, strugglers? Killer facial hair? Perhaps. But more importantly,
like I'm not gonna lie, I was like shopping around for clothes and stuff yesterday, and I'm like, damn, none of this shit is in my size. And then I was like really hungry. It was like 4 a.m. I was starving. And I was like, yeah, I kind of want McDonald's breakfast, but I was like, bro, if I keep doing stuff like this, I'll never be able to buy Issei Miyake or Rick Owens pants. So I was like, fuck it. I guess I'll starve.
They all predict the future. And I'd like to be added to that list. I have this awful thing that I can't turn off no matter how hard I try, where my brain...
I think my favorite pair of pants ever... Like, I want a pair of these so bad. And, like... These are my favorite pair of pants ever. Which Rick pants you looking at? I think some of his stuff is a little OD. I'm just looking at, like, mainly his sweats and stuff. But I've heard like the Issei pants like are really stretchy. Doesn't Richie have these? Of course course he does. It's Richie. I mean, he's the god. But bro, these Issei pants, oh my god, they're so fucking hard, bro. God, I want a pair so bad, but I'm too fat. You need to portion your food to 3 meals a day. I eat like, okay, chat, when I say what I'm saying, I do not advocate for this. Do not do this, okay? This is extremely unhealthy. Do not do this. I've been eating like once or twice a day. Like I've been eating like once a day and then something really small as well. But do not do this. How does America want niggas to be slim and fit but keep producing fat foods? Well, I mean, Issei is not, you know, this isn't American for one. But I mean, yeah, it'd be like that. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to watch this. I will watch that later though. If you drink a lot of, yeah, so like I completely cut out soda. I think it's been a month since I like cut out soda, and I've had soda one time in that month time frame, and I hated it so much that I haven't even like wanted soda again after that. If I want something with like some flavor, I'll get like a lemonade or like iced tea or some shit.
In 2022, it's easier than ever to buy clothing. However, just because we can buy clothes doesn't mean we have good style. Stay tuned to know the difference. The copy and paste method of fashion seems too easy in building your personal style. I'm just as guilty as you probably are of seeing a celebrity, let's use Tyler the Creator for example, looking good in a cardigan and then feeling like I want that same cardigan. TikTok, Pinterest, and YouTube are constantly promoting new popular styles, allowing us to gain more fashion influences than have ever been possible. We see what's popular on these platforms and quickly know what we need to wear in order to be liked or considered fashionable. Naturally, we want people to like and accept us, but then you mix this with the feeling of wanting to stand out, and it makes perfect sense why we try to adopt trends early in order to stay ahead of others. Fashion trends have been at an all-time high this year. TikTok and the rise of short-form fashion content are absolutely a huge reason all of these micro trends exist. You can have zero interest in fashion and still get recommended fashion content, even if it's just what you're consistently seeing people wear on these apps. This is how trends like workwear, Nike Dunks, and Jordan 1s became
I really cock with workwear.
You can't buy taste, but you can definitely buy trends. Buying trends is seemingly a cheat code to buying what's currently considered to be good style. Now that we know the reach of 2022 fashion trends, it's time to define what really makes good style. The opposite of trends seems to be timeless items of clothing. The items that your grandparents looked good in 50 plus
Nah,
years
yeah,
ago
Chi, you're
still
spitting.
look
Like,
good.
I'm well aware that like what I need is like a lifestyle change rather than doing some drastic shit. I mean, so that's why like I've like cut out soda because I want that to be like more of a lifestyle change. The only eating like once a day type thing, like I intend for that to be a temporary thing at the moment. You know, because like it's just something I'm not like I don't want people to think that I'm eating like once a day like on purpose. Like it just so happens that like that. And I'm not just eating like once like I think yesterday I only ate once and like maybe the day before, but I'm usually eating like at least twice a day. Because like I've done this kind of stuff before and it's never sustainable. I'll lose a lot of weight fast, but then it all comes back. You know what I mean? So I know it's not sustainable.
Good in now. The classic look of a crispy white tee, straight blue jeans, and a simple pair of sneakers like Converse will never go out of style. We may see current trendy variations such as an oversized white tee, baggy denim, and a pair of dunks. However, it can all be watered back down into a simple yet timeless style. With that being said, in favor of timeless style, it summons the question, should we ever wear trendy fashion? To really unlock your quote-unquote good style, I think there's a healthy mix between knowing your personal style and also mixing in trends. In order to add trends effectively, It helps to know your personal style before you buy up your For You page recommendations. A personal example from this spring-summer would be jean shorts. I like the look, they weren't too expensive, but most importantly, they already fit my skate and
I hate
style.
jorts.
The opposite of this would be the Yeezy Gap round jacket. I like the look, it was in my price range, but as much as I like the design, it didn't go with my other sneakers and clothes. Now, if you like a trend so much it doesn't matter if it fits in your closet, then yeah, go ahead and buy that new trend. But I think it's important to be honest with yourself before making a purchase. Think back on your last 3 pickups and ask yourself, why'd you buy it? How many outfits can you currently style with it? And if it's hype, would you buy it if it wasn't popular? Now that we know how trends and timeless fashion affect us, it's time to dig into what makes someone truly stylish. And even more importantly, how do we become stylish? Through my experience with what makes me feel like I have good style, buying something I've liked the looks of for a while always feels better than wearing a spontaneous pickup. Whether that's seeing a piece from months early leaks, or saving it in your grailed favorites and slowly watching the price drop as you send lowball offers. In the meantime, I watch videos and read articles to know specifically beforehand exactly why I like that.
What's with the splitting of the shoes? YouTubers do that to see the quality of the materials they're made out of.
Lots of styles outside of your own 100% benefits the understanding of your own personal style choices. Having a wide range of fashion influences makes me feel more confident in my own style. The key with style influences is learning what looks good on someone else, and without stealing that identical look, figuring out how you can make it your own. If you don't already...
I feel like that's an advanced step. I feel like taking a style that you like and then making it your own is something like extremely advanced that not a lot of people can do. I feel like if you see somebody rocking some shit you really like, I think it's a really good thing to like try to copy it as best as you can, you know, try to find pieces, you know, kind of like it. Like, for example, you know what I mean? If you really like Rick sweats, right? There's tons of companies that make sweats just like Rick sweats, Minimal being probably one of them. Like you have like Rick Sweats, Fear of God is also like in that realm. But if you want to save even more money, there's Minimal $50 sweats have the same kind of style and they're really good quality too. So like there's a lot of different ways you can style shit like that. And there's a lot of different ways you can save money on that shit too.
You have lots of style influences, I'd recommend diving into your interests. I continuously find inspiration from movie characters, musicians, and other YouTubers. If you enjoyed, go watch some of my other videos. Peace.
Yeah, and then after like experimenting and like copying other people's stuff, you start to like mix and match certain pieces and be like, oh, maybe I want to use this crew neck with these cargos. Maybe I want to do this with, you know what I mean? And then it'll eventually evolve. Like I would say right now, my biggest thing for like style wise is like really, really basic. I think that's my major thing. Really understated, low key, basic. You know what I mean? I don't really like anything too loud. Whereas I used to like loud shit, low key. But yeah, mine. Okay, let me add SwagKage on Discord just to make sure I got this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Wait, do I already have this nigga added? I think I might. Yo. That's crazy. Anyways. I want to get into the alt grunge look one of these days. That's fire. You think Air Jordans are going to die out? I cannot wait for Air Jordans to die out so that way I can feel good wearing them again. like I need like the thing is they're so saturated right now. It'll take like years and years for it to truly die out because people are behind the trends. Like literally right now, Jordans are like to me, Jordans are pretty much dead. Like outside of those taxis that I thought those taxis were so fire. Like those taxis were too good to pass up. Like even if I might not wear them anytime recently, I will 100% be getting wears out of them in like a couple years or something like that. So like but like Jordan 1s right now are very overplayed, you know what I mean? But that's not to say it's a bad thing though, you know what I mean? Like Air Force 1s are overplayed, but I recommend people buy Air Force 1s all the time, you know what I mean? Like who gives a fuck if something's overplayed? If you like the shoe and you feel good in it, that's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? So but I, you know, at this point, you know, I'm really liking like New Balance stuff. But again, New Balance is also getting extremely saturated. That's why I don't have a pair of 550s. That's why I'm really excited to get this pair of Adidas in because I think they're very fire and like not a lot of people are wearing them or talking about them. So like I like that. I like that aspect. But you know, other people, they don't give a fuck about that shit. And you shouldn't. You shouldn't give a fuck about that. I'm loving low dunks lately. Yeah, I think the low dunks, like my only issue with low dunks and the only reason why I haven't copped a pair yet is because the quality of the shoes seems to be like pretty trash. So oh, this is the kind of style you want to get into? Is this Kiera? The quality is awful. I just like the look. Real shit. Real shit. Bro, also we have to have a discussion, bro. Crew necks over hoodies. Who says no? I said as I just ordered a MoMA hoodie, but you know what I mean. I have a pair of New Balance, but they're my basic white girl shoes. Bro, the New Balance 990s. I've just not worn another shoe. They're just so comfortable too. Quality is good on them and they look great. I love dad shoes. I just love dad shoes, bro. Cannot go wrong. Ultimate Sci-Horror, thank you for the Prime for 13 months. I'm not gonna lie, I've been looking at some Blazers. They kind of nice. I think Nike Blazers are some of the most fire shoes that I'll never, ever buy. Because like the type of people that wear Blazers are not they're like trust fund babies. You know what I mean? I cannot in good conscience buy Nike Blazers, but I think they're so fire. I really want these. Oh, these are kind of nice. They got that really chunky outsole. This is the shoe that I be wearing. Are these not? Oh, I thought these were Air Force 1s at first glance. Yeah, I do see the difference, but at first glance, people are just definitely gonna think that's an Air Force 1. You got a go-to sweatpant recommendation? I've been really liking these Nike sweats. Let me see if I could actually find them. I really like these Nike sweatpants. They don't have, my favorite thing about them is that they don't have that little crinkle shit at the bottom. I fucking hate that. They're more just like straight legged. Where the fuck are they? Is it these? No. Is it? Oh, I'm not wearing them right now. Fuck. Is it these? No. Well, I can't find them. If you find the Nike, I think they were like 30, 40 bucks or something like that. Wait, these are kind of fucking fire. These are women's? Wait, these are fucking fire. I like this cropped. These are fucking fire. This is a new look, I guess. Hold on, where the fuck are they? Where the fuck? It's not these. These have a little crinkle at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck they're at. I really fuck with this type of crew neck. I feel like since I'm a fat ass, that kind of like, oh, I think it's these. No, this is ThermaFit. They look like this, but they're not ThermaFit. The fuck? Hold on, what the fuck is this? 574s? I don't know how I feel about this shoe. I'm gonna be honest. Like, they look alright. I don't know how I feel about those. Sold out in small sizes because the white girls got a hold of it. Yep. It'd be like that sometimes. I can't find the Nike. Maybe they took them off. I don't know. Yeah, I can't fucking find them. But also Minimal makes, like I said, if you like that Fear of God, like Rick Owen kind of sweatpant, Minimal makes some, and they're actually like pretty damn good quality. If you go to their, a lot of times they're out of stock though, so you know, kind of sucks. But yeah, they have these like very Fear of God, you know, like it's very clearly like, I mean, these are pretty much just ripoffs in my opinion. Like not ripoffs in the sense that like you're getting scammed, but ripoffs in the sense like they're just kind of like bootlegs type. But yeah, I have like 3 pairs of these. These are really good sweats. I know Lotus also likes these sweats. They're very high quality. These are really good. And I love the drawstring too. The drawstring is so fire. I know like the drawstring is like, I might cop this right now, low key. I know the drawstring is like out of style now, but I don't care. I think the drawstring is so fucking fire. Okay, we have 8 minutes left. Let me hit him up. Those cargos you passed were hard. I passed cargos. I mean, I know that they do have a lot of cargos. I actually had a pick. Oh, you're talking about these. The biggest size is 42 though. Pff, fat asses. We may not prevail. That's another that's the biggest reason why I stopped shopping here is because over the pandemic, a nigga named me got fucking morbidly obese. So yeah, I can't really fit into this shit. Omega getting sweats for his print this winter. No, I've been getting sweats because 1, they're comfortable. 2, I really like the cozy look. And 3, I'm a fat ass and sweats are stretchy. So W's. I have no print. I've been looking for alternatives to jeans. I'm actually looking into getting more jeans, low key. I feel like I don't wear jeans enough.
What the dog?
Yo, Slime Monster, thank you for the tier 1 for 4 months. Gango. I can't do jeans. They just never feel right to me. I mean, it might be the kind of jeans that you're copping. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to fucking like American Eagle or like fucking Hollister or PacSun, then yeah, those jeans fucking suck. On the lowest of keys, I fuck with Wranglers. Hey, bro, nice and cheap. I don't know why, but I wore jeans every single day in middle school, high school, and I stayed away from them for a few years after. Bro, I just like a nice quality pair of jeans is just fine. You know, just get Levi's. You know, Levi's, you can buy them at pretty much any store. And unless you're like a fat ass, then you might have to order them like on the website, like I do. So that's what sucks. I can't try on Levi's at stores because I'm morbidly obese. Teach me how to dress. I low-key feel like you don't need that based. I kind of fuck with your style. Some of the dudes in chat definitely do need help, but I don't think Base is one of them. Hope you're having a great day. I just woke up. But yeah, my day's going all right. We about to start this cult cast. You get me? What the fuck is this video? This video has 755 views and is in my recommended. Why a good man might leave. Bro. What? Your episode 1 made the drive to Vegas hella smooth. Hey, episode 2 finna go even crazier. Why is that in my recommended? When we bringing back Closet Nightmares, stay tuned. I told a stripper you're my favorite streamer. And what was she like? Oh my God, OmegaPro, I watch him too, Faye says. All right. YouTube stay recommending incel/alt-right content. That's real shit. She knew Kai Cenat. I was like, fuck that short nigga, I'll rob him. Damn. I fuck with Kai Cenat. That's a goat. All right, chat. I'm about to call up SwagKage.
Yo, what's up?
What's goody with you?
Bro, I am like, bro, Street Fighter 6 is so much fun. I'm like immersed.
This fucking guy. Who you playing?
Ken and Jury, though I feel like, bro, it's getting harder and harder to justify playing Jury. I picked Jury up in 5 because I was like, oh yeah, she's cool. And I was like, I'm sure there are some people out there who are like horny for her. But then like her trailer dropped for SF6 and it's like, bro, oh my God.
Yeah. Need them feet in my mouth, low key.
Yeah. No, but Ken and Jury are fun. Bro, Ken's kind of, they want you to work with him. He doesn't have any plus on block moves.
Bro. That's who I was probably going to play, to be honest, until a DLC character came out I wanted.
Yeah. I mean, Ken is like, he's the GOAT. He's so cool. And they got his hair right in this game.
Bro, you don't like the banana clip hair? Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Here's the thing about Ken in Street Fighter 5. His outfit is so sick. But like what, like his face and hair, like that's not Ken. It's like Ben Faster's.
Yeah, he definitely looked very weird. Yo, but real quick, can you use like the noise gate thing on Discord? Because I'm hearing like some of your background noise.
Oh yeah. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Capcom made Jury for the degenerates in SF6. I'm degenerates. Like, I don't know what you want from me, bro. I don't know what you want from me, bro. You sound great now, King.
Cool. Yeah, I also turned my fan off.
I mean, I don't want you to die. Like,
yeah, it's here. We'll see. Let me.
Like, as long as it, like, because the only thing is that it was on while you weren't talking. So, like, if it's on while you're talking, I mean, who cares? They'll have to get over it. But like, it was just, I could just hear it while you were silent.
Yeah. Okay,
so.
now it seems like it's good now.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool.
I bet I'm gonna do this little intro for the podcast joint, introduce you and everything, and then we can get on with it.
Cool.
All right, chat. You guys are disappearing. I'm taking you off. No alerts will be played. You guys already know the vibes. Let me take that off. W Gangos. Okay, I got all my shit on. Mute the alerts. Okay, let's get it. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second ever episode of The Cultcast. The Cultcast is a podcast where myself talks about random shit that I want to talk about. Sometimes I'll have a guest. And today I do have a guest, and that guest is going to be the one, the only SwagKage.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? SwagKage here.
Wow, you got that intro down packed, buddy. I'm not gonna lie.
I've done it so
How long have
many
you been
times.
saying that?
Like 6 years or something, I think. Yeah, it's probably been like 6.
You love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the topics we'll have for today's discussion are going to be the fact that Naruto was voted the best anime in Japan. We will be talking about that. We will be talking about whether or not Boruto is ass. Spoiler alert, it is. We will be talking about the October anime that is going to be releasing. So we got Bleach, Chainsaw Man, and Mob Psycho 100, and other anime that we're looking forward to. We will also be discussing Naruto versus Dragon Ball Z. I think that'll be an interesting conversation. The chat will love to hear that on. And then also something a little bit out there for the for the folks out there. I'm sure a lot of folks can relate to this, but we will also be talking about long distance relationships a little bit later in this podcast. So that is the topic layout for today. We might ramble on and talk about other shit, but that's what you have to look forward to. As always, if you're watching this on YouTube, well, we do have the highlights, so you can feel free to skip to wherever you want or just watch the whole thing. Swag, how the fuck are you doing, my boy?
Bro, it's been good lately.
Love to hear it. You love to hear it.
Yeah. I've just been chilling. Dropped a video ranking every fight in Naruto.
I saw that.
I thought that I got to work on it right after I dropped the video before it, and I was like, yeah, this is gonna be, for some reason I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a quick and easy video. No idea why, because it ended up being like over an hour, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get it done by the end of the week. And then that happened again 4 more times. I pushed it back, and then I finally dropped it the next month. But I was really happy with it. It was also, I'm sure you know the feeling. If you guys don't do YouTube, might not get it. But when I first uploaded it, I got hit with the 10 of 10, and I was like, oh. And it sat there for a minute, but it was a crazy comeback story. It's at 3 of 10 right now. So.
You love to see. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, somebody may have seen like an hour-long video. They're like, damn, like I'm not trying to watch that shit right now. So then, they might come back to it or whatever. And then also people might start it and then leave and then come back and then, run that shit up. And then also we all know YouTube loves pushing out long-ass videos. So, it'd be like that.
So did the 10 of 10 to myself at first because I uploaded it at like 11 p.m. I was like, I should probably wait, but I just wanted it to be posted because I had spent all day fighting like copyright because I had I was trying to think of a way to do it without using anime clips, but like there's just no way.
Yeah, right? That sounds very hard.
So I had to use these ugly film grain filters on all the footage, and some of them, like the big fights like Taka versus B or like Naruto versus Pain and stuff like that, I had to zoom in 500 or 600%, flip it, put a film grain filter on it, and then do like damage film filter where there's artifacting and stuff, and then I had to do it with it was like playing whack-a-mole because I would keep uploading it and then it would be like, oh, you this other thing is a problem too. I was like, oh, okay. And then I would upload it again, and then a thing that was exactly the same as in the first video but didn't pop up as a flag in the first video would get flagged, and I'd be like, okay, time to render this whole hour-long video again. And then it kept happening 5 times, so it took all day, but eventually I got it. And so
damn, so that I didn't even think about asking you this question before this, but hearing you go on about that, I do have a question I wanted to ask. How do you feel like content creation ranks as a job? Because obviously, to the normies out there, I'm a streamer, so they watch me and they're like, oh, all this motherfucker does is click live, talk shit, and play video games or whatever, or or they might look at you and be like, all this guy does is click record and fucking talk about Naruto fights for an hour and then upload and gets 1 million views or whatever. How do you feel like YouTube ranks as a job or content creation in general? Do you think this shit is do you think it's hard work, or how do you feel about the how content creation is viewed by the normies as a job?
So, I don't think this question has a simple answer because I think there are a lot of benefits to it that are kind of like unique to it. But there are also a lot of things that make it very, very difficult. So, like one thing that's obviously very good is you get to work from home and make your own hours. You don't have a
Yep.
boss to answer to unless you're
Love that.
I maybe like if you're working for like a big conglomerate channel like Watch Mojo or something, you probably have like a schedule. But
I don't really
usually
consider
it's like me.
I consider those people to be more like normal workers. I don't like they're not
Yeah.
like really content creators because I feel like content creators like you're like directly attached to your channel. Like that is
Yeah, exactly.
you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a little different.
Yeah, but like so it's like all of that stuff is really nice. You know, you get like a direct income stream. The depending on your size, the pay can obviously be really nice, especially considering how much freedom and flexibility you have and how fun it can be to make
Right.
videos. But man, like okay, so first of all, this is just not a job that like anybody could do. And I want to
Facts.
stress that I'm not trying to be like arrogant when I say that. It's just one of those things where it's like I don't think that I could stream every day, for example, right? Like I just don't think I have the skill set to do it because it's like it's super mentally taxing. You have to interact with people like constantly. It's like they're like you need weird skills for some of these things that like people don't think about. Like you need to have a very diverse
What you mean by weird?
vocabulary.
What you mean by weird?
No, so like when I say weird skills, it's like stuff that people don't like think about. Like
Oh,
when
okay.
you're like a streamer, you need like a diverse vocabulary because you are going to be talking about the same things a lot if you stream like all day. And if you find yourself repeating like the exact same words,
Right,
you know,
right.
like you got to be like a good storyteller. You got to be good at like voice modulation and stuff because
Real
people
shit.
don't like you getting like too loud forever. But if you're like, hey, what's up, guys? Nobody's
Yeah, for
gonna
sure.
care, right?
It's funny.
and
It's
so-
funny you say that. I'm just gonna interject really quick because I've had conversations with some of my other friends that are like YouTubers, and like they'll talk to me and be like, "Bro, I don't know how the fuck you stream every day. Like, I don't know how you."
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at them like, "I don't know how the fuck you post so often. Like, how are you guys uploading these?" Because to me, like, I don't know when I upload a video, I like streaming because I get that instant like gratification.
Yeah.
I'm like, I say like, "Hey guys, would you fuck Sonic?" And then immediately people in my chat like start exploding. I'm like, okay, cool. I said something.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, like I make a joke or make an edit in a YouTube video, I gotta wait days for motherfuckers to even see this shit. It's like I don't know. Like the uploading aspect is like so daunting to me. Like as a streamer, and it's crazy how like the reverse is true for YouTubers.
Yeah, I mean, so like the thing is like, yeah, exactly. Like I feel like you need a lot more energy to stream, right? So like I
that's
said,
true.
streaming, demands a unique skill set, and it's the same thing for video production. And this is something that I've thought about a bit because I've been asked a lot by like friends of my family or by like neighbors or like kids of neighbors. Like there's a kid who lived right across the street from me who was like, hey, do you make YouTube videos? Or like how would you do it? Like the question of like how should you go about doing it gets asked to me a lot. And it's like, so like there are so many things that you need. Like first of all, you need to be extremely passionate about what you're doing, right? Like you need to be willing to do it, even if like it needs to be something you would do for fun as a hobby, like something that you would do even if you weren't getting paid, because that's how YouTube started out for me. Like you started YouTube forever ago, actually. Like we were both on it really, really early, and it was one of those things like back in the day where like the idea of doing it as a job was like totally like I mean that didn't even cross my mind, right?
Yeah.
Like I loved YouTube when I was a kid. I started watching it like in 2005. And people would ask me, what do you want to do for a living? YouTube never crossed my mind, even though it's what I'm doing right now. But I always wanted to make YouTube videos as a hobby. So that's one thing you absolutely have to have. Like you cannot make content if you are only doing like if you're viewing it like you would a day job. Like second off, you need to have something that you know a lot about or are really good at that either you are so much better at or more knowledgeable at or about than everybody else that like people will go to your content. Like you basically need to be offering something that nobody else is, especially now. I think that gets more and more true every year.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I remember like starting out on YouTube and stuff, and the YouTubers back then, this was like in like 2012 or whatever, they would be like, yeah, it's really hard to start right now because the market is so saturated and all that, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
and it's like, bro,
too, yeah.
if you would have started back in 2012, you'd be a millionaire right now. You know, it's crazy because like we say that now, it's like, oh my god, like it's so saturated. But I feel like this time, like it is true because like everybody has a smartphone they can go live on or make videos on or make TikToks on. Everybody can easily be an influencer just by like snapping their fingers, and all of a sudden 1 million views on TikTok. It's insane.
And like another thing too that you need to be able, like you need to be able to handle. My bad, I just banged my mic. I don't know.
No, you're good. You're good.
But you need to be able to deal with criticism. And I know that this is something that people hear all the time, but like, bro, eventually you gotta have skin made out of titanium. You cannot let anything get to you because people will attack you for anything, even if that has nothing to do with the video, right? And it can be like relentless, bro. So like you got to be willing to deal with people saying, "Oh, this is bad." And I think another thing too about like not just like not getting your feelings hurt, but being able to see when somebody suggests something that you can fix, like seeing that as like, "Oh, this is a good thing, not a bad thing," or like a personal attack.
Yeah,
right.
I think the biggest bitch too with criticism is like it. Because like again, I barely like mentioned this, but like we attach ourselves a lot to the content we make. So when somebody has a criticism, it's easy to like brush it off or whatever. But that shit stings when you know it's true.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And I think it's a lot like a way bigger deal when you're first starting out than when you're at like my size, right? Because right now, if somebody's like critical of my videos, you know, I feel like I have it in the back of my mind, like, oh, I've succeeded, you know,
right? Like you're already proven
myself. Yeah, exactly. But like when you have like 50 subs, 100 subs or something, and you upload a video that you spent like weeks or months on, and somebody's just like, the worst are like the comments that are just like, this shit ass, and they don't elaborate. It's like, bro, tell me why, you know, because then you start filling in all the blanks yourself. And like it's really stressful. So like I think there are a lot of things that like you really need to be able to handle, be able to do. You need to have like this innate passion, this like I don't want to call it talent because I feel like video editing, like, you know, making thumbnails and stuff, this is all stuff that people can like learn, but I feel like you just have to have this like spark that compels you to do it, and you have to have this desire to get better at doing it. Basically, which is something that like a lot of people like here. We were talking about Street Fighter 6 right before the stream started, and I think that fighting games are a really good allegory for this. Like people still to this day complain about how difficult fighting games are because most people don't want to like work like for their entertainment, basically, which is fine. I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm just saying that it's like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you sit down to play like you know, a video game. A lot of people want something that's more intuitive, like Apex or Call of Duty or whatever, than something like Street Fighter, where you have to really work hard to even get like 3-hit combos to connect if you don't know what you're doing. And it's sort of like YouTube is basically like the job version of that, where it's like you have to like doing it, and then you also have to be willing to go through this insane amount of trial and error, like over and over and over until you get better at it. And it's like it's also difficult too to like measure what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong in certain aspects, right? It's not like if you get like a math problem wrong, you can just go check your work and be like, oh, this is where I messed up. It's like if you don't like something about a thumbnail, it's like what's not working about this? You know?
Exactly. I actually had another question for you here. This one comes from the Discord, actually. Holus Messiah is this person's name on Discord. And he actually had a pretty good question because I think you touched on it a little bit with like having something you're very knowledgeable on. But his question is, with both of you being creators, do you find security in the fact that your audience only comes to you for a specific type of content? Or do you see it as like boxing yourself in due to the fact that you can't really breach out as easily without facing backlash? So what are your thoughts on that?
So this is actually something that I completely forgot to mention. The biggest problem with YouTube, like Twitch, being an influencer as a job is that there is zero job security there.
Yeah.
You do not have any guarantee that you're going to stay relevant. There are tons of people who have just had like a one-hit wonder thing, and then their relevance just dries up immediately. I literally worry like every time I upload, this is the death of my channel. This is like,
every time I click start stream, I'm like, this is the end. Yeah, I feel that.
Like I always have that in the back of my mind. So like, I totally get the feeling boxed in, and I think that that's an issue that YouTube has. Now, granted, I don't really know how they would fix that because the algorithm is very successful at what it attempts to do, which is get people to watch as many videos as possible and consume as many ads as possible. Like when you watch a thing of a certain subject, YouTube funnels you into more stuff about that subject until you get tired of it, and it does the same with something else. So like I guess it makes sense, but it kind of incentivizes people to make content about one thing. And I originally wanted to make a variety channel. Like I started off with the Dragon Ball stuff, Dragon Ballology, and I would make stuff about.
I remember that.
Yeah,
long ass time ago.
Way back in the day, bro.
Yeah.
And I would make video game content and stuff, and then I make this like Naruto video explaining the Sharingan, and it does okay. Then I make this follow-up video about the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it does pretty well too. And then I make this Rinnegan video, and then like a week later, suddenly it's just popping off. Like my whole channel, all my video, bro. I still remember like the day where I looked at my channel and like all my videos were at like 5-digit views. I was like, oh my god, like I couldn't.
That must have been a great feeling.
Yeah, it was what I had been waiting for like ever, bro. And then I made this Byakugan video afterwards, I think, and it did well. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm just doing the Naruto lore thing for a minute here. And I have ADHD, so I like hyper focus really easily. So I don't even think I consciously realized that I was doing it. But then like by the time I noticed like I was making all this Naruto content, I was like, oh, I think I'm the Naruto guy. Occasionally I made like a couple of other things, but most of my variety stuff was from really early on, like my Death Note video. I'd love to make more videos about Death Note, but I don't know if anybody would click on them. So like it sucks not being able to do anything else. Though I do feel good knowing that I probably could succeed if I tried, because I made the whole other channel.
Yeah, I was about to bring up the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. That shit did really well. Like you could do it if you wanted to.
The Yu-Gi-Oh video did a little too well actually, because I didn't know if I wanted to really finish it. But I uploaded the preview of the 2002 portion, and like I was like, okay, so this is for people who follow me on Twitter, who know that I'm working on this and want to check it out. And then for some reason it got picked up by the algorithm and got over 1 million views. And then like Ludwig watched it on his stream. I was like, what's going on?
I don't think it's like for some reason. I think like when you make your videos, whether it's like about the Naruto shit, the Yu-Gi-Oh shit, like I think you have a very good way of like your scripting is pretty well paced. It's pretty good. The way you speak is very good as well. And then the videos themselves are also like, I've watched videos from people where the information or what they're saying is like good, but then like it's not visually appealing. And the thing about YouTube is that it is a visual platform. So you got to have something going on visually to like entertain people. And I think your videos do a good job of that. And it's very easy to just like throw on a SwagKage video, and then next thing you know, like that 45 minutes or whatever is just passed like really fucking quick. And then you're just like, oh shit. Like that whole thing just went by. But one thing that I did want to circle back to is, do you ever feel like you kind of touched on it, like being like boxed in? Do you feel boxed in by Naruto? Does that like worry you that you might run out of things to talk about or anything like that? Like, do you feel like at least you have something you can keep going back to? Because for myself, as somebody who is variety, I can tell you this: if you are looking to get into content creation, do not do variety. It is impossible to grow. Nobody will know you for anything. The only reason why people have found me is through like pretty much my friends or whatever the fuck, because like it's impossible to grow when you're not known for anything, right? So for me, I get a lot of anxiety about like, okay, what am I going to stream? Like, what can I do that's going to keep people entertained? What do I even make for my YouTube channel? Because to succeed on YouTube, you have to be focused, but like I have no focus for my like content. Like, what do I do for that shit? And it gives me a lot of anxiety. And there's some times where I just wish that like I never stopped doing like Dragon Ball shit, because while I didn't really love it, there was some simplicity in knowing like, okay, I'm doing a Xenoverse 2 video today, or I'm streaming Xenoverse 2 today, or I'm playing fucking Dokkan Battle. There was something kind of like reassuring, I guess, about that.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it's nice. It's like really comforting knowing that I can always go back to Naruto and it will do well. The main thing that I wish was that, and I guess we're going to talk about this later, but I wish Boruto was better, because man, I would be Scrooge McDuck right now if Boruto was as hype as DBS was. Now, I don't like Dragon Ball Super either, but people got more hype about the moments in Dragon Ball Super than they have in Boruto. Like, Boruto had the two big things. It was the Momoshiki fight and then the Ishiki fight.
Yeah,
that was it. I guess the Jigen fight also got people excited, but that was really it. Nobody cares about anything else unless it has something to do with Naruto and Sasuke.
Shit, let's talk about it now then. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Boruto's ass. What you got to say about it? Like what?
Yeah.
So let me as a casual, let me like sort of give you my perspective on Boruto, and you probably have watched or read it a lot more, so you can actually go into more detail.
I've actually not finished the anime. I'm not doing
it.
I just refuse.
No one blames you.
I've only read through the manga once. At first, I legit like couldn't do it. I was just too bored. But then I skipped the movie recap stuff, and I was like, okay, fine, now I can do it. And so I've read through the manga once.
Okay,
so I'm not as well versed in it as I am Naruto, but I do remember enough to talk about it.
Okay, so from my perspective with Boruto, again, haven't read a single chapter. I've watched some episodes, but what it feels like to me is something that like 100% does not need to exist. 2 is something that like is pretty much like taking from the legacy of its predecessor in Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, and is like really trying to ride on that wave. But I think the most egregious thing that Boruto does is that it's just not special in any way. Like there's nothing there that entices me to go back to it, to watch it. And in fact, the only time I ever hear about Boruto is when the characters from the original series show up and do something cool. Like what is it about Boruto that makes Boruto hard to succeed? Like, what exactly in that manga is failing so bad that it can't captivate any audience? I know, trust me, I'm sure the comments will be, we'll have some folks in there. I know Boruto got its dick riders. It definitely does.
Yeah.
But
I can tell you that first.
Yeah. Like, I know anytime I like say, first of all, any anime has dick riders. I mean, Black Clover does. Niggas sent me death threats, but regardless, Boruto, like they have people that, no, bro, like it's actually good in this chapter of the month, whatever. But it's like, bro, the culture just ain't there for Boruto. Like, Boruto don't got heat. It just is what it is. So now somebody that's actually read it, SwagKage here, maybe you can go into a little bit more detail about what is failing so bad with Boruto.
So I've been thinking about this a lot, and I'm never super sure, but I think the main thing that doesn't work is the main characters, right? Because Boruto is obviously not the worst protagonist ever, and I get his appeal to a certain extent. Like, I get why people like him, and people argue about this all the time. They're like, oh, well, he's actually an effective character because but I think the thing is, people get bogged down in like, analyzing, is he actually like bad, or like, like in a measurable sense, or like what I'm talking about that doesn't work about like Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki is like they're just not as interesting to most people, it seems like.
True.
There's just not like a hook for Boruto that works the same way like Naruto's hook does. Like, you watch one episode or read one chapter of Naruto and you kind of like that kid already. You want to see him succeed. And the thing is, there are tons of people who dropped Naruto for a while who would eventually come back to it because they were just like, man, I really wonder what's Naruto up to, or like, does he ever become Hokage, or like, is Sasuke ever going to get revenge on Itachi? But like, there are no plot or character hooks like that with Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki. I mean, Sarada literally, like, I don't know if she's supposed to, she's probably not supposed to be the Sasuke. That's more like Kawaki. Even Kawaki, this kind of applies to, but like, Sarada does not have anything, much less anything as interesting as Sasuke's conflict with Itachi.
Right.
Boruto's goals are like very vague from what I remember. Like, he doesn't have anything as emotionally resonant with me as like Naruto wanting to prove himself that he can be, Hokage, even though he has all of these like issues with him and stuff. Right. Like, another thing too is I feel like part of it comes from trying to read Boruto for the first time as an adult versus reading Naruto as like a kid, or watching Naruto as a kid, maybe. But I still feel like if I tried to get into Naruto right now, I'd still be able to do it. I feel like.
Because the thing is, Naruto starts off, right? I'm pretty sure it's like the first episode where he steals the Forbidden Scroll, and then is in the like, that is a fire pilot. And then not too long after that, we get the Zabuza and Haku. Like, that is crazy pacing in the beginning. Like,
no, it's actually incredible, right? Like, you
especially the Zabuza part. To this day, people still regard the Zabuza few little episode arc to be one of the best arcs in anime, and that happens in the very beginning of Naruto. Like, we don't we didn't have anything like that for Boruto.
You also just don't have any character introductions as memorable as like Kakashi, or like, I mean, keep in mind, Boruto is deep in right now, right? You don't have any character introductions as memorable as like Kakashi, like Itachi, Rock Lee, Gaara, like, there are no moments for like new characters in Boruto as iconic as like, Sand Coffin, or like Lee kicking Sasuke in the face, or Kakashi, like, giving his whole those who abandon their friends are even worse than that. Like, those speeches, like, even I guess you'd call them one-off villains like Zabuza and Haku are way more memorable than like Delta or Boro.
I think another bad part too about Boruto is that, like, I could be completely wrong on this, but when I watched like that Momoshiki fight or whatever, like, this is still very early on in Boruto, and isn't this nigga like on some god level shit? Like, like what? Like, you are in the beginning of your anime and you're already fighting God. Like, that's crazy. Where do you go from there?
It's so weird that, like, okay, so they're gonna make these new protagonists that are Naruto's age in part 1, and then like they're just going to make the opponents people stronger than the people from the end of Shippuden. Like, it's weird. Like, it would have been cool if there was more grounded stuff. Like, like, one thing that people complained about is like, oh, the stuff in Naruto escalated too quickly. We didn't get more of like the Zabuza type stuff. And it's like, okay, so yeah, Boruto's a good opportunity for that, except they just don't do it. Like, yes, there are missions of that nature, I guess, but it just goes to like, I mean, I think that like the first mission that Boruto goes on in the manga is like after that. Anyway, I guess the plot of that works as a movie, but I don't think that like Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and them. I don't think that the concepts in Boruto are good enough to sustain an entire series.
Yeah, I would agree, because it's kind of like what you touched on. Like, they're treating Boruto as a continuation of Shippuden rather than like its own thing. So like at the end of Shippuden, I mean, they fight Madara, Kaguya, like literally literally gods, you know what I mean? Like, it's on some crazy shit. So then they think they have to like keep one-upping that, but it's like, bro, it makes no sense, because this nigga Boruto's like 6 years old. He's a toddler. Like, what? Like, what the like, you want this motherfucker to fight God? No. So of course you're gonna have to bring back Naruto and Sasuke and stuff like that to handle these threats. But now what you're doing when you're doing that is you're neutering the development of your young guys, your young characters. And I think like it's important that you have something that can escalate well and have like Boruto doesn't have to save the world, doesn't have to save the village. Like have something be a little bit more smaller scale to keep building up Boruto and all these other characters.
What's crazy is Naruto already does that, right? Like it literally has the exact same thing in the tuning exams where the third Hokage fights Orochimaru, and Naruto and Sasuke and all of them are busy fighting somebody else that's not as strong as Orochimaru. And for some reason, they were just like, that idea sucks. We're going to have Boruto kill Momoshiki with a Rasengan at the end. Like, why?
That's on some Game of Thrones season 8 shit.
It's so like, stupid. Literally. Like just disregarding everything that like made the thing work and like, well, it makes me so mad when people point to like, oh well, you know, Naruto had crazy moments fighting people stronger than him. Like, you know, he beat Kabuto with the Rasengan. It's like, okay, well, first of all, Jiraiya and Tsunade were helping him. Right. That's one thing. Second off, no, he did not beat Kabuto. Kabuto got back up afterwards and Naruto just damaged him. And that was Naruto's like, you know, main contra. It's not like he picked up the Mega Giga Rasengan that like is the biggest jutsu ever made and shoved it.
Yeah, and by the way, the Rasengan that took Naruto, what like fucking like it took him how long to learn how to do that shit? Yeah. And then and then fucking here comes Boruto walking out like, "Hey, Dad, look what I can do!" Like, bro, what?
Yeah, he can just throw it by accident. It's so like it's just weird. Like, I mean, I'm fine with him being talented or whatever, but it just doesn't go anywhere. I don't think it's as interesting as the original series is. And I think the biggest thing, the thing that makes me the most annoyed, is that it doesn't add to the universe or like the mythos at all
in
any way that's meaningful.
Like it feels like a knockoff or a spin-off, you know. So it's like if you wanted to be a continuation, make it a continuation. If you wanted to be its own thing, be its own thing. But it kind of feels like this bastard child that like they sort of like low-key don't even claim.
Yeah, no, it's weird, right? Because like you look at the Boruto characters, like the new characters from Boruto, and then you look at all of the characters that appeared in like part 1 and Shippuden. And it's like, okay, so like if we're making like a fighting game roster, who would you rather have? Like Sarada or like literally any of the Konoha 11, like Hinata, Shino. You would probably pick, you know, the one of the Konoha 11. They're probably more interesting. Who would you rather have? Like Boro or like Delta or any Akatsuki member, Hidan, Kakazu, like one of the Akatsuki,
real shit.
Right? Even Kabuto, you'd probably pick Kabuto over like Delta or Boro, or I'd rather have Kabuto in a game than like Jigen or Ishiki. And Kabuto's like a mook. He's not even like a main bad guy until the very end of the series.
Give me Zetsu over any Boruto character, gang.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's just like it's so, you know, people have talked about the Star Wars prequels a lot, and I think that it's kind of analogous here, because regardless of whether you like the Star Wars prequels, it's just impossible to deny that they added so much cool shit to like the mythos, like all the games that are centered around the prequels, you know, like the Battlefront games, you know, the KOTOR games, all the concepts that get added in those movies like get used in some of the best non like main movie Star Wars media. And then that's just not the case with like Boruto, and I mean also like the, you know, the new Star Wars movies, like you know, like nobody, like people remember like double-bladed lightsabers and like General Grievous and Darth Maul more than like, I don't know, like Exegol or like the red stormtroopers or whatever.
The thing is, like, while the prequels are ass, Grievous is one of the coldest characters ever conceived.
Exactly,
like,
right? Yeah.
Like and one of the coldest.
Like, if Boruto was just like bad but had like cool new shit like lore-wise or whatever in it, I could give it a pass. Especially because that would benefit me, because then I can make videos about it, right? But even as somebody who's like setting aside the fact that it's my job to talk about Naruto just as like a fan, it just sucks that there's like nothing really new to think about. And the new stuff that is there, like Baryon mode, definitely feels like it was worked in. Like they started from, okay, we need a new form, and worked backwards from there.
Right.
Not like it was just something that they were like, oh, you know, it's not like it like manifested organically or anything like that, if that makes sense.
So would you say at this point, Boruto is worse than Dragon Ball GT?
Oh, probably. Yeah. I mean, I like GT more than most people do, honestly.
Same, I do too.
I don't think Boruto has any arc that's as good as Super 17. I think that it's weird how much hate that arc gets, because I think that arc's actually solid.
See, it's hard for me to talk about that because GT I still have a lot of nostalgia for, because I still remembered, like, to this day. Actually, it's funny. I think I went to like a GameStop or whatever, traded in some games, and then they had like Dragon Ball GT DVDs, and one of them was actually the Super 17 arc or whatever the fuck. And it was like maybe like $12 or something, and I bought it, and I was like, yo, this is really cool. I got to see more Dragon Ball and stuff like that. And then eventually, you know, I started watching you know, the Omega Shenron arc and all that stuff, and all that build up with the Black Dragon Balls, and then the Gogeta and then one of my favorite moments ever is when Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta first comes on the scene, and he is just beating the shit out of Omega Shenron, and then just like
cool, bro.
And then just toying with him, doing the Big Bang Kamehameha, but then the streamers come out. I remember it so vividly when I watched it as a kid, and I feel like Boruto, like even though I did watch the Momoshiki fight, it was cool. I did enjoy that, but like that could have happened in Shippuden. Like that did not need to happen. In Boruto.
That's exactly the thing, right? There's nothing about Boruto that necessitates that. And the thing is, okay, people will talk about how good like the choreography is and stuff. And yes, all of that is really good. But it's like you don't really care about the outcome of the fight because first of all, okay, the movie already happened. Everybody knows that they win. Second off, Momoshiki's not killing Naruto, Sasuke, blowing up the planet, killing everybody. You know, this is an issue that a lot of things run into. I'm not saying that Boruto is bad because you know the bad guy's going to win, but it's like this is kind of a problem that you run into with a lot of Boruto fights. Where like, you know, I think a lot of good shonen fights, because they recognize how stupid it is, you know, to try and convince the reader or the viewer, like, oh well, you know. Piccolo is gonna actually blow up the planet, maybe. I don't know. So like Toriyama does something where he's like, okay, well, maybe I can't trick you into believing that will happen, but what if Goku loses the world tournament because Piccolo knocks him out of bounds, huh? Yeah, and then it's like, oh, okay. You know, I thought that was really clever.
That is clever.
You know, stuff like when Itachi and Sasuke fought, I mean, maybe I'm naive for this. I thought Sasuke might die. When Naruto and Sasuke first fought in the Final Valley in Part 1, I thought one of them might die for sure. I was really, really worried. And then the crazy thing, Sasuke actually wins that fight. You know, it totally breaks convention. And like it affects the series for the whole rest of it, actually. You know, that doesn't stop being relevant until the very, very end.
The good part about that, too, is like then you have debates of like, okay, did Sasuke only win because Naruto didn't want to actually kill him? Did he hold back? Like, all, and it creates like a debate. And, you know, that type of stuff is like is really fun. And, you know, that's the stuff that I feel like is not only devoid in Boruto, but kind of in anime in general. Like when you think about it, like all the classics, you know, shit like Naruto, Dragon Ball, even Bleach. I don't know about One Piece. I've never read One Piece, but like there's always like these debates that go on like in universe that are like they kind of add something to it, at least culturally. So it's kind of like yeah, go ahead.
I have my feelings about like One Piece. And I haven't read a lot of Bleach. I got one of like the Vizbigs or omnibuses or whatever it's called and read through all 3 volumes of it and then couldn't get any more. But I really liked what was there, and I know a little bit more about Bleach. So I hate sounding like an old head. But again, even though I don't love One Piece and I dropped it like 20-ish volumes in, I still think it's better than like Boruto, My Hero, a lot of the new age stuff. And again, I hate sounding like an old head, but I agree with you. There's just something like there that like, but okay, so like Demon Slayer, I couldn't even finish it. I got like halfway into season 2.
Oh wow, you a bigger hater than me.
Bro, I was just like, it's just so boring. Okay, so like the problem with Demon Slayer, it lacks what, you know, like Naruto, One Piece, stuff like this has where like, okay, so obviously Tanjiro is going to save Nezuko. She's not going to be a demon anymore. He's going to beat Muzan. This is a foregone conclusion.
Right.
Nobody believes that that is not going to happen by the end of the series. You cannot find one person who genuinely thinks that. Okay. So like we were talking about earlier with like, you know, the secondary stakes of the Goku versus Piccolo tournament fight, you need some B stories, right? Some secondary plot hooks, which Naruto does very well. You know, eventually, like we just talked about, Sasuke leaves, so you want to know if Naruto's ever going to bring him back. You have Sasuke killing Itachi, restoring his clan. Naruto becoming Hokage, which is one of the like that's the obvious one. Naruto becoming Hokage. But you know, there's all this other stuff along the way too. You have clear like milestones that are set up immediately. Like, you know, Chunin, Jonin, you get introduced to Jonin in the first arc, and then there's the Chunin exams. And it's like, well, okay, I'm kind of invested to see if Naruto's going to win these. And, you know, he doesn't. And then, like, right after that, like, Sasuke leaves the village. And so you have, like, all of these things that are keeping you invested beyond the promise that Naruto's going to become Hokage. One Piece does this very well by introducing you to a bajillion, trillion, gajillion different characters. Like, everybody who likes One Piece says, oh, well, you know, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey, which I definitely think is the appeal of that series. I think that I didn't read far enough into Bleach to know if this was the case, but I did like the character interactions there, and it seemed like it was going to get more interesting. Like, I wanted to keep reading it more than I wanted to read Demon Slayer after the beginning, because Demon Slayer promises you that it's going to, you know, introduce you to this cool setting and world, and it's like, okay, he's gonna, you know, save Nezuko. Fine, sure. Yeah. What's gonna happen along the way? Nothing. Zero other things. There are no other interesting.
I don't think I could ever like put a finger on what was like weird about Demon Slayer, but I think that's kind of it, because like you do have like these moments or whatever the fuck, but like in between like the big moments, like really nothing happens. And I think it's very apparent, like after episode 19 of Demon Slayer, like after episode 19 where, you know, the big fight happens or whatever, the rest of the series or the rest of that season, like you get introduced to the Hashiras or whatever the fuck, but like nothing really fucking happens like at all.
Yeah. And I think the fights are just, I mean, look, I might sound crazy for this. I think the fights, as pretty as they are boring, because I think that context for a fight is really, really, really important. And I mean, the thing is, you know what's going to happen. You know that Tanjiro is not going to die in any of the ones that he's involved in. And I was guessing that like Inosuke and Zenitsu weren't going to die either. I was right. They didn't. And I don't think many of the demons are that interesting. I like the drum guy, though. That fight is really, really cool. I actually really like that one. But I didn't like, I didn't like the Spider Kid. I didn't like the first couple demons that they fought. I thought, like, as pretty and flashy as it was just boring. And some people will say, no, but it does have subplots and stuff. You get the backstory for every demon that Tanjiro kills.
I actually don't like that they do that.
I agree. And also, I think that it's, like, weird, because it's not, okay. So, like, the Naruto examples that I used, those are just something that's in the back of your mind at all times, bro. You know, like you're, I mean, I'm sure like you were talking to people at school about this, or, you know, like you've seen like the conversations that were going on, like while Naruto was still running about like, oh, you know, is Sasuke actually going to go join Orochimaru? I have no idea, you know, that stuff. But it's like that didn't happen with me in Demon Slayer. Like that's totally different than like finding some information that's totally irrelevant to the plot out about like one of these demons that Tanjiro just beat. And another thing that I hate is how like comically binary black and white the morality is, bro. There's literally evil soul devouring demons as the enemies and the good guys.
I think the way they try to supplement that is through the backstory or whatever for the demons, so they could be like, hey, see, maybe the demons they have their own trials and tribulations too, but it's like you're throwing in these flashbacks to these demons like right before they're about to fucking die. Like I don't care. Yeah. Like you're building these guys up too late. I don't care. They're the ops. Like if I'm reading or watching this, I'm rooting for Tanjiro and Nezuko. Obviously, they're the protagonists, right? So then here comes this demon. Like, yeah, I've just killed like 16 different people and ate them alive. Now what? Yeah. And then Tanjiro fucks him up, and then it's like, but wait, let me tell you my story real quick. And then it goes to this story. And I'm like, bro, I don't care.
I'm sure somebody will call me a hypocrite. Like, isn't that exactly what happens with Pain and Naruto? But like, I don't know. I feel like
Pain shit here. I don't give a.
It's totally different.
Yeah.
No, because the thing is, Naruto earns the right to hear all that stuff. You know, like I don't even know if the demons tell Tanjiro this. I think you just see it like in their head.
Yeah,
a lot of the time.
Yeah, true.
But like Naruto is like, what happened to cause you to be like this? You know, and I don't know. I feel like the answer to that is more interesting because like Pain blew up the village and killed Jiraiya. And
so
stuff.
I have a question that might put our friendship in the balance here.
Okay, sure.
What do you feel about Jujutsu Kaisen?
I watched the first episode and I have seen some of the fights. Okay. I did not think that the premise of Jujutsu Kaisen was that interesting. So I put it on hold, but I do plan on reading it. However, it is impossible to deny that like the action scenes in that show are just like the choreography and like all the fights are just insane. Right. So I'm worried that I won't care about like the characters or the plot, which is what keeps happening when I try to watch like new anime that people recommend to me. But Jujutsu Kaisen does have like kind of like the Dragon Ball Band-Aid where the action is just so good that it honestly cares.
So for Jujutsu Kaisen, I actually had the same worries about like not getting attached to the characters or anything like that. But I actually think Jujutsu Kaisen does a really good job at like, they're not going to be like deep or intricate characters, you know, like that's not what the show's really going for. But you're gonna like seeing these characters interact. I actually equate Jujutsu Kaisen very similarly to Bleach. And it's you know it's no secret that the creator of Jujutsu Kaisen, he said that he is very heavily influenced by Bleach, and I think it comes across a lot. You know, domain expansions are pretty much Bankai, and like a lot of the way the characters are interacting with one another reminds me a lot of Bleach. The biggest reason why Bleach is like one of my favorite shonen, if not my favorite shonen, is because I love those characters so much. I would watch them do fucking anything. I don't care what it is. Like I just want to see these guys do shit. And Jujutsu Kaisen does something very similar, and that's why I really, really like Jujutsu Kaisen.
I think that is like the recipe for like a good show, like no matter what, like even beyond like anime, like that's one of the reasons I like Breaking Bad or like The Sopranos or like Game of Thrones so much is because, well, with Game of Thrones, it's when the characters are actually written well and accurately. But you can take them and put them in any situation and it will be interesting. Like in Game of Thrones, a lot of the time it's really funny. Same with like Breaking Bad and The Sopranos too. And I feel like that like a lot of series do not, like this is a problem that I have with Boruto, where the characters are not interesting independent of like really high stakes like interactions, right? Like, oh, we got to save the world in order to be interesting type thing. But like in, you know, Naruto, I like seeing the characters interact regularly. I feel the same way about like Attack on Titan. Death Note is incredible about this too, right? Like just any dialogue scene in Death Note is usually extremely compelling. And so yeah, I think like making characters where no matter what they're doing, they're interesting to watch is like really important.
Yeah.
So if Jujutsu Kaisen does it well, then like yeah, I'll probably like it.
Okay, so moving on, before we get to our next topic, chat, it is time that we crown a waifu of the week. Now, I know you weren't really expecting this, but do you have anybody that you would be willing to call your waifu of the week for this week?
Well, obviously it would be my fiance Alyssa,
W's.
but if I have to pick a fictional character,
correct.
So there are two characters that Alyssa does not get jealous about at all and actually actively tries to put me on, and those are Tsunade and Chun-Li. She has straight up so I told her, like, I was like, look, bro, I'm loyal. Like if Tsunade or Chun-Li or like, so we were sitting in the living room and I pointed over to the kitchen, which is like clearly visible from it. I was like, if they were right over there getting naked, I would not be looking. I would be like, do your thing. And then she was like, no, you better look. It's just the only chance you're going to get. So I was like, all right, sure. So I'd probably pick, if I had to pick between the two of them, I'd probably say Tsunade. She is very, very, very cool. And beyond that,
well,
she's really.
this is this is
everybody.
where we this is where we differ a little bit here. Chat, for my for the first episode, the waifu of the week was Gloria the hippo. So this week,
okay, I see.
So this week, I think people may agree more so with my next waifu of the week. It is going to have to be Low Bunny from Pokemon. Shout out Pokemon Scarlet and Violet dropping soon. Had to bring attention to this queen, to this goddess. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I know people who were actually like, hey, I'm like, and I was like, come on, bro, you gotta be kidding. And they were like, and I was like,
you know
man.
what I'm saying? So yeah, I got to give the waifu of the week to
Sure.
a classic bad bitch. You know what it is. I don't know why I don't get sponsors. Okay, so now moving on. It's time for the topic.
Bro, my friend Chris just messaged me on Discord.
It's time for the topic of the day. Naruto versus Dragon Ball Z. What are you taking?
Okay, so I'm not trying to cop out here. This is a difficult question for me. I like them both a lot. Like, big time. They both excel at a lot of things. So if I have to look at Dragon Ball, the whole series, and Naruto, the whole series, Dragon Ball definitely has its low points, like in GT and Super. And Naruto has the early war arc and Boruto, though I'm putting Boruto a few tiers below the early war arc, just so we're clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at its peak, I think I liked Naruto a little bit more, but I mean, it's really hard. I hate arguing about this because it's like, I don't like pairing either of them down.
Like, why we got to pit two bad bitches against each other. But
yeah, exactly.
I have no problem doing that. I live for toxicity. Dragon Ball Z is fucking ass. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, obviously, I love Dragon Ball Z as much as the next guy. Like, Dragon Ball Z, in a very real way, shaped, like, me as a person. Like, I still remember to this day, I'll never forget this. The first time I saw Trunks coming through, slicing up Frieza. Like, bro, like, I just saw Goku fight Frieza for like 3 months. And then here comes this fucking cool-ass guy with a cool-ass jacket and a sword cutting this bitch up in like 30 seconds. So I remember I went right into my kitchen as soon as the episode finished airing. I went into the kitchen. I took the fucking the broom shit off the handle and I started swinging the broom like I was Trunks with a sword. And my mom's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, don't talk to me, wench. I'm Trunks. It's like, what the fuck is a Trunks? I said, you'll understand at some point. So like, very big impact Dragon Ball Z like had on me as a kid.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I think Naruto is like better because just from like a character and plot standpoint, like, I'm sorry, I always bring this up every time I talk about Naruto. You will, like, Dragon Ball Z does not have anything on the level of like finding out Itachi was actually a good guy the whole time.
Oh
like,
my god!
Like,
oh my god, bro! I was in the same position as Sasuke. I was like, he's lying, bro.
I was like, fuck Itachi, wax it, get this bitch out of here. He killed get him out of here. And then you find out Itachi did it all because he loves his brother, and he couldn't. He was supposed to kill Sasuke. He couldn't bring himself. Like, bro, come on, bro.
No, the amount of curveballs that are like present in Naruto that are like world shattering, like when you just see, like, I think the twist that Toby was not actually Madara,
right?
I can't think of a better way to reveal it than just showing the real Madara beat everyone's ass, right? Like that moment is, and it's crazy too, because that moment comes at a point where like a lot of people are like, I don't know, Naruto kind of fell off, and Madara is like, oh, okay, sure, whatever, bro. It changes everybody's mind immediately, with his entrance. So yeah, like like Dragon Ball, I think has incredible pacing. The action is like, like Toriyama is a genius, right? Like everybody agrees that he's
100%.
Like, in definitely in the conversation about like, the best artist when it comes to like drawing fights and stuff. I don't think Naruto tops that, especially not like manga to manga. However, like you said, I think that like there are so many twists and so much like there's so much that's really compelling. Like
Right. And I think it's
it's
gonna depend on what you value more, because I think I agree with you. Like, I mean, I don't think I can think of a single fight in Naruto that like hit like Goku versus Frieza or like Gohan versus Cell. Like there's just no fucking comparison. Where the fights in Naruto really excel is like in the in like the what it means to them like personally. You know, like the Naruto versus Sasuke fight. Like that's not
say I think that the action in that fight is as good as
it is very
a lot
good.
of the
It is
best
very
Dragon
good.
Ball fights.
It is.
But I agree with you that like the context for it is so much better than any of that stuff that's in Dragon Ball, because it's like, well, you know, if Naruto loses that fight, there are like serious consequences, and then he does, and you see those consequences for the whole rest of the series, right?
Yeah. So but I just think that in the context of like or in the case of the Naruto fights or whatever, like I don't see like the fights themselves outside of like Naruto versus Sasuke maybe being like on the same level of impactful as like Goku versus Vegeta in the regular Saiyan saga, Goku versus Frieza. Like these are like, people will talk about this till the end of time as like some of the best shit that anime's ever done. But at the same time, like I don't think Dragon Ball has anything like as intricate as like Pain's whole storyline and everything that happened with Pain. And like I don't think they have anything as intricate as like Itachi and like all the great part about it too is that I do think some shit in Naruto felt a little ass pully, but for the most part, a lot of those big plot details, like Kishimoto was giving you those breadcrumbs throughout the whole thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like it like the good thing about a twist is like a good twist will hit you out of left field, but when it hits, it'll also be like, damn, like that makes sense. And especially on rewatches, you'll be like, damn, this shit makes sense. Like another anime that does that really well is Attack on Titan. Like when you rewatch Attack on Titan, you're like, how was I so fucking dumb? Like it's literally so obvious. But like that's what makes good storytelling and good twists. And that's why I have Naruto over Dragon Ball Z.
So another thing with Naruto too is I feel like I and other like kids like me like really, really, really needed somebody like Naruto when I was the age that I started watching the show, right? Like this kid, like, okay, so I had like really bad ADHD when I was a kid, and it made me act like a weirdo, right? Like early on in school, like, so like I also had like a whole lot of like issues between like myself and my parents. And I didn't actually I still don't really know my biological parents that well. Like grew up with my grandparents. Like I just had a whole lot of shit, like external factors that caused me to feel really insecure about myself. And the thing is, I didn't really know that it was like ADHD and like shit like that. And I was like unmedicated. And so I just thought like, oh wow, something's like fucking like wrong with me. And like I, you know, then like I see Naruto, and like Naruto, I was like, oh wait, that's me. You know, Naruto is this kid who has this thing that he doesn't know anything about, and then he finds out like, oh, he's, you know, the nine-tailed demon fox spirit. That's why everybody hates him. Yeah, and like,
so like your ADHD was your
exactly.
Gotcha.
And that's another thing too, where it kind of annoys me when people are just like, oh, well, you know, Naruto actually, he was just, you know, he was blessed the whole time. The nine-tailed fox turned out to be a good thing. And it's like, yeah, that's because he made it a good thing. That's exactly how I feel about my ADHD, right? Like it started off as this like huge detriment that like caused, you know, like me to like suffer and like, you know, struggle a lot in life, but I was able to turn it into this like fucking superpower for like video production and stuff through the like hyperfixation stuff. But yeah, like I just thought that Naruto, like, you know, and he really did try his best and nobody gave a shit. And like you see it and you like you struggle with him, you watch everything that he goes through, and like, you know, he's stupid and he's like annoying and arrogant, but you can tell that his heart's in the right place. And like for me specifically, it was impossible not to want him to succeed, and I got so invested in that. And then on top of all that, there are all these other characters like, you know, Sasuke, who just, you know, like he loses his whole family. And like I really started getting attached to Sasuke like later on, like deeper into like Shippuden and stuff. You know, when I was in like, you know, like my being like an angsty, edgy teenager, you know.
Yeah,
like,
I think we all had that phase.
Yeah, where we had like the Sasuke avatar and stuff. Yeah, like I started getting like there are just so many Naruto characters that I found like a lot of comfort and like you know, I was like, oh, I see myself in you, like, oh, I'm not the only one, like type of thing. And like Dragon Ball, like, okay, I was obsessed with Dragon Ball as a kid, right? Like unhealthily obsessed with it. Like I played every annual game that came out. You know, I memorized all the lore and stuff.
Yeah.
But I did the same thing with Naruto, and I think that Naruto like helped me out like on a personal level.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that about relating to Naruto. I've never heard like somebody like relate to like having the Kurama or whatever, but like that's like a more symbolic thing. So that was like really dope to listen to, because for me, like one thing that I related to about Naruto was when I was younger, I moved around a lot. So like I was always going to new schools and I never had friends, and I always felt like alone and outcasted. Like everybody, like for example, like I went to like 4 different high schools like in 1 year in the 9th grade. And like the thing is, like one thing that I noticed, like every different high school I went to, people were already in friend groups that they were in since they were in like elementary school. Like there'll be kids like, oh yeah, this guy's been my friend since I was like 4, and I'm like, I don't have that. Like it felt so lonely, and seeing that, especially in the early portions of Naruto, it's like, god damn, like that like it feels like me, like seeing, you know, Naruto be like. And Naruto had it even worse, like being like actively attacked. But I also could relate to that, like when people would like bully me or do any bullshit like that. It's like, damn, like this is crazy, because it's like it's literally like it kind of like has a good representation of what it feels like to be alone. And I think the thing I always think about is obviously the iconic classic scene of, you know, Naruto alone on the swing or whatever, watching all the other kids and shit like together or whatever the fuck. Like that shit is like it's burned into my memory forever, because it means something so much more than something surface level.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think that there's anything wrong with Dragon Ball being a very basic and linear story. I think that it excels at it. I just like what Naruto is attempting to do more, and I think that Naruto, especially at its best, does it just as well as what Dragon Ball does, as what Dragon Ball is attempting to do. I mean, you know, like, and I mean, there are so many different aspects to it, right? Because you know, you have that, and then there are like a bajillion different characters who are all super like intriguing, and I think that they're all written like very, very well. They feel like real people. And I like, especially, you know, like rereading or rewatching the series now, like Tsunade was like, she like when I was a kid watching it, this was like a jaded, cynical adult woman, right? Or like, you know, Jiraiya as well. Like I had no overlap with these characters at all. I didn't understand them, but like now, you know, going back and like look, like you see characters like Pain or like Tsunade and stuff, and I'm like, oh wow, you know, like you just like, it's been like all the stuff has been there the whole time, right? Like I think Tsunade is one of the most well-written female characters in like anime or manga, like in Shonen Jump, I should say.
Yeah,
you know, especially in that first arc.
100%. And I also really love, I think what really helped me like connect with Tsunade more and stuff is like when you find out about like her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru's past together, like that shit is just like damn, like you really gotta appreciate when a manga author can actually accurately and do good justice to female characters, because I feel like in anime, like Jesus fucking, I mean, isn't that like what My Hero is getting a lot of shit for? Like they don't,
that
motherfucker does not
seen that chapter cover.
Oh my days! But like, you know what I'm like one thing I'll give Kishimoto is that like his female characters are just characters, and like they're just good characters. So like he deserves props for that.
I wish that he had done a little bit more with them, and I think he gets a lot of flack that isn't necessarily justified for like people say that this is a Naruto specific problem, that like Kishimoto can't write female characters, but it's like, well, you look at like Tsunade, and like I guess Sakura has like a couple of issues, but like there's nothing wrong with like Tsunade, Sakura on the whole, like Tamari. I think that like Hinata's little subplot with Naruto was really cute. Like literally everybody liked it. You know, like yeah, I mean I agree. They have like less to do than the male characters.
Yeah.
And there aren't as many compelling like female character arcs and journeys, but like that applies to a lot of other shonen. Like you said, like I don't care about any of the female characters in the whole first like 3 or 4 seasons of My Hero that I watched like before I dropped it. Maybe they get better later on. I don't know.
They don't.
But okay. I'll take your word for it. You know, like Dragon Ball, it's like, bro, we don't like Bulma's cool, but what happens to her in early Dragon Ball? Oh my god! Like, okay, like there are 2 periods of time where we can examine Bulma. The one where she's getting like the where Toriyama is being like hella weird and creepy and like drawing her naked and getting her in these like weird like exploitative situations and stuff, and then the part of the story where she doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah,
like I don't think Naruto ever gets like that bad. So no, I agree. I think that like and another thing too that I like about Kishimoto, I don't remember if the bathhouse scene is in the manga or not. Somebody showed me a page on Twitter the other day and I was like, I don't know, this might not be real. Somebody in chat can let me know later on or whatever. Somebody can shoot me a tweet now if they want about whether it's actually in the manga. But aside from that, I actually think Kishimoto is extremely good about not sexualizing his female characters. I know people are going to bring up the sexy jutsu, which is a little bit weird, but it's like, I think it's like, okay, he shows a lot of restraint for like when he decides like he's going to draw boobies, he has like this fucking kid like make up his own fucking like sexy naked lady to transform into, rather than taking somebody like Tsunade, who would be really easy to like sexualize and like, you know, make a whole lot of money in the process or whatever, like get people to pick up the series just, you know, by putting like boobies on like a chapter cover or something, or like fucking, you know, like I don't know, like any of the fuck, because like a lot of shonen authors do it with kids who are like 16 just because it's like there's like cultural differences in Japan. So like any of like the Konoha girls like Hinata, Ino, and Sakura, this could have happened to. But again, aside from like the scene where they're in the sauna, which again I don't even remember if it's in the manga, and it's not very long, it's not like a whole chapter, he doesn't ever do it, which is cool. Because like, bro, okay, another and some people are gonna say that I'm corny for this or whatever, but I think that Oda is mad corny with how much he does this shit with his female characters, bro. There's like, bro, I see like a new like titty panel like every week on my TL. It's so annoying, bro.
Yeah, like like we all know this, like, you know, anime manga is like just hyper sexualized. I think like it is very weird too that like it is so hyper sexualized, and you think about how every anime or manga pretty much takes place in high school, and I think it's easy to dissociate with that because in a lot of the instances, like Jujutsu Kaisen, for example, like they don't really, or like Bleach even, they don't really like, when I look at those characters, I don't like see high school kids. Whereas like, if I watch something like My Hero or Naruto, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, these look like kids to me.
Right, like Orihime looks like an adult.
Right, so like that's why like it's easy to dissociate with that. And but then you remember like, no, wait, Orihime is technically like she's like 15, 16, you know, like the
so
character,
like,
you know, it's like, oh wow, this is kind of weird. But it feels weird to give like credit to like, you know, Kishimoto or even like Kubo or anybody for not like going like crazy OD like Oda does. But it's also like, it is still kind of weird that like that happens.
I think that Kishimoto and who's the guy, Isayama, are the ones who strike me as particularly good about not doing it. Again, I know Naruto has some weird stuff in it, but like I don't, there's also so somebody else tried to compare like what Oda does to like Jiraiya, like saying he knows like the length of Tsunade's like boobs and centimeters, and I'll agree. Okay, it's a little weird, but I don't think it's the same thing. Like making Jiraiya a weird pervert
rather than sexualizing Tsunade herself, you know, there is a difference there.
Yeah, I think that it's like more respectful to her. And it's another thing too, because like, bro, one of my friends I was talking to like said straight up that like her having like big boobs is inherently sexual. I was like, bro, that is so stupid. That is such a like, because like you can't walk up to somebody in real life who just has big boobs and just be like, oh, ma'am, you're being sexual right now. Because it's like, Tsunade always wears like thick shirts and like that fucking jacket. Like she's never in anything that's like super revealing. So, you know, like I said, like, bro, I feel like if you gave Tsunade to Oda, but it's over, right? Like every chapter, you know,
her whole outfit would be just like titty tassels on, and everything else butt naked.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I think that again, Kishimoto's not perfect. I'm not saying that he's perfect. I know that, you know, it's easy to say, oh, Swag, you're just being biased because you like Naruto. While that is probably true, I think that it's cool that Kishimoto is like, at the very least, the least nice I can be about it is that he is better about it than most other shonen manga authors.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Because like obviously when you're writing, you know, 14, 15-year-old characters and putting them in any, you know, it is weird inherently, but I mean, like you said, I mean, take a look at a One Piece panel, man. Like it's just, it's not the same.
I will say, comparing it to My Hero, at least those are adults, bro. The Invisible Girl chapter cover is so bad, bro. And bro, people were arguing with me about it on Twitter. I was like, "There's no way you guys actually think this is okay, bro."
You cannot really defend.
You know, she doesn't even show up in that chapter. She's just on the cover for no reason.
Look. Yeah, you ain't got to bring that up to me. I'm not the defense force for this.
No, I know you're not defending My Hero. I'm just saying that's insane. Weird. Bro.
That is insane.
Like,
it's just really weird how people like get so attached to like their opinions or so attached to like the anime you watch. Like, bro, these people do not exist. Like why can't you just admit that like that is a little weird? Another thing too is like when you criticize an anime and people get all up in arms about it, like, no, this is my goat, this anime is great. It's like, but you can like something that is like objectively like not that good. Like I found some enjoyment in Black Clover. I understand Black Clover fucking sucks, but there were still moments in Black Clover I was like, that was pretty cool, and I enjoyed watching that moment. Like especially with shit that has like Yami in it. Like Yami's just a cool fucking character. If Yami was in Bleach or Jujutsu Kaisen, everybody would be dick riding him. But because he's in one of the worst anime ever made, I niggas be hating. But you know, it is what it is. I'm not defending Black Clover. That anime fucking sucks dick. But
no, I got you. Don't worry. I feel you, bro. Black Clover is so bad.
Yeah, Black Clover's ass. But like, you know, when I did watch, I was like, yeah, you know, I think the hate was like kind of overblown, especially like considering like with Asta, because I'm gonna keep it a bean. I watched Black Clover and I've tried watching One Piece. This nigga Luffy and Usopp together in a scene is infinitely worse than Asta. I would rather listen to Asta for 20 minutes straight than have a 5-minute scene where Luffy and Usopp are on the screen together, because that shit is fucking annoying.
Cooked.
I'm gonna get. I understand. I don't give a fuck.
I don't love Luffy. I actually like Usopp. I think he's funny. I don't love Luffy, but I think I get it. I don't know. The thing that bothers me about Asta is I hate the like, oh, he's an underdog, bro. He can't do the anime power system. And then they're just like, but what if we... And then they just give him the powers, right? Because he has like anti-magic, but it just functions like magic. Yeah. And it's the same thing with Deku that pisses me off. It's like, I think the premise of all this, you know, kid who doesn't have a quirk becoming a superhero is really like, I was like, okay, you know, this is what I liked about Naruto, him working to overcome this like fundamental like problem he has that he can't do anything about. Let's see what they do. And then what they do with Deku is they have the strongest guy in the whole world go like, here's my power, you can have it. It's like, okay. I guess
he wasn't given that power. He had to eat his hair and then train to use that power.
He had to train to use that power. He wasn't getting like, oh, you mean like everybody else who has a quirk, right?
Yeah, it does kind of invalidate the whole like Rock Lee situation where like Rock Lee can't use ninjutsu or whatever the fuck. Like, but like the thing is like Rock Lee actually overcame that and did amazing things without ninjutsu. But like, Deku just at the end of the day eats some hair, and then he's like, oh, cool, shit. I guess I'm
people
him
will
now.
say whatever they want to defend it, but it's like, bro, why even make him quirkless if that's the route you're gonna take in the first place? Like, you know what I mean?
Like, I hear a lot of people, like, for example, my boy Xavien, y'all might know him, Vocal Pineapple. Like, he tweets about this a lot, talking about, oh, like, what you just want Deku to go up against like All For One without a quirk, and it's like, yeah, obviously, like, it makes no sense. Like, how would he ever like be able to do that? But it still, to me, like, feels weird that like they made him out to be like this quirkless kid. How is he gonna overcome this or whatever the fuck, and just to give him a quirk anyways? Like, it's kind of weird.
The thing is, like, you could do it. Like, he would be at a disadvantage, but like, okay, so like as somebody who likes to write, right? Just thinking about this from the perspective of a writer, if I had to challenge myself, it's not that hard, because what you do is you're like, well, okay, some people have quirks where they're either A, support quirks and can support other people, or B, some people have quirks that can make, like, basically like enchanting and like Skyrim or like any fantasy setting where like you take a piece of equipment and make it stronger, or you make it give the wearer or user certain abilities. And then Deku could wear this like Iron Man or Batman suit that was like, maybe, like, what would be cooler would be the exact same story beats play out, except All Might gives Deku just a suit to use. And he's like, look, anyone who has a quirk can also wear this, right? So it's like, it's not perfect. You're going to be at a disadvantage, but it's a start. And so he can start doing like superhero level stuff, and then he would be able to fight the bad guys. And right. And then you would just have like, you would have Deku make up for this gap by being more clever.
That's one thing that always pissed me off about My Hero, is that Deku is supposed to be like a savant, super smart, super intelligent. But I feel like in the fights, that doesn't ever really come through. Like, for example, when he fights Muscular, he beats Muscular by punching him really hard. And it's like,
exactly,
it's like, bro, like, aren't you supposed to be like a genius level? Like, that is kind of disappointing. That is very disappointing.
Yeah, right. Like, I don't see why he couldn't have had just like, a suit made for him by somebody whose quirk is to like make shit like that. You know? Like, and like, no, I talked to somebody about this, and their response like made me want to jump towards a blue dot in Minecraft and not land in the blue dot. They were like, well, that would suck to be born with that quirk to just give other people stuff that they can use. And it's like, no, you would be rich. You could sell the shit you make. You would be a fucking millionaire, bro. Like, it's not hard to make this work in universe. It's like, so like, there are just 1,000,001 different things that you could have done that aren't literally All Might giving Deku the strongest quirk in the whole show. Like, I don't know, man. It's really annoying to me. And I know that maybe it's just like a personal thing.
Right.
I'm not going to change anybody's mind if they really, really, really think that it had to be the way it did. But I just think that it like undercuts its own message. And like,
I would agree with that. Like, me personally, like, the reason why I don't like My Hero, just so I'm making this clear, the reason why I don't like My Hero has nothing to do with the fact that Deku has an overpowered quirk. I don't care about that. Like, it is what it is. That's what they decided to do. I don't really give a shit. But like, it's everything like surrounding it that like makes it like, just like, for example,
I agree. Yeah.
For example, they have Overhaul. I started hating My Hero when season 4 happened, because I was an anime only. I'll get to the manga in a second, but I was an anime only, and I liked previous My Hero. I thought it was fire. Overhaul comes through. The first thing this nigga does, boom, pop, kill somebody immediately. I was like, oh my God, this is the coldest motherfucker of all time. But that is his peak. That is where Overhaul peaked. And like, to me, ever since season 4, it's just been downhill like crazy. Now, I did read the manga because people kept saying, oh, the manga gets so crazy. The manga gets so hard. And I got to the point where, okay, I can say that in this particular moment, I don't know if it's animated yet, so I don't know if I even want to talk about it, but I feel like y'all know what I'm talking about, where they go into the city, they fight in, crazy shit happen, like whatever. That shit was pretty heat. It was pretty good. But again, like I think My Hero has this problem where it goes like it hits these peaks, and instead of riding the wave and continuing to go up and up, like it just hits peaks and then crashes down. And
yeah,
like
the pacing is all over the place.
It's bad.
Bro.
It's just bad.
Like like even the end of like the first season, it like bro, like Shigaraki and Nomu just come in like out of nowhere. Like it is not, but like okay, so another Naruto comparison, right? Shigaraki and Nomu would have been cooler if you had like the group run into somebody like the Demon Brothers. You know, those dudes with like the big metal arms with like the chains and stuff. Yeah, like you know, like. So the purpose of these guys is not to be compelling individual characters, but to establish that people are hunting after the bridge builder, trying to kill him, and that they're going to run into people who are stronger than that. Because if Zabuza had just shown up out of nowhere and had been a fight that was, you know, as important as it was, it would have felt like something would have felt like it was missing. You know, I'm pretty sure you agree. So you have Nomu just show up while they're at school. Like with like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I remember there being no build up, like nothing that made me think this was going to happen. And it like nothing ends up going wrong. Like there's like none of the kids die or anything. Like All Might just handles it. And it's like, what the fuck was the point of that? You know, like it doesn't progress the story at all. All Might just beats Nomu, Shigaraki, and fucking leaves, and he's like, oh, I'll be back. And then like whatever, they just go on to like they just go back to the plot that they were doing before. It's like I think that Horikoshi has this problem where he gets like I don't know. I'm assuming a lot here, but this is my headcanon, is that he like walks around and like listens to music and like comes up with badass fight scenes or whatever. Gets really attached to those scenes, then constructs the story around those individual scenes. Because you can tell, like you said, there are peaks. And then it just crashes. It feels like the things that are connecting the cool moments are just like things that he has to create in order to make like a coherent story so that he can get to these cool moments that he has on the back burner. That is how it feels to me, you know? Another thing that pissed me off at first, apparently this does actually go somewhere, but like Deku just keeps spamming his like self-destructive power and keeps getting healed. And like they frame it like it's like this big drawback, but like it never actually manifests in anything. But eventually, apparently, he actually can't use his arms anymore. So that's not a problem anymore. But I feel like it happened like a little too late. Like at first, he was just blowing himself up over and over, and like they were like, "Oh, you know, this is gonna kill you, Deku. This is gonna destroy your arms," and it doesn't. And it's like you know, why draw all this attention to it? And like I don't know, there's also just like weird plot shit. Like how did Invisible Girl blow up one of those giant robots? You know, like Deku's going to like the most prestigious school ever, and then like he's in the most prestigious class of that school, 1A, and like half of the kids are just ass.
That is like real shit though. Yeah. Like these are supposed to be like y'all supposed to be the new like Overhaul, the new All Might and all that shit. But like who outside of like Deku and Bakugo could really match up to that?
No, isn't it weird that they start out in like regular ass high school and Bakugo's talking about this school like it's the big leagues, and it's like there's gonna be like a million more of him, and then they get there and Bakugo's top of the class.
I forgot about Todoroki too. Like, also Todoroki.
Yeah,
but
Todoroki's also relevant, but I think Bakugo's stronger than he is.
Right. But yeah, man. How do you feel about the comparisons between My Hero and Naruto? Because my chat was getting into a little bit of an argument about My Hero being like a discount Naruto. I feel like, just to get my opinion on it real quick, I can see why somebody might say that or think that about the first season or two in particular. I think it is a little derivative of Naruto in those 2 seasons especially, but then after that I think it pretty much like it's completely own thing at that point. But
yeah, I think it does turn into its own thing I don't like the direct.
Right.
I know I just directly compared it, but it was for like the sake of like a narrative thing.
Right.
It's so like I guess you could use another comparison there from like the Demon Brothers. Instead, you have like Zarbon and Dodoria for the same thing.
Right.
With, like Frieza. But you know, like I think that people directly compare them and say, "Oh, this is just like Blink, but better or worse." I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like you said, I think they're the most similar at the very beginning, and then they diverge pretty significantly.
Yeah, very significantly, I would say. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so the next topic here, since we were just talking about Naruto was voted the best anime in Japan. One Piece pack and put me on my ass personally. But what was your reaction to this?
What can I say? So all I hope this means is that we don't get a One Piece fighters instead of a Naruto fighters. I hope
that part.
That's how that manifests.
If we get a One Piece fighters, I'm jumping out my window. Dead ass.
No, it's for
done.
real, bro.
It's
Y'all
going
are
up.
never hearing from me ever again, bro. If we get One Piece fighters instead of Naruto, and it makes me, because at first I thought like people were like, I was like, okay, y'all can have your dream, but like now a lot of people are convinced that it's actually gonna happen instead of Naruto, and I'm like, okay, now I'm a little bit worried. And if it does, I'm like,
I feel like when I think about it more, I think it might be possible. Obviously, One Piece is not very popular like in the West, so maybe not. But at the same time, like Boruto is like pretty much failing in epic fashion. I don't think very many people like Boruto at all.
Apparently, Boruto's anime does numbers, which is weird. Like apparently, it was like a few months ago or something. The new episodes were getting like regularly. They were getting more views than like new My Hero episodes or some shit like that.
That's just
like,
embarrassing for My Hero.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And it was like competing with One Piece and stuff. Now I could be totally wrong. This is just something that I heard while talking to a friend. But so I think Boruto actually is doing okay. But most people like, okay, so no hate to Globku. All right, I like Globku.
Shout out Globku.
He said when he was doing his Naruto fighters roster that they would focus more on Boruto than a lot of people were anticipating. In a video game, in GTA, you would walk into like, you know,
I'd walk into oncoming traffic in GTA for sure.
Yeah, if that happened. He was like, yeah, they would use the Boruto designs for. I was like, you can't do that just because of Gaara, bro. Like, so I think that they would probably focus mostly on Shippuden, like DBFZ did with its launch roster, and then maybe add Boruto characters as DLC. Like Ishiki and Momoshiki might be good DLC, though I could see one or both of them being in the base game, but it wouldn't be like everybody would be from like Boruto, right?
Right.
But so like, I kind of got off on a tangent. I kind of agree with what you're saying that it seems maybe possible that like One Piece could, but so the thing with me that gets me from like thinking that it's definitely going to happen is if you look at One Piece game sales versus Naruto game sales, it's not even close, bro. Now, let me go to vgcharts.com.
Yeah, I think a big reason why that happens too is again because of like how culturally impactful Naruto was, like on the East and the West. Like obviously, Naruto is huge on the West. Motherfuckers love Naruto. Whereas like One Piece has failed to capture that same level of ubiquity that it has in like Japan and stuff like that. But yeah, Naruto, I just feel like Naruto is a guaranteed easy way to print money. But at the same time, I feel like Boruto doesn't really have a level, like you saying is doing numbers and stuff, but it still doesn't feel like it has that level of hype. Whereas I feel like I've been seeing a lot more people hop on One Piece's dick recently, and I've been seeing a lot, like apparently One Piece is like really fucking good right now, so that's what makes me think that like
not good enough to be voted best anime.
Hey, Tech Watch, yes sir. Naruto, we up.
Yeah. So here I have the VG charts numbers up right now. All right. So let me also look up Tekken real quick for comparison, just so I know, like we all know that we're talking about like big boy games as competition. Okay, so the entire One Piece Pirate Warriors franchise has a combined 6 million sales, with the highest selling one being Pirate Warriors 4 at 2 million, and that is the highest selling One Piece game, 2 million copies.
Right.
Burning Blood, I think, is like under 650,000. It looks like, which is that can't be right. That has to be underreported. I don't know, but it sold poorly enough that like the total shipped is at NA and it's below 0.65 million. Okay, so Naruto Storm 4, okay, sold 8.7 million copies. Comparing that to like a big fighting game franchise, Tekken 7 sold 9 million copies.
Damn.
Yeah. Storm 4, I think, is competing with DBFZ. I think it has more copies sold. It's older, so that makes sense.
Right.
And I think it's also tied with or outsold Xenoverse 2.
Wait,
and both
really?
of those came out in the same year. Yeah, let me look up Dragon
damn.
Ball.
Because I know Xenoverse 2 did numbers. Like, motherfuckers was loving Xenoverse.
Yeah, Xenoverse 2, the last reported sales numbers, 8 million. So, Storm 4 is at 8.7. Again, Xenoverse 2 came out a little bit later in the year, so like maybe that has something to do with it. And Storm 4 got like re-released, but I don't know if the re-release did that much to bump it personally. So like Storm 4 actually has like crazy sales numbers. And the other thing is DBFZ is currently tied as the best-selling Dragon Ball game. Like it's tied with Xenoverse 2 despite coming out 2 years later.
Right.
So you look at Naruto Storm 4 sales, you combine that with the sales of a 2D anime fighting game, you got a recipe for printing money. Maybe 10 million copies shipped. I would never say that because if it didn't happen, people would clown me. But, you know, I'm just saying if it did happen, I would be surprised if it actually sold 10 million. But it's
10
at
million
least
is
5
crazy.
million.
Yeah, I would say
million.
that's pretty conservative. Yeah, 5 million. Yeah. Whereas, you know, I mean, if they make a One Piece fighter, that's not getting touched. I'm not down.
I'm
not
like buying it, bro.
Like,
I'll see if I can get a review
happen.
copy.
Yeah.
That, yeah. I think that, I mean, like, I don't know. I just think that a lot, like, I don't see a world where, like, One Piece Fighters comes out and people are even thinking that it outperforms Dragon Ball Fighters.
Right.
But Naruto, I mean, it's out there, but it's like a real possibility. With One Piece, it's just not. A lot of people have said, no, why stick to Naruto or just One Piece? Dude, jump licensing nightmare. It is so hard to get the rights to all those characters for one game. Maybe that's where all the budget for Jump Force went to. I don't know. That has to explain why that game was so doo-doo, bro. Because, like, oh my God. Like, how do you fumble the bag that hard?
Yeah, it's just, man, Jump Force. What a shame. What a shame.
Yeah.
It would be crazy because what's insane to me as to why like anime games suck is like these licenses, these properties are worth millions, and we just saw that if you put a good product, you will get that money back. Look at Fighters, look at Xenoverse 2, look at Storm. These games are doing great numbers. Now imagine if you could make like a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 type game, but with all shonen characters.
Oh my God, it would be like, okay, so what I have been saying, now this would probably be very hard because again of all the like the licensing stuff, but just imagine, since Capcom's never working with Disney again because of what happened with Infinite, like Disney like said no X-Men, you know, all this other crazy stuff, like was really, really annoying. So they're probably not making Marvel 4, but like imagine if they were like, all right, they hit up Shonen Jump and they made Capcom versus Jump. Bro, that would be. If I could play Phoenix Wright and Sasuke on the same team, you would never hear me complain.
Wait, you
about
might have just
anything
did
ever
something.
Again.
Hold up.
Like, bro, it would be so good. I would be happy forever.
That would be like, the only game anybody ever needed forever.
Yeah, like Mega Man versus Goku, bro. Stop it. Dante versus Goku, Dante versus Frieza. Like, imagine the dialogue too, because a lot of the dialogue in Marvel 3 is like awesome. You know, you got like Deadpool talking to like what's the dude's name from Dead Rising?
Frank West.
Yeah, Frank West. You got like Deadpool talking to Frank West and like weird shit like that. Like, and just seeing all the like goofy combos and stuff, bro. It would be great. Capcom versus Jump would be awesome, but I don't think it's that realistic. My main game that I really need to happen is Naruto Fighters, though. And since Naruto won Best Anime, I'm hoping we got a shot at it over One Piece. Like, please, bro. Please, bro. Like, I'll know I'm going to hell when I die if One Piece gets the fighting game and not Naruto. I'll know that I messed up somewhere and whoever's in charge is not happy with me because of it. I'll be like, all right, my bad. You know, I'll start preparing, because that would be the worst. Like, when I see the news, when I see One Piece Fighters announced or whatever, I'm just going to put my phone down and go to sleep all day. I'm going to be so sad.
Nah, I'm making like 10 videos that day, all slandering One Piece. I'm going to get death threats. I'm going to get doxxed. I'm going to have to go into witness protection. Like, it's going to be a whole fucking thing.
And it's not that I hate One Piece. It's just I like Naruto more. I want the Naruto.
No, I hate One Piece. Fuck One Piece. Trash ass anime.
I get it, bro. The thing that made me drop One Piece wasn't even that like I could. It was just that like all my One Piece friends kept telling me, "Nah, bro, you're nowhere. Just wait till you get somewhere. Then it's gonna just keep going. Then it's gonna really get heat." And I was like, "Bro, I am 20 volumes in. Meruem's on the cover of Hunter x Hunter Volume 20 or like whatever, Volume 22, I think is what it was."
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, like the Sasuke retrieval arc is 20 volumes into Naruto, and then like 20 volumes into One Piece, you're just getting to Alabasta. That's like the beginning of the shit. That's like the first actual arc. And it's like, really? It took that long, bro? Like, so I was just like, no, I can't do this if y'all are going to keep telling me that. I liked it enough from what I read. I think it's better than all the new age stuff I've seen, like Demon Slayer, My Hero, Black Clover. I don't know if Attack on Titan counts as new age. I like Attack on Titan way more than One Piece, though.
Damn, you've chose some real stinkers for new age. Have you watched Vinland Saga?
No, I haven't seen Vinland Saga. I've heard it's decent though.
Yeah, see, you gotta watch shit like Vinland Saga, like Mob Psycho, like actual.
Oh yeah, anything made by one doesn't count. That's,
okay, yeah, because Mob Psycho is peak. Speaking of, the October anime season is upon us, my boy. What are you looking forward to for October? Like, are you excited about the anime coming out? Like, what's good?
So, Mob Psycho was something that I meant to finish because of how much I liked One Punch Man. I watched like the first 2 episodes and got really busy, but it's like I thought it was really compelling. I want to get back on it because I'm excited for like the new season and it's all hype and stuff. What else is coming out around now? Because like,
so there's Mob Psycho's then the new season.
Bleach is coming back too, right? Yeah,
peak fucking fiction. Bleach.
Okay,
absolutely.
so I'm probably gonna try to read back through Bleach again to catch up so that I can watch the anime. Apparently Kubo has said something alluding to maybe changing some of the things that's what I've been hearing about the 1,000-Year Blood War.
Yeah,
so like if that happens, then like, bro, and then I can start making Bleach videos, maybe capitalize on the hype. Expand the size of my box.
SwagKage dick riding finna go crazy with Bleach content. I'll tell you that much. And then another big one, Chainsaw Man. Have you read Chainsaw Man?
No, I haven't read Chainsaw Man, but it seems like it's up my alley. The thing that The funny story, I was like really committed to do. I was like, all right, I'm gonna pick up Chainsaw Man, and then I saw like the clip of all the guys barking for Makima in the room, and I couldn't do it, bro. Like, I sound like I'm joking, but I'm being dead ass with you. That is what kept me from doing it. It seems cool though. Like a lot of the stuff that I've heard about it and the things that people compare it to make me interested in it. But no, I haven't read Chainsaw Man yet.
It's interesting because I know you're more of a manga reader than me. Like when I read manga, I find it very hard to like really get attached when I'm reading a manga. I really need like an anime. The perfect example is Jujutsu Kaisen, because I read Jujutsu Kaisen and everybody was dick riding, but when I was reading, I was like, I don't see what's so special about this. Like, I'm not really that sold. The anime came out and now I am a Jujutsu Kaisen dick rider. I kind of feel somewhat similar about Chainsaw Man. I'm like, Chainsaw Man's cool. One thing about Chainsaw Man is the pacing is fucking breakneck speed. Like that anime does not take a break at fucking all, which makes me a little bit concerned because Chainsaw Man's only going to be 12 episodes for the first season. And it feels like there's just not a good point to really pause at. But whatever, we'll see what they decide to do. But
if this is the first season of Chainsaw Man getting animated, I'll probably check it out. That's actually cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel you sometimes. Like it's a lot easier for me to consume like an anime than a manga.
Exactly. So I'm hoping that once I see Chainsaw Man animated, it'll do something similar that Jujutsu Kaisen did, where I was like, okay, now I love Jujutsu Kaisen. Maybe something similar will happen to Chainsaw Man. But we'll see. The animation, PV, whatever the fucks they be doing, them shits look pretty fire. So I'm excited. We got some good fucking anime on our plates here.
Yeah, I hope I can because man, the thing that keeps me from checking out new anime is like lately, all the stuff that people keep trying to put me on, like the really popular shit, like My Hero, ass. Demon Slayer,
sucks.
Ass,
that
bro.
sucks.
And then like the people, when I heard about Black Clover, it was like I kind of people were already saying it was bad, but I checked it out because I really like fantasy settings. Like a lot. I really like fantasy, and then I was like, bro, this sucks. It happened also with Fairy Tail back when Fairy Tail was popular. I tried to check
that's
it out,
back. That's a throwback.
Yeah, that was forever ago. That was like 2014, and people were like, "Bro, Fairy Tail is it? It's the new Naruto, Dragon Ball. It's gonna be, the first of the new big three." And I checked it out. I was like, "Yeah, big three. I don't know, ass, whatever." It was bad. Yeah, it was so bad, bro. Like I couldn't get through like 6 episodes of Fairy Tail. I don't see anybody still gassing it up either. So I think everybody knows it's not good.
I was just about to ask him about this. So speaking of new anime, have you seen Spy Family?
I read the first like 10 chapters or so of Spy Family when it was like when it just came out.
Yeah.
Because that was like I was going on like a podcast with Zenrato and like Neo to because they'd like do this weekly manga thing or whatever, and they had me on as a guest, and so I read Spy Family and I liked it. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna pick it back up, and then I didn't. But no, bro, that debut chapter was awesome.
Dude, Spy Family, like I obviously, I don't read manga. I was just, watching the anime. That is just a fun show to watch.
Yeah.
Like it's just enjoyable. Like there's no other way I can describe that show other than just enjoyable. It's just so fucking good. I love that.
It's really cozy. Yeah, it's just like a lot of fun. I agree. I liked the chapters. I should get back on the anime.
Yeah, I think you would really like it. Another anime my chat wants me to ask you about here. How do you feel about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Okay, so people are gonna cook me for this. This is basically people are just gonna be like, oh wow, Swag can't finish anything. So I have seen Phantom Blood 3 times because I've tried to pick up the show 3 times, and everyone tells me I'm insane for this. And I've heard so much about the series that I believe you because nobody but me thinks this. I think Phantom Blood is awesome, and Battle Tendency always loses me, bro. Like everybody says, no, Phantom Blood sucks. Battle Tendency
No. What is fucking crazy? I don't agree that part 2 is worse than part 1. I think part 1 is one of the better parts. I'm just gonna be honest. I think part 1 is actually like part 1 to me. Like there's something like kind of like I don't know how to describe it. But like I fuck with part 1. I think part 1 is really like where JoJo's honestly lost me is where the parts supposedly get good, and that's like part 4. I fucking hate part 4. So fucking boring. Part 5 was much better than part 4, but still didn't really captivate me that much. Part 3, I loved part 3, but pretty much the beginning and the end, and then the middle is just the most drawn out, overblown anime I've ever seen in my life. But I think part 1 and 2 are pretty good. I really like part 1.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. It's been a while since the last time I tried to watch it, but like Dio's missing for like the first chunk of part 2, right? Yeah, okay, so that's the thing, right? Like Dio is just magnetic to me, bro. Like he is so fucking funny to watch in part 1, dude. Like he wakes up so early to hate. I
love that.
Like,
I love that.
It's just, bro, it's so good. And the way it culminates, like the fight at the end is so goofy and stupid, but like I love it because like it doesn't feel like it's taking itself that seriously.
Yeah.
So
actually,
like,
I think
I really like part 1.
I don't think Dio was actually in part 2 because the main villains in part 2 are fucking what are they called? The something men. Oh my god, Pillarmen. The Pillarmen.
Skip it. I might have to skip part 2 if
bro.
Dio's not in it, bro.
I don't know. I like part 2. Dio is in part 3, but the problem with part 3 is that Dio kind of doesn't come in until like the end, because like part 3 is like kind of like a monster of the week type shit, because like this is where they introduce stands, so they're trying to get people acclimated with stands and like the kinds of things stands can do, and pretty much like stands can be pretty much fucking anything. Like a person will be like, yeah, like a person will be like, Jotaro, it seems you've come into my house at this specific tile of the floor at 7:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on a Wednesday. Little did you know, you just activated my stand. And it's like, it's so specific.
Yeah,
but like,
I've heard, bro. Like, I've seen like some of like the actual like stand mechanics before, like shown to me, and I was like, I thought it was a joke, and they were like, no, this is actually like how it works in the show. I'm like, bro, what?
Yeah, there's one episode of JoJo's Part 3. I might get this a little wrong, so I might piss off the JoJo's fans, but I'm pretty sure they're like on a boat, and the boat is the stand, and the stand user is like a gorilla. And that's crazy. There's another episode where like the stand that they're fighting is like a rat that's sniping them. And it's like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, bro.
But like, it's kind of like, I do like I think part 3 is entertaining. Like, I think that's why I like part 3 a lot more than most people. But like part 4 gets a little more slice of lifey, and like it kind of loses me a little bit. I think another reason why part 4 loses me is because people were hyping up the main villain of part 4 as like one of the best villains in anime, but I just didn't see that. So it kind of fell flat for me. I think I let people's like build a false expectation for me. So I think, that's on me or whatever. Part 5 is much better. I do think part 5 is much better than part 4, but it's still kind of like, I just think the first 3 parts were just better to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, people tell me I'm crazy for this, but I can't, like, Battle Tendency just, Dio was kind of like my anchor into
I do
JoJo's
fuck with
at
Dio.
first. He's so fucking funny, dude. Like, that dude is hilarious.
Like, this just proves that sometimes you don't need like an overly intricate character with like some deep meaning why he's doing shit. Like, Dio just wakes up and is like, I choose evil. I choose to be an asshole. Like, and that's just entertaining to watch.
Everybody likes Dio. Like, nobody looks at Dio and says that's a bad villain,
right?
Like, 0 people. So yeah, I agree with you. He's like really simple.
If you do ever end up picking up JoJo's, I'm like probably #1 JoJo's hater of all time. However, the last few episodes of part 3 are pretty fucking peak. Like, that shit was fire. I'm not even gonna lie.
I will take another look at it eventually. I think Bleach, just monetarily makes the most sense to pick up soon.
Go
but
ahead go ahead and do that.
Yeah, all right. I have the first 2 like manga box sets. I need to get number 3. Well, when does the 1,000-Year Blood War start? Like, what chapter or volume?
I don't know which chapter, unfortunately, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to. Maybe somebody in the chat. It's pretty long, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I think box set 3 is 1,000-Year Blood War arc. I think I could be wrong. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, if that's it, then I just have to read the first 2 box sets, and then I'm like caught up for the anime.
Because I know, I was actually shopping around for. Apparently, it starts volume 53 or 55 is when the Blood War arc starts. So I was shopping around for the big manga boxes, and I'm pretty sure, like part 3, the 3rd volume it's showing like all the 1,000-Year Blood War arc villains and characters and shit on it. So I'm pretty sure that's when it starts.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and our last topic for the day, let's go ahead and talk about, long distance relationships. The reason why I wanted to talk about this is because I have some viewers that are in long distance relationships. I feel like long distance relationships are pretty common in today's day and age. However, I don't think I've ever seen a long distance relationship be as successful as like yours is, you and your girlfriend have been together, or fiance, my fault, have been together for so long. And like, I've seen that like whole thing. Like, I've seen it from start to where it is now. And it's like, it's a beautiful relationship to watch flourish. So I wanted to like highlight that because, I think it's really beautiful to have a relationship last that long. I think it's even more impressive that it started off long distance. And I think a lot of people are going to be able to relate to you on this. And I just wanted to like pick your brain about the trials and tribulations of a long distance relationship, the positives, the negatives, the kinds of things you had to go through with one. So if you wanted to just, I don't know, go ahead and take it away here.
So obviously it's harder than like a regular relationship because you don't get to physically interact with the person, and that's like a big part of, you know, dating. But I mean, like, the first thing though is like people hate on long distance relationships, bro. Like people will just be like, oh, what? You know, like people make so much fun of them. Do not listen to that stuff, bro. It is totally valid. Like, I think that it's like, I mean, I don't know how many people or how many of the people that I see do this are being like totally sincere and how many of them are just joking. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like finding somebody online, considering like your scope is so much broader at that point. You're so much less limited. And like if you guys have the means or believe you will eventually have the means to like, you know, meet each other, maybe like move in together or something, you know, like at some point, like just keep going with it, bro, because it was definitely worth it with Alyssa and I. Like we met in 2015 and are still together. She didn't move in until 2018. So like if you're just now getting into a long distance relationship, like really like don't sweat it. Like if it feels like, oh, you know, we're never gonna like don't worry about it. Cause like I know some people who have been in long distance relationships that cut it off because they didn't think it would ever go anywhere or like wasn't feasible, and they're like kicking themselves now. Right. So like don't let that be the only, because like here's the thing, right? It's easy to say that if you don't know, but I do know because I've been through it, and it was like tough. We were like worried that it was just, you know, impractical. It wasn't going to go anywhere. And like, I am fortunate enough that I had like, by the time she moved in, my YouTube channel had, you know, become successful and stuff. Like when we met, I didn't have this whole YouTube thing going on. She was here with me as it like started to form, and you know, as the size of the channel started to grow. But like, you know, by the time that like we were really wanting to be able to interact with each other on a daily basis, like physically and stuff, I did have the means for Alyssa to move in with me. So I am in a more fortunate position than most people. But like legit, like if you like the person enough, just stick with it. Like don't break up with them just for the sake of convenience, right?
Yeah.
It's like if both of you think it can work out, like don't like it's not worth it, bro. I promise.
Yeah, like you know what's crazy? I was in our Discord DMs, in our Discord logs.
Yeah.
The last time we spoke on Discord was in 2017. And in this message, I'm asking you, when are you two finally gonna like meet up? You know what I mean? Because like that's how long it took. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that just goes to show that like if two people are committed and like serious enough, like it can happen. So like for me, I've been in long distance relationships. I'm not in a long distance relationship now. My girlfriend lives like, you know, 40 minutes away. So, you know, it's no thing to like hop on a train and go see her or have her hop on a train and come see me. But I've been in relationships where, you know, they were states apart. I've lived in relationships where they were in an entirely different country. And that's like very hard, especially because at the time I was in those relationships, you know, I wasn't, you know, a successful streamer, content creator or whatever. So like not having that money to go like see them or meet them or let alone like live together, like that was something that was like so far off in the distance. Like it can kind of feel like futile in a sense.
Yeah, but exactly.
I also think like, for example, when I met my girlfriend that I'm dating now, we met when the pandemic like started, so we could not go anywhere. So for like a year and a half of our like relationship or whatever, like we never saw each other. But in that time, like we bonded a lot. We spent a lot of time together. We learned a lot about each other. So when we finally met up, it really wasn't that awkward because, you know, we'd been talking every day for like over a year at that point. So it was kind of like, it was easier to like ease into that. I also find like there is some sense of like, there's some sense of like freedom in like having some distance, because I've also been in relationships where, you know, the person lived like 5-10 minutes away. And in that instance, like, it's kind of like expected that you guys spend every moment together, all your free time is together. And especially, you know, a lot of, you know, the women I've dated were not very understanding of like content creation as a job. So when I would say, hey, I can't hang out, I got to stream or make a video, she'd be like, you know, oh,
I couldn't do that, bro.
Yeah, like, oh,
thank goodness Alyssa was like, yeah,
exactly. But oh, like, what, you're not hanging out with me to play games, or, you know, like, that's kind of the normie thing. So like, being able to find somebody that is more understanding of you and like your situation, especially as a content creator, is much easier online. And like, having that bit of distance also makes it to where, like, thankfully Lena and I are the same, to where we both like our personal space. There's times where, you know, we want to be able to hang out with our friends like separately or like do whatever. And it's a lot easier to do that because we have that distance, that space between us. And it also makes it to where when we are finally together, like, we really, you know, appreciate those moments and we spend those moments together a lot, you know? So I think there's upsides to a long distance relationship, but obviously, like, the downsides, like, there's just times where, like, you know, some days, and this is really sad, but there's some days where you're just down, you're sad, you're depressed or whatever.
Exactly.
And the only thing you want is your girlfriend, like, right next to you. You just want to, like, hug her, hold her, kiss her, whatever. And a lot of times, like, that's not, like, easily accessible. And that shit, like, that, it's like heartbreaking in a sense. Like, you know, all you want is that person to be by your side, and they can't be. That shit really does suck. But yeah, like, I wanted to, like, highlight that because I wanted to let people know that, like, it can work if you and your partner are willing to put in that work. Like, I mean, I always use you as like a model example when I talk about stuff like this, because I mean, you guys are living together, you guys are you know, engaged, like, you guys did it like that. And I've seen that whole relationship, like, evolve over the years, and it's just like, it's just a beautiful thing. Like, you know, I love love. Like, I love to see love win. You know, it's great.
Me too, bro. I also have a friend who's got a long distance relationship right now. He makes videos, and his girlfriend is from the UK. So they make an effort to go see each other, you know, as regularly as they can. And, you know, I'm rooting for them, and they, like, really care about each other. And at first he was like, I don't know if I can, you know, like, the long distance thing is really messing with me. I don't know if this is going to work. And I was just like, bro, no, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and he's like, you know, I imagine he's really, really glad that he, like, stuck it out, because, you know, like, yeah, it's totally worth it. Like, if you guys are committed enough to each other. And the thing is, the best piece of advice that I can give is, if the other person is not bringing it up, then they're probably they probably like you enough that it is not worth, like, letting go of them. Like, if it's something the other person raises as a concern, there's not as much as you that you can do about it. But if you're worried about you two falling apart, and the reason you and so you bring it up, the thing is, like, you're the only person standing in the way of the relationship at that point. So like if they haven't brought it up yet, you two are good, you know, 100%. Maybe, like, ask them about it or something, like, hey, is the distance bothering you? And, you know, like, assuming they're honest, do anything that you can to, like, make up for any issues that you know, might come up. See if you can go see them or whatever, if that's within your means. But, like, don't just cold turkey, like, cut it off or anything. I don't think that that's a good idea, and I've seen a lot of people regret doing that exactly.
Yeah, like, communication is definitely very important, especially in a long distance relationship, but also, like, making your partner feel, like, very secure is also very important, because, like, you know, everybody's mind's gonna wander. Like, if you have all this distance, you're like, damn, like, or like, you know, you go to work or some shit, you know, you're like, damn, like, is my partner, like, flirting with somebody at work right now? Did they just meet somebody at their job, or, you know, whatever, like, all that stuff. Like, so, like, making somebody feel secure is important. But also, like, another reason why, you know, long distance relationships, like, you know, I advocate for them, is because it's very hard. And I think, like, this is something that I've realized, like, as I've gotten older. It's very hard to find people that, like, that first of all, that I can even tolerate to begin with. And then secondly, to find somebody that I want around me all the time. Like, it's almost impossible to do that. Like, I've tried dating apps, I've tried dating people, like, you know, that are living in my city, all that stuff, and it's very difficult to have somebody like fire on all cylinders and be a good fit for me, especially because I live an unorthodox lifestyle. You know, I'm a streamer, like all that shit. It's hard to get people to understand that. So having the scope broadened a little bit, and I would even say like I'm incredibly lucky that I found someone that is this close to me, that understands everything and that is like a really good fit for me. You know, a lot of it is, you know, it is luck, but also like, you know, relationships, they are going to be work. You know, you have to make sure your partner feels safe and secure. You have to make sure that you're communicating the things that are bothering you, and then also when they bring up things that are bothering them, like you have to listen to that shit. Like communication is very important.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Right. I mean, like, again, like you have the downsides, but like for a lot of people, it's just like totally not practical to meet somebody new. I mean, especially like you said, for like you and me, where like a lot of like our job is at home,
right?
And you know, like you don't have like, you know, like a lot of the stories you'll hear are like, oh, you know, I was at lunch off of work, and you know, I met this person there, or you know, I went to hang out with friends after work, or you know, I stopped somewhere while I was in the city for work. Like a lot of the time the story has to do with the person being near their job.
Right.
Hopefully they don't meet the person at their job, otherwise you end up with like a slightly different Try Guys situation, one where at least you're not cheating on anybody, but it's still a little weird,
right?
It's a coworker. But you know, like and if you work from home, like, you know, like it's just so much more like limited, right? Like I don't know if I would have found anybody else. I'm also really thankful that I found Alyssa before I had like the YouTube thing, because like I would not know how, like I wouldn't know how to use this as like, oh, is this like a flex, or should I not tell people about this? You know, like should I try to keep this hidden? Because it's like some people are gonna think it's goofy as fuck, right? Like
that's another thing, like, you know, because you could deal with like clout chasers and all that stuff, but one thing that I actually wanted to ask is like, so you have never shown your face, like nobody knows like what you look like or whatever.
No.
So one, how did you first reveal yourself to your now fiance? And two, like in a hypothetical situation, like if you were to meet somebody, like let's say you had never met your fiance or whatever, like how would you even handle that situation of like them not knowing what you look like? I feel like I would be so paranoid and I would just not trust anyone.
I agree. Well, like that's the thing. Like if I met somebody online, I would be like really, really spooked about showing my face.
Yeah.
But there was a point in time where Alyssa and I were broken up for a little bit because of this like distance issue. Like there was just this whole thing where like her parents really, really, really wanted me to go meet them first. And I was like, bro, I'm like 19. I don't know. You guys should come down here. And like, we were just like, you know what? And so like, we broke up for a bit because like, we were just like, maybe this is just too much to handle. And that shit sucked, by the way. That is one of the main reasons I think that people should just stick it through if you really, really like the person. Because I was like, oh my God, I was down horrendous, bro. I was struggling during that week. But during that week, I started talking to this one girl, and like it wasn't like there was anything wrong with her or whatever. I just really, really missed Alyssa, and I ended up breaking up with her because I was like, yeah, no, it's not. I just would feel really guilty because I still have feelings for this other person if we stayed together. But I sent her my face, and I was like paranoid for a while that shit was gonna get leaked. Eventually, I was just like, all right, I guess if she posts it, it's whatever. People will just know what I look like. But for a minute, I was just like, oh no, I don't know what's gonna happen. But I mean, it's like at this point, I'd probably be cool with it or whatever. It's like because like I went to DreamCon and people saw what I looked like with a mask on. But it's not the same thing as like a full face,
right,
obviously. So if I was meeting people in person, though, it would just be like the complete opposite issue because I wouldn't even know how to introduce myself. Like they'd be like, "So what do you do for a job?" I'd be like, I would just freeze. I'd just be like, "Oh, you know, like the."
Have you heard of the hit anime Naruto?
Like the me being silent would probably be like a sign of, oh, so you're like unemployed. I'd be like, no, definitely not unemployed. But like the conversation would just get awkward and I would like fumble. So like, I don't know. I'm just really glad that I met Alyssa because I love her to death.
I feel that like I feel like lucky every day because
Yeah.
like if I hadn't met my girlfriend in the way that I did, I just don't know like what the fuck I would be doing. So yeah, I definitely can understand that. Next up, we have some questions from the audience. We can run through these. So this question comes from L Wolf. He asks, "How has content creation affected your mental health?"
It has been good and bad for it, I'll say. So bad in the sense that when I was really grinding, making like 3 videos a week at one point, I was just exhausted and like so stressed out, like constantly trying to make videos and stuff. And like now lately, because I upload like once a month, sometimes once every 2 months, I feel like really lazy and shitty about myself sometimes. But generally that stuff is like drowned out by all the positive feedback my videos get, having this big platform, being able to interact with people and stuff. I was kind of depressed because I was like, you know, worried. I went through the slump of like, oh, nobody actually likes my videos, blah, blah, blah. And then I went to DreamCon and so many people were so nice and so positive. I'm like, oh, Swag, I love your videos. You know, yeah, I mean, it was like crazy. I didn't like, okay, it was like, to put this into perspective, nobody knew what I looked like when I went there. The only way people found out what I looked like was from the 2 panels that I co-hosted. And I still had like 100 people like come up to me throughout the con, like just like, hey, can you sign this for me? Or like, you know, I love your videos. They have helped me through X, Y, and Z like personal issue. And I was just like, bro, like I couldn't handle it.
Holy
it made me
shit.
so happy. So
that's
like, that,
awesome, bro. God damn.
That was one of the best weeks for my mental health in my entire life. Like it was so helpful.
That's got to be
like,
so validating for that. Yeah, that's sick.
I worry that my videos suck like all the time, but just knowing that there are like that many people that like, you know, really enjoy them, that it makes them like genuinely happy is so good for me. It makes me happy because the thing is, the whole reason I started YouTube was because I was inspired, like the same way other people have told me I inspired them, by people like well, like you actually, by like, I don't know if you know who Omega 2040 is. He made these like, okay, yeah, that was the GOAT back in like 2007.
That's a throwback. Holy shit.
Like the Budokai Tenkaichi 3 top 10 like ultimates and stuff guy. Like that was my guy. I was like, wow. Like, so, you know, because like I would compare YouTube to TV. I would like, you know, I'd be like, you cannot, like, I'm lucky to see an episode of Dragon Ball Z on Toonami. And like here we have this whole thing where this guy is counting down the top 10 best and worst ultimate attacks from a Dragon Ball Z video game. And he can just do that and people will watch it. So you can make videos about whatever you want without like a cable network or any of that. Like, I mean, I was a kid, so my thought process wasn't like that complex at the time, but I just knew that, like, you know, I knew that there was like a barrier to entry with TV that didn't seem to be present with YouTube. And I was like, I think that I could actually do this. I really want to do this. And then, you know, there were other people who would just like, you know, I mean, like early 2010s was like the let's play, you know, video game content creation craze, right? So that's what I first started doing. And then eventually, you know, I pivoted into the Naruto content, or like the scripted, you know, lore essay content on my main channel. And like, you know, knowing that like people have, because people have been like, you know, you inspired me to start my own channel and, you know, this and that. And people just be like, oh, you know, your videos, like I said, you know, they helped me get through this personal issue, or, you know, they help me get through work every day. Like knowing that people have that same experience as I do with all of these other creators whose like content I consume. It's like, it's super meaningful because like I really like YouTube. It's probably my favorite like content platform.
Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad that, you know, that reinforcement like really helped you out. Yeah. So that's awesome to hear.
It's so good.
Another question that I have here comes from Ape Man, aka Scoobs. He says, you're on a private plane traveling the entire globe. It's a direct flight. You're equipped with a single portable Blu-ray/DVD player, and you get to bring 3 box sets of whatever anime you wish. They must already exist. This flight time is estimated at 50 hours. Which 3 anime box sets are you choosing?
It would have to be something then that I could get through in 50 hours, I would probably want it to be new. So I would probably take Yu Yu Hakusho because I haven't finished Yu Yu Hakusho yet. I watched the beginning of it and I really liked it. I think it has a great pilot, but like it starts getting Monster of the Week-ish, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take a break from it and come back, and I just didn't. I'm a little annoyed with myself, but I am going to get back on Yu Yu Hakusho soon. That's like the next on my to-do list.
Hell yeah.
Of things to watch.
Good pick.
So I would probably bring that. Let me think. Couldn't finish Bleach or One Piece in 50 hours, which like I really, really, really want to get on both of them just because they're like so huge.
Right.
But probably not. Death Note probably just because it's really easy to watch and is a lot of fun.
I love Death Note. Fuck the Death Note haters, corny ass motherfuckers.
They're so annoying, bro. Like Death Note is so like it's just so rewatchable. It's so compelling. Like yeah, it's just
like it's crazy. Like I know every plot detail of Death Note front to back, but every time I rewatch it, I'm still on the edge of my seat. Like it's crazy how effective it is at doing that.
That's how I feel about Death Note and Breaking Bad. I've rewatched both.
True shit. That is true shit.
Times.
Yep.
I'm just gonna pick Breaking Bad as my third anime. Whatever, bro. Breaking Bad is so good. If you guys haven't watched Breaking Bad, by the way, I know some people have this like spite complex about it. Like, oh, so many people try to put me on it. Well, now I'm not watching it. Y'all are annoying. But like, no, like you're just like it's just an L for you, bro. Like you're not actually spiting the people the way you think you are. Breaking Bad is actually really good, and you are depriving yourself of one of the best pieces of TV ever.
You know what was funny? I got so sick and tired of everybody dick riding Breaking Bad, and I was like, I got so upset with people just saying, "Oh, Breaking Bad is the best TV show," because I hate it. I'm a contrarian ass nigga. That's one thing you need to know about me. So when people just keep having the same opinion, it pisses me off. So one day on stream, I don't know if anybody in my stream will even remember this, but I remember it to this day. It was like maybe a couple years ago. I was like, Breaking Bad ain't even the best like TV show. And then people in my chat was like, what's better? And I was thinking, and I was like, fuck. Nothing.
Yeah,
nothing. Like Breaking Bad is the best TV show ever made. Nothing is better than it.
I think the only things that are even in that conversation are like The Wire and
I was about to say The Wire. The Wire. The Wire is good. I hadn't watched The Wire at that point, but The Wire is fucking great. But yeah, Breaking Bad.
I think I like Breaking Bad more. But,
yeah, that show is just different, man.
Game of Thrones might have been if it was as good for the last 4 seasons as it was for the first 4 seasons.
It could have.
That's another thing, by the way, bro. Another thing that bothers me about like, okay, so again, I'm gonna say I don't hate One Piece. I think it's fine.
I do.
But like One Piece fans act like it is the best at everything it does. And when One Piece fans say One Piece's world building is the best world building in fiction ever, I'm just like, okay, bro. No, it's just not. The world building in Game of Thrones is like next level, bro.
Yeah.
Like that, okay, like you go back and you rewatch Game of Thrones and you're like, wait, like they're talking about characters who like a million things about. Like, spoilers if you haven't seen the show or finished it yet. Like Jon Snow's dad, Rhaegar Targaryen, gets brought up in like the first episode like a billion times. Like that whole thing about him, like Robert's Rebellion and like the Mad King and all this stuff you find out about Jaime later. Like it's all recontextualized by stuff you find out later. So you can tell that like George R.R. Martin, like bro, like he thought that like it's so fleshed out. Like it feels like a real place. Westeros. I mean, like the whole world of Game of Thrones.
Yep,
like,
I agree.
Westeros, Essos, all of that stuff. Like, and for people to say One Piece, which is like got like butt chocolate island and shit like that, bro. I'm just like, bro, look, it's the world building in One Piece is like good. I'm not going to say it's like bad or anything, but to say it's the best world building in fiction, like when Star Wars and Game of Thrones exist, come on, bro. Like okay, the world building in Star Wars was so good that with 3 movies they have made like 1,000 games, books, TV shows, like you name it, right? Like people keep making shit about like doesn't fucking the guy that Han kills Greedo, doesn't he have like his own book or whatever? Like, I don't know. I don't know if One Piece is competing with like that level of world building where like Greedo has his own book, you know? But
One
anyway,
Piece.
my bad. I got
Nah,
off
you
on a
good.
tangent.
Nah, you are good. Go off. Fuck One Piece.
Again, I ain't saying I exactly hate One Piece, but I don't exactly love One Piece.
Okay.
I think I would be able to handle One Piece a lot more if the fan base was not so like. So I sort of feel you on the like contrarian thing.
Yeah.
When everybody says the same, what gets on my nerves is when everybody parrots the same thing. It doesn't actually explain themselves.
Right,
And you ask them
that to
why.
me, like that to me proves that you got your opinion from the internet and you don't actually believe what the fuck you're saying.
Like when I ask somebody why, and they get mad, I'm just like, okay, all right, so. Like exactly that's where I end up. Like it's so funny when you just ask somebody like why, because when it's like when somebody genuinely believes it and you get a good answer from them, it's like, oh, okay, cool, thank you. You know, I feel enlightened now. But then like when you ask somebody who, you know, it's like the type of person that you were just talking about why, a lot of the times they'll just get like mad, like, why are you hating, bro? It's,
like another thing too, like I hear this shit all the time. People in my chat, every time I say like I don't like something because of a fan base or whatever, like people get on me because it's like, oh, why would you let that dictate? It's like, okay, first of all, you're not like a content creator. I have hundreds of people in my chat every day, hundreds of people tweeting me, hundreds of people in YouTube comment section constantly saying the same shit. Like I'm way more exposed to like those fan bases than you guys are. Like these niggas are constantly on my dick about shit. So yeah, if I don't like something because of a fan base, it's because I'm a content creator and I'm way more exposed to that shit than you guys are. Like I can't avoid fucking like JoJo's fans because they're fucking everywhere. They're in my chat saying, doing fucking like bending over backwards, hitting each other raw doggy from the back type shit. And I gotta see that. All day, every day. I gotta see One Piece niggas coming here fucking eating glue and picking their boogers and putting them back in their mouth. Like I have to see that every day.
Yeah, it's well, and it's weird too because a lot of people will be like, "Oh, you hate One Piece because of the fan base." You know, I've literally seen somebody in my replies say, "You hate One Piece because of the fan base." That's not very fair, you know. Like, and then I clicked on his account. And I kid you not, the first tweet I saw was this guy fucking shitting on Hunter x Hunter and saying the fan base has like a superiority complex.
That's crazy. I mean, they do,
like,
but that's crazy.
A little bit, but it's also really, really good.
Yeah. I mean, with his point, it's fucking dumb.
Yeah. Well, like, especially because it's like you can't say that and then go like, you know, like say but you know, again, my bad, rambling, but the specific like point that One Piece has incredible world building pisses me off, especially because so much of the manga is just text. Like much. I know I just praised Hunter x Hunter, but One Piece has a lot of like.
I mean, I'm sure One Piece world building is very good, especially when compared to like other anime, but. Yeah, I mean, I can't really make a statement, like, because a lot of people will say, oh, you only hate One Piece because you haven't, like, gave it a chance. I've watched 80 episodes, almost 100 episodes of that show.
Bro,
like, no,
that is a chance.
I've like, I'm sorry, if 100 episodes isn't enough, I don't want to watch anymore. Like, it is what it is.
That's more than the whole length of Fullmetal Alchemist.
I could watch Fullmetal Alchemist twice with the amount of time I put into dumbass fucking One Piece.
Speaking
Okay.
of, that show also has better world building.
Fullmetal Alchemist is simply the best work of fiction ever made, and I don't care what anybody says.
I think that is a valid opinion.
Okay.
It's been I need to rewatch it. The first time I watched it was in like 2011 or something. So it's been forever and I don't remember anything about it, but I want to watch it again.
Yeah, you absolutely should. It is my favorite anime ever. Now to wrap up this episode of the podcast, we will be nominating our Dick Rider of the Week. The Dick Rider of the Week is somebody who has been riding my dick all week and has been great at being an OmegaPro supporter and just can't get enough of my cock. And the Dick Rider of the Week will have to go to Spicy Scrimp. This man, like single-handedly got us to daily sub goals every day. This man has donated a lot. This man has been on my dick. So chat, can we please get a W dick rider in the chat room? Spicy Scrim, I appreciate you for taking every inch of my 2-inch penis. It must have been pretty easy. And finally, the Twitch clip of the week has to go to this clip. If you guys are unaware, Kanye wore a White Lives Matter shirt, and I got very many people asking me my opinions. How was I going to defend my boy Kanye? How would me, Omega Pro, known great friend of Kanye West, how do I feel about the fact that he wore a White Lives Matter shirt? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the clip that happened. Hey, yo, Omega, you trying to talk about your boy Ye? I don't know this nigga. I don't care. I don't care what Kanye does. I don't give a fuck. I like the nigga's music. I'm not this nigga's dad. I'm not his brother. I don't know him. I listen to 24 sometimes. Sue me, nigga. Just because Kanye West has done something doesn't mean I got an opinion on it. I don't care. I don't know him. I promise. I've never spoken to him. So, yes, I do not know Kanye West. I know this has come as a revelation to some of you guys. But now I think you guys can stop asking me about Kanye West. I don't care. I don't know him. Leave me the fuck alone, please.
Bro, people talk about Kanye like he's like your fucking roommate or your
bro.
son or something,
I don't know him. But anyways, that is episode 2 of the Cultcast W episode. If you guys have not checked out SwagKage, make sure you check out SwagKage. Best anime videos on YouTube. Would you agree?
Appreciate it. Maybe.
Don't
Probably.
be humble. Okay. If you have anything else you'd like to say, Swag, the floor is yours. Go ahead, spit your shit, King.
I would just like to thank Omega Pro for having me on. I would also like to say, for y'all who don't know, which is actually probably a lot of y'all, Omega and I go way back. I owe him like a lot. So he basically like mentored me through like the first like year and a half of me making YouTube videos on like the SwagKage channel, right? Like, bro, I don't remember how we met. I think it was like the first time you added me. It was back when like Skype was a thing when you first added me. It was because wasn't it when I was like 13 or something, and I did the catfish thing in your chat, and like you and Toasty just threw me a call. You guys were like, "Why are you doing this, bro? Like, why are you convincing people?"
Yo,
I think I was like trolling people in the chat. I was like catfishing them or something, bro. I was like 13 though. I was mad young, and then I would just like message you guys occasionally, and then like I don't remember, but like we interacted on and off since then. But like I just hit him up, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm making this like video essay channel," and I like showed him some videos. He was like, "Nah, bro, these are like really, really, really good." And
very fire. I saw the potential immediately. Like you had it.
He did not have to keep helping me and answering all these questions that I sent his way, and he did. And I remember messaging him. I was like, I don't know if I can keep doing this. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I feel like, I'm putting too much time into this. And he was like, no, like legit, bro, you cannot stop. Like serious. And that was like 2 or 3 weeks before I dropped the Renegon video that blew my channel up. So Omega is the GOAT. I will always remember how much he helped me. And if you guys like my videos, you guys better appreciate him just a little bit more.
W's. Hey, man, look, you can say all that, but at the end of the day, you were busting your ass making those videos. You made those videos what they were. So any amount of whatever the fuck you just gave me, you got to give yourself that tenfold because you're the one killing it. You're the one doing all that shit. I was just there to say, hey, man, don't give up. I would have done it to anybody. I would not do that to anybody. Please do not message me. But Cultcast episode 2 is a wrap. Thank you, SwagKage, for coming on.
Yeah,
all his links will be in the description. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll catch you next week for another Cultcast.
Bye.
And, okay, yo, that was a good fucking episode. That was fire.
I think we did a good job.
Hell
I think
yeah.
we're a lot of people are going to be angry though. A lot of people.
See, I think here's the thing. I think you're used to like you know, because your videos like hit the mainstream. You know, you got a lot of those motherfuckers that'll be in your comment section. I don't.
Bro, I get Reddit threads about my videos sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not there, so I think you're fine, and I think if anything, I think they'll be more pissed at the things that I said. I think you'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. Well, either way, I'm used to it. I don't know if you were, you know, paying how much attention you were paying to the Madara Sakura saga, bro. But
yeah,
yeah,
I
bro,
do remember that drama.
No, bro, that people were angry, bro. People were livid. Like the Afro Kabuki debate was also still really, really funny. Kabuki was mad, bro. Afro was just like chilling there, and then like Kabuki was like, "What are you talking about, Swag?"
Wait, I forgot about that. Yo, I'm gonna keep it a bean. That was the most hilarious shit I've ever witnessed. I was dying.
Comedy, bro. It was so funny. Like we were just Six and I were just trying to talk. Six got like legit mad. He was so angry at Kabuki.
that was very entertaining, I will say.
Yeah. I felt so bad too, because like Afro was just like you know, like I was like, yeah, if Kabuki's coming, can I just bring somebody on? He was just like, yeah, as long as he's cool, as long as nothing will happen. I was like, yeah, sure. And then like midway through the debate, when Six and Kabuki were yelling at each other, Truth replied to the tweet, like just like with a smile emoji or something. And I was like, bro, leave me alone.
That was a moment I had completely forgotten about it until you just said that. Holy shit, that stream was amazing.
No, you know what's crazy too that started that whole thing is I didn't like the original claim wasn't even that Sakura would win in a straight up brawl. I just said if it was like a Vegeta Cell situation and Madara just stood there, let Sakura power up and punch him at full power, he would die. That's all I said. And people were like, think Madara would lose to Sakura in a fight? And I was like, no, I think if she hit him, he would die. And they were like, he would not lose to her in a fight. And I was like, bro, that's not what I said. And then it was, yeah. And then it just evolved from there. And that's when Afro hit me up. And then like, bro, I still get comments about it or people replying, like just tagging me on Twitter about it to this day. Like, oh, if that's true, what about this? So I don't know. Maybe I'm just bracing myself for that with something I said on the podcast.
I don't think you said anything like on that level. I know like One Piece fans, they ride at dawn for their shit,
bro.
But you know, it is what it is. Fuck them. Them niggas are lame as hell.
Bro, One Piece fans are crazy, bro. They don't take like, bro, I will try to be like, well, so surely you can agree that like you could see why somebody might not like this, right? And then One Piece fans will be like, no, I can't see why somebody would dislike that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just like,
the one thing to me that I'm sorry, I don't care how deep you got One Piece's dick down your throat. That is one of the ugliest anime / manga ever. I don't care what you say. It is unappealing to look at that, to look at those character designs, to watch that show.
Not a huge fan of those character designs or that art style either. I will agree. I got past it. And it's not really got anything to do with how I feel about it. But it's definitely like, if you're not willing to grant somebody who feels like it's ugly, that like it's valid to feel that way, bro, like you might just be riding like a little bit, you know? Because I don't think you necessarily have to agree that it is. Like if you like the way it looks,
yeah, for sure.
But if you're not even willing to be like, oh, I
can see why somebody exactly right. Like for example, Bleach is probably. Bleach and Naruto, like 1A, 1B for like my favorite shonen ever. But I could 100,000,000% understand why Bleach wouldn't be for somebody. I understand that it has a lot of things that people may not like. I get it. Shit, you know, it is what it is. But like I just don't understand like being that much of a dick rider.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been told that this is not the case before, but I just feel like Naruto fans are so much more chill about the series than One Piece fans are. Like Naruto fans will be like, "Oh yeah, I hated the war arc.
Yeah, I've never met a Naruto fan that defended the war arc, not once.
Yeah. Like, and I mean, they'll be like, I mean, you know, like, oh, I liked, you know, this, and this about it, but you know, it had its problems, blah, blah, blah. But then like, you know, you'll go to like somebody who like really, really, really likes One Piece, and like they'll just be like, no, start to finish, 0 low points, none whatsoever. And I'm just like, bro, okay, bro. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of pointless exposition there, but like, sure. That's another thing, bro. I don't like exposition in fiction when it could be done elsewhere. Like, okay, I was kind of like already hating Demon Slayer from like chapter 1, because you see that scene of Tanjiro carrying Nezuko, and then it's like really cool, and like it tells you a lot without using any dialogue or exposition, and then Tanjiro just pointlessly is just like, no, please don't die, Nezuko. And I'm like, God damn it, bro. I'm not stupid. I know she's about to die and he has to save her. Come on. It made me so mad. I was like, please treat me like I am intelligent for once, right? Like, imagine if like Berserk opened up with like Guts being like, you know, this is Griffith. He did, but like instead you just like see like what he does. Right. Like it's like, I wish more, and like that's one of the big issues I have with One Piece is it explains everything. It just, there's so much needless exposition, and that's like another reason why when people say, "Oh, it's the best world building I've ever seen," it's like, well, like I guess it better be good if you devote like half of the dialogue in the whole series to it. You know, like hopefully that would manifest in you know, like Oda doing a good job.
One thing that like I really do wish One Piece was more accessible to get into, because I hear like, because yeah, I'm a One Piece hater, but I still listen to like what the One Piece fans say they like about One Piece. And a lot of the themes and stuff that they tackle are like real world political and like social issues that like I think I would love that to be tackled in an anime. Like I'm sure like if I were to give One Piece a shot, like I would love that stuff. But there's like so much to like get into. Like I be hating on One Piece half because like I think it's ugly, and half because I think like, I mean the task of watching or consuming that much of one anime is just crazy to me. But like, and the other half of it is like kind of like envy, because like I wish I was a fan of it. Like I wish I did like it.
Thing. I don't want to dislike One Piece. I've been told before, like, oh, you're just hating to hate. Like, no, bro. I really, really want to like it. I want to be as attached to it as I am to all this other stuff that I really, really like, bro. Like when I get into something and I like it, it's the best thing in the whole universe for me. But like One Piece just doesn't like click with me like that. And I'm gonna give it another shot again soon because I want to see what all the buzz is about and stuff. But it just like, I have so many issues with it that I feel like if people were just more understanding of them, I would just be able to be like if I wasn't being like gaslit constantly by One Piece fans, I'd be like, okay, you know what? As long as we agree that the issue is there, sure, fine. Okay, now I can keep reading because it's not fucking bothering me and I don't feel like a crazy person.
Yeah, like I've heard people describe like how they tackle, like somebody said like they tackle racism, slavery, political corruption, and all that. I think all that stuff is really, especially for an anime that usually does not like tackle stuff like that. Like I think that would be really dope to see, but it's also like, damn, I gotta get through fucking this book. I gotta get through this. I gotta get through that. Like, I don't know. It's just,
it's so much. And there's so much, like, I feel like I have to retain too, you know? And like, it's just so much like work mentally.
Yeah. That's real shit. What are you eating for dinner today, bro?
I'm probably going to get something out when I go pick up Alyssa in like 10 minutes. I don't know, maybe like there's a Bojangles near my house. How do you feel about Bojangles?
I never had Bojangles. It's nowhere near me.
I think it's good. There are a lot of Bojangles haters out there, though.
I do.
Bojangles
I do hear like people be brawling for Bojangles. Like people either love it or hate it, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, like, I will say Bojangles always treats me better than Popeyes does, but nobody's going to be surprised to hear that, bro.
Popeyes, they train their workers to be like, bro, why are you bothering me? I'm like, oh,
yeah, like they hate you. I mean, I think it's hard for me to pick between Bojangles, Popeyes, and KFC. I think KFC might have the best strips. KFC strips I actually just had for the first time this year, and I was like, how was I missing out?
Liking KFC is a woke take, I'm not gonna lie. Like, niggas hate on KFC so much, like, bro, like, get off KFC's dick, bro.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's actually good. Okay, here's the thing. This might also just get me like removed and blocked on Discord when I say this. I don't think Burger King is as bad as people say it is. I think, especially for the price point, like the chicken fries get the job done, bro.
See, here's the thing. I would agree with you if it weren't for the fact that the last time, like, one of my friends was a Burger King defender, a staunch Burger King defender. And to my knowledge, it also really seems to depend on your location.
Yeah,
like,
that's 100% true. Like, there's a million different Burger Kings.
Like,
bro.
Here in Rhode Island, like, every Burger King looks like a crack house. Like, they look run down. It like you walk into a Burger King and you feel like your shoes almost like sticking to the floor a little. Like, it's just not a good place to be. It triggers my fight or flight. I'm like, what? Why am I in? Like, it's like I walked through the mist in like a Soulsborne game, and there's about to be a boss that comes out of nowhere. Like, I do not like entering into a Burger King. But regardless, every once in a while, I get a little nostalgic because I used to love Burger King as a kid. I used to fuck up rodeo cheeseburgers. I used to fuck up the chicken fries, right? So the last time I got Burger King with one of my friends was a couple years ago. And, I got me my chicken fries. Like, I did my thing. I was like, okay, if I'm going to have this, I got to at least get the chicken fries. Bro, hard, stale, nothing but breading, barely any chicken in that bitch. Their fries have to be fries that were left out for like 7 days and then reheated in like a very underpowered microwave or some shit. Like, terrible. Their soda somehow is always flat. I don't know how that's possible, but it's always flat coming out of a Burger King. And my friend's meal made him throw up 30 minutes after eating it. Okay? And from that moment on, he was like, yo, you were right about BK the whole time. I never lied.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's never happened to me. The Burger King near me is right next to a Starbucks. So it's like,
oh damn, that's prime real estate.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, like imagine walking into a Starbucks. It's like the same thing walking into that Burger King. It's just like pristine. Like the floors are made out of like, I don't know, they're not actually made of marble, but it feels like they're made out of marble. You know what I mean? Like there's like a sheen to the walls and stuff. It feels like you're walking into like an actual like AAA food establishment. But like, yeah, I've been to like the truly like you said, like the Soulsborne Burger Kings. Like, but no, like the good Burger Kings, bro, like they're undefeated in my opinion, especially considering the price point.
Shit, I remember the only time I actually ever got Burger King outside of that one instance was there was one time where they were doing like a special for like $1.50. You could get 10 nuggets.
Yeah, they used to have that shit for a while, and that shit was crazy.
That shit was crazy, but it also makes you wonder, how the fuck are you able to sell 10 nuggets for $1.50? Hey, there's gotta be something wrong here, gang.
I think it might have just been like they were trying to get people to eat at Burger King by taking a loss, because that's what like Sam's Club and Costco do. Like the hot dog and drink is still $1.50, bro.
Damn, I've never been in the tax bracket to own a membership to one of those establishments.
I own a Sam's Club membership, and I like don't go, and I need to because it's like lit, but like it's easier to just go to Walmart because the Walmart's like 30 minutes closer or something.
Yeah. Damn, 30 minutes? Holy shit, so that's far.
But I mean, like Sam's Club is good. What's your favorite fast food place, by the way?
Ooh, now you're talking my language. As a fat ass.
I'm a fast food connoisseur, bro. That shit got me through college.
Yeah, don't play games with me, gangy. Okay, so if I had to choose an overall favorite, it depends on what you consider to be fast food. Some people are a little bit weird about it. I only consider it fast food if there's like a drive-through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so like, for example, some people try to call Five Guys fast food. I don't consider that fast food. You do get your food fast, but I just don't think it's the same.
Five Guys, I'm kind of there. Like, if somebody said Five Guys was their favorite fast food, I wouldn't like end the conversation until we were on the same. I'd be like, okay, sure, but like, if you don't want to include it, that makes sense too.
Yeah, I will not include Five Guys because I think Five Guys is up there. Um, if you want me to be honest, it's probably McDonald's. I'm gonna keep it a bean.
I like a lot of things about McDonald's, but I could never say it's my favorite.
So what's your favorite?
There are a lot of like contenders, right? So like the biggie bag from Wendy's is kind of crazy that you get like all that shit for $5 and you can make it like large for like $7. But sometimes Wendy's just does not hit the spot.
My problem with Wendy's is that every time like I don't know why, but eating Wendy's feels like I have to eat something like it's like it feels heavy and it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just like if it feels like a lot. Like I don't know, like I'm not always down for Wendy's. But sometimes on that occasion where I do want Wendy's, that shit does fucking hit the spot.
Have you ever got the 50 chicken nugget bucket?
I couldn't. That sounds like a lot.
Bro, I had a cold one day. Like I was congested bad and I got a 50 spicy nugget bucket from Wendy's and it cleared out my sinuses. And I mean, it was because like there was also steam rising off the nuggets too. So, but I don't think Wendy's is my favorite. Culver's is really
See, this is why I'm pissed. I don't have shit like Culver's. I don't have Zaxby's. I don't have Bojangles. I don't have none of that shit.
KFC might. It might be KFC, bro. Like those.
Have you ever had the chicken pot pies from KFC?
No.
Oh my god. There was like a week where I must have gained 15 pounds. Like, oh my God. That
was me when the Popeyes chicken sandwich dropped, bro. Like, I was like, oh my God, this is like, yeah, like any place with a spicy chicken sandwich already has a massive advantage.
Yeah,
I think it might be between Popeyes, KFC, and Bojangles, but Popeyes would be the least good of the three because of how you often get treated. The stars have to all align for you to get like a really good Popeyes meal. You know what I mean?
Yo,
like,
I'm gonna keep it a bean. If I could live in the universe where like when the first wave of Popeyes chicken sandwiches dropped, if they still had those, that would be my number one. Easy.
Yeah.
Like after the patch dropped, like they just didn't hit the same.
They nerfed them, bro.
They really did nerf them. But like that first wave, oh my fucking God. That was the best chicken sandwich I've ever had in my life.
This is probably the last question I'm going to ask before I have to go pick up Alyssa from work. How do you feel about Little Caesars? This is very important.
Okay. So, Little Caesars is good. As long as, like, I will eat Little Caesars if I have the dip to eat Little Caesars in.
Yeah.
But if it's no dip, it's pretty unedible. Like I would probably classify it like on probably lower than Burger King tier without the sauce. But with the sauce, I think it tastes good. I'm gonna be honest.
I really appreciated Little Caesars existing when I was
especially when I was more broke. Like I love
like
Little
bro
Caesars.
A whole pizza.
Like that's feeding me for $5. That like if I get a deep dish from Little Caesars, that's feeding me for like a day and a half, 2 days. You know, like that's a lot.
Like all three meals too, right? Like so like like the value was unquestionable. And when I first ran into somebody who was just like Little Caesars is ass, I was just like I was shocked because it was like it's like running it's because I don't watch wrestling, but it's like the equivalent of like wrestling's fake. It's like, okay, like I know, but like what are you saying? Like, are you saying what are you saying beyond that? Are you saying Little Caesars is ass considering the price point too? Because I can't agree with that.
Yeah, I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Like, I feel like you gotta come from like you gotta live in a crazy privileged world if you can just say for $5 a whole pizza. Don't care. It's good because it's not like it tastes horrible, bro. It's like it's better than like I don't know old Domino's,
especially with the dip. Like with the dip, I think it genuinely tastes good.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so I actually did a bracket for best fast food place. that nobody was mad, but this was nobody's pick for what to win. It just got the most. It just kept beating out everything else that like everybody had a different favorite, I guess, and this was everybody's agreed upon best thing. It was Taco Bell. Taco Bell won the whole bracket, and I was like, I don't feel good about Taco Bell being number one. But
I wouldn't put it number.
I
wouldn't put it number one. I do love Taco Bell. Here's the issue with Taco Bell. I think the Taco Bell is something similar to Little Caesars, where like Little Caesars needs the dip. I need a Baja Blast if I'm eating Taco Bell. If I don't have
Baja Blast is like a necessary ingredient. I agree.
If I don't have because a lot of times when I order Taco Bell, they just don't give me a drink. So I'm just eating these fucking tacos, gorditas, whatever the fuck. And I'm like, it just does not hit the same without washing it down with a Baja Blast. It just doesn't.
The good thing about the Baja Blast is it's like the only soda ever where like the slush whatever actually tastes like it's just as good, right? You know, like I've accidentally gotten a slush from there and I like wasn't even mad, you know, because it's like actually, also really good.
I ordered a Baja Blast one time and they gave me a slush and I was pissed. I was like, bro, I wanted a Baja Blast, but I was like, oh, it's not bad.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Baja Blast was like my number one soda for a while until I first had the cherry limeade from Sonic, because I was like, okay, well, this is like undefeated now, but the Baja Blast was like really like it was my number one before then.
I actually cut out soda entirely from my diet. The only soda that makes me want to drink it again is Baja Blast. Like I love Baja Blast.
I probably should do the same thing because I think I drink too much soda. I've tried to stay away from like caffeinated soda just because it like fucks up my head. I get like horrible headaches when I drink too much of it. But like I will drink like Sprite still. I don't feel like when I drink like a bunch of like, I don't know, root beer or whatever, I feel like I'm dying. But when I drink like Sprite, I'm like, okay, no, I'm good. Wait, how do you feel about root beer, by the way? This is the actual real last question. Because I know you said you don't like Dr. Pepper.
I hate Dr. Pepper with every fiber.
I am a Dr. Pepper defender. But how do you feel about
that's kind of cringe. I love root beer.
Okay, that's base. Which root beer is your favorite?
Oh, now you putting me on blast. So what do we got? A&W, we got Barks, we got Mug.
Yeah, those are the big three.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, fuck. Like, okay, so for me, it's a little interesting because I remember when I was growing up in middle school, there was like I lived across the street from like a pretty much like a flea market, and they had like a vending machine out on the front, and they had Mug root beer in there, and I would always get Mug root beer. And in my head, I haven't had a Mug root beer in like 10 fucking years, but in my head, like that's what root beer should taste like. But I think if I had to choose between like Barks or A&W, I'd probably choose Barks.
I think, okay, I this is actually exactly how I feel because I have the exact so I think Barks is better than A&W. I feel like I am just emotionally compromised when it comes to Mug because Mug was what they had in my college cafeteria, and I'm gonna be honest, I was like really broke when I was going to college, so I would always steal.
Hey, fuck them bitches, bro. Them niggas are millionaires. They'll be okay.
No, exactly. I was like, I don't feel bad about this at all. I would just walk out with it, like they didn't have scanners or whatever. And I would be like, bro, this tastes so good, especially for free. But I haven't had any in forever. But like for some, I think I was like crazy for like one like week. I was like, yeah, A&W is like great. It's definitely the best root beer. And then I had it and I was like, maybe I don't like root beer. And then I had Barks again. I was like, oh wait, no, A&W is just not as good as.
Yeah, Barks has like, it feels like it has that crisp to it. God, I'm a fat ass.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Nah, bro, I feel you. I like fucking soda and like candy and fast food so much, but I'm like really skinny because of my fucking like my metabolism has always been fast, so I can get away with having like fat eating habits and just not gain weight. I'm too skinny, actually. Yeah. Well, I want to gain some weight because I'm like I'm a twig. It's easy to make fun of me because I'm like really, really, really thin. But like at the same time, it does feel nice not having to worry about that.
Right, yeah.
Anyway,
But
I gotta go because I gotta go pick Alyssa up. But it was a ton of fun being on the podcast, being on the stream a little bit afterwards.
Brother. Yes, sir.
Best
Thank
of luck
you.
to you, my man.
To you too, brother.
Bye, everybody in chat. Hope it was a pleasure to have me on. And if you ever want to have me back on the podcast or on the stream, just like hit me up. I'll probably be free. And it was fun talking to you.
Hey, say less. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care, bro. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Chat, was that or was that not a W cast? Was that or was that not a W cast? That went a lot better than I expected, low key.
That's my bestie.
W podcast Drake.
Yo, Angel, thank you for the tier 1 for 16 months. I appreciate that. So chat, my sister's boyfriend cooked the HelloFresh stuff, but I was in the middle of the podcast, so it's been sitting out for like an hour and a half. But I'm about to go get it because I am starving. I have not eaten yet today, so I got to go do that. But I will be right back to go grab this food. Okay. Let me see. What can I leave y'all with something really quick? Is there a daily dose? Yes, there is. Okay. I'll be right back, chat.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. There's a tradition in China where if a man gets married, random strangers will grab onto their legs and refuse to let go unless they are given some money.
My coach,
A delivery driver crashed into something and scared these goats. The technology the police are using is becoming super advanced. The police were following this car, and the helicopter camera provides street names, house numbers, and the officer's location in real time.
Alright, they're eastbound, just past 25th Street.
This is what it's like to fly a plane through a hurricane. The US government will send scientists into hurricanes in order to collect valuable scientific data. I'm not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but some stores are letting you make purchases using the palm of your hand. No, there's no microchip or anything like that, only the palm of the hand. Someone recorded a time-lapse video showing the moment the sunlight perfectly hits their toilet, causing it to glow. This massive avalanche came straight through this base camp near Mount Everest.
Inside is better. 10
The good news is that nobody was hurt, but the bad news is that the person holding the camera stopped recording just before it hit. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Hello, chat room. Hold on, I have to pee. I'll be right back. My bad, chat. My bad. It took so long. It was my first time like hanging out with my sister and her boyfriend since they had the baby. So it was my first time seeing the baby out. So you know, it'd be like that sometimes. OmegaCon finna go crazy. Excuse me? Did you change your shirt? Nah. Is it time? People shy. Okay, fine. Let's do it. You look great today? No, you. Okay, boys. Y'all been trying to get me to watch this shit for so long. Let's do it. Chat, should I do that or do you guys want to see me set up a brand new microphone? Okay, well, we'll play the video. What is this?
Alright. Thank you. Everyone. We're gonna accept Sam Hyde's fight offer. What? I don't, dude, no. Why are you fucking talking to me about some dumbass fucking weirdo Nazi? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Explain yourself. What do you mean? You think it's fucking funny, dude? Someone challenge you to a fight on weird you got some weird fucking deadbeat loser comedian who has completely fucking lost all of its importance on the world by fucking himself over, by giving Andrew Anglin $5,000 in his fucking Nazi defense fund. And you're gonna come to me and be like, yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, it's not funny, is it? Do you like that? Do you think it's funny?
I would like to see the fight between you two.
Yeah.
There's no explaining.
I don't want to be around these fucking losers, and you should probably conduct yourself a little bit better.
Damn!
Whoop his fucking... I would never...
Me personally, I would have had to suck Hassan's dick.
In the state of Kentucky, there is a cave.
A dude tell me to conduct myself more properly? No way.
Every now and then demands a sacrifice.
Y'all were on my dick about this damn video.
1925. A man walks towards the cave with a kerosene lamp in his hand. He hangs up his jacket and ducks into a 5-foot opening.
Have you watched this, Xavien?
The inside of the cave is narrow. He has to drop down on his hands and knees, crawling through a passageway filled with jagged rocks and choking dust.
This nigga woke up to hate. I love it.
Then down a chute he had cleared out months earlier. All of the daylight is gone from here.
Gee, you better cancel your plans.
Lantern is his only source of light.
You can recruit SwagKage to the Blowback Boys. First of all, there's no W in Blowback Boys. Secondly, unfortunately, the Blowback Boys is a trio.
Limestone rocks perched directly above him. He is now 100 feet in, and here he reaches the turnaround room. Now they call this the turnaround room because this is the juncture where even experienced cavers say, no thanks, and turn around. Because to continue on means going through this, the squeeze. A gap in the stone of only 9 inches. For reference,
Moon's dick?
a subway sub. Going through, he would look exactly like this. His arms will need to be completely at their side, and he will need to exhale so that he can reduce the size of his torso.
No way.
Gradually, bit by bit, he disappears into the hole. His clothes are caught on sharp gypsum crystals, hooking into him and threatening to hold him in place. But using his feet like paddles, he pushes through. He reaches a wider opening at the other side, then crawls forward towards a ledge. Illuminated here is a 10-foot drop. A rope is already secured around a boulder, which allows him to rappel down. His worn-out leather shoes touch the ground. This is as far as he can go, and it is time for work to begin. What he
Why
is working
do this?
is another opening. At the moment, it's too small for anyone to fit through, but he will chip away at it until he can shove himself right through the other side. Because on the other side is
Xavien, what the fuck?
a magnificent and otherworldly cave structure that will be irresistible to tourists. Every day for months, he has been removing rocks from this crevice. To him, this is all just routine. So he eases further into the gap. Carefully, he contorts his body through. Rocks compress the sides of his torso so close that his arms are pinned to the side of his body. He once again paddles his feet to inch down. Then, about halfway, he stops. The lantern. It's starting to dim. He will need to go all the way back to the surface to refuel the thing. He sighs. He slowly shuffles back out, pushing the lantern with his shoulder. Then, oh no. Ding, crack, darkness.
Oh,
he has
hell
knocked
no.
over the lamp, and it has broken. Now, the man didn't panic. He had been caught in the dark before, and he could make his way back by feel alone. So he continues worming out, leveraging his foot against what he thinks is the cave wall. But that is not the cave wall. That is in fact a rock protruding from the ceiling. As soon as he puts his weight against the rock, it breaks loose. A solid piece weighing 15 kilograms lands directly on his ankle. It aches. But he's okay. It doesn't feel as though his ankle is broken, just badly bruised and caught underneath the rock. So he shuffles to move the rock away. Suddenly, gravel. A lot of gravel. It falls onto his feet, his legs, his torso, and the weight of it all forces the wedged rock deeper into the gap underneath his foot. Pinned. He tries to push forward. He cannot. He tries to inch backwards. He cannot. He is stuck. This is
no.
This man is Floyd Collins. He is trapped in absolute darkness, 60 feet deep below the earth, all of his limbs held in place at the very bottom of this.
I just don't understand why anybody would ever do this.
But before I tell you what happens next, ad time. Speaking of people trapped in a cave, World of Tanks. World of Tanks. Get it. Ad over. Collins is still in the dark, unable to move. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. Ice thawed, traced across the ceiling, and dripped down directly onto his face, pooling underneath him. The water was a consistent 54 degrees. Floyd tried to breathe calmly in the concentrated dark. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above. And
The fact that he's using Wendigoon's face is hilarious.
Fell onto his feet, so nothing would work. He clawed at the cave walls till his fingertips were bloody, and he realized that there was only one option left. Call out for help.
To who?
Wait. Who is Floyd, and why did he even go into a dangerous cave? Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive
Chat, be real. Did y'all like the podcast episode? I felt like it was really fucking good.
to some hole on one side of town and emerge
I've watched Internet Historian before.
miles away on someone else's property.
Sup?
He grew up and he became embroiled in the Kentucky Cave Wars. Now, there's way too much to go into here, but the summary version...
You know, in the future, the podcasts are going to get even better as I get more used to it. Waiting to watch it on YouTube, that's big W's. That's Drales. After the stream today, I'll be downloading it and uploading the whole Cultcast to YouTube and then also to streaming services. So if you have Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts, or Anchor, or any other podcasting app, it'll be on there too.
There's this huge...
How's the HelloFresh? Just slapping.
...network of interconnected caves called Mammoth Caves. It's actually the largest cave system in the world. And there's a city right in the middle.
I don't know about the lure between you and SwagKage. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because why would any of us ever talk about it, you know?
Love it. Cave City. Real name. So, of course, there are dozens of cave entrances on private property all over the place. Now, farmland in this region has very poor soil, and things do not grow well here. So, cave tourism as a source of income quickly became the prominent thing. However, a problem. There are a very large number of caves, but there are only a limited number of tourists. So competition rapidly escalated. Visit my cave.
I really am a W
Visit
on
my cave. Big signs were erected saying, tourists, come to me. Mine is definitely open. Mine is the best. But then competitors would respond by saying, hey, by the way, we're open, but don't go to that one over there. It's really shitty. In fact, it's dangerous. This kept going further. By the end, they were blocking off the trail to each other's property, beating each other in the streets, and hiring people called cappers who would dress up as policemen and tell tourists, no, you can't go in there.
Is that where the term cap comes from? Yo, no fucking way. There's no possible way.
Yeah, that one? No, it's illegal. Despite the fierce competition, Floyd found a cave on his property and he started advertising it to tourists. Of course, very few came. All right, he thought, what if I found something really special and unique? Then surely people would have to come to my cave to see it. So he kept exploring and exploring until he found this hollow. It was filled with big gypsum crystals, and when you were in there, it felt like a completely alien world. But it was barely accessible. This
My back
small
right
tunnel
tooth still
was
hurts
the
when I chew
only
sometimes.
way in. He would need to dig for months to open it up to tourists, but he knew he could do it. Back to the competition. They knew the value of this cave. They knew the potential, they wanted it for themselves, and they wanted Collins gone. One time, 5 of them just wandered onto Floyd's property and demanded he hand over the lease. When he refused, they just started beating the shit out of him.
Yo!
So he stopped when Floyd's brother, Homer, marched out with a shotgun and chased them all off.
Damn!
But Floyd was not deterred. He spent 12 hours a day, every day, for months, clearing gravel and stone, chipping away at that passage. He would open it up
Yo,
to
Wendigoon
tourists,
kind of a
make
bitch.
his cave an incredible attraction, and make his dreams come true.
Is this Paper's Go?
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell.
Ooh, that's a cute-ass dress.
His voice gave in. Arms tingled and...
Let's talk about how women have all of these options for mad cheap to shop from. Meanwhile, like as a man, I have no options. This is a cute-ass dress.
Pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours. Quickly, you might wonder,
Pave the way and
how
wear
come
the
no one's come
dress?
for him after 23 hours. Well, SwagKage resides on a 200-acre farm. There are several homes on this property with other families. One of them, of course, is Colin's
They don't
house,
make dresses
where
like that in
Floyd's
my
father,
size, Gango.
Lee resides. Now, Lee and Floyd constantly get into fights about how to run things. Lee wants his son to concentrate on farming, and Floyd wants to concentrate on cave tourism. Arguments would often get heated. And Lee was also a bit of a drunk. It was doubtful that he would even notice if his son Floyd was missing.
Yo,
Also not helping
Sage, thank you for the 7
Floyd
months, brother. I
regularly
appreciate you.
lodged at 2 other homes on the farm. So when he didn't return to one host, they would presume that he was staying with the other. And, even worse than that, he had recently spent 30 hours in a cave. So disappearing for this length of time wasn't seen as abnormal. Regardless, around the 20...
So wait, in the beginning of this episode, he said that he was working on like clearing out that thing for months down there. So does that mean he went down there multiple times like that? That's fucking crazy.
3-hour mark. A few locals started to suspect that, hey, something might be wrong, and they went to check up on him. And here, they spotted his jacket, still hung up. Unusual. They went deeper. However, there was only one person small enough to make it as far as the turnaround room. This was a 17-year-old Jewel Estes.
I'm confused as to how opening that up for tourists would work. So would tourists go through these caves and go through that turnaround room to get there? Why would any tourist want to do that?
He refused to go into the squeeze, but it was close enough to call Colin's name. Floyd! And Collins yelled back.
That actually went into his voice too.
Estes emerges from the cave.
Okay, we know he's trapped, and we know where he is.
So, locals started to gather outside. Out of my way. Say a bunch of men who would each show up and take turns heading into the cave in an attempt to reach Collins. But once they reached the turnaround room...
Nope.
They would fail to reach him, emerging from the cave, soaked in mud and cursing. Out of my way, they would say as they were heading
He'd show them how he goes down there?
Direction. So a few more
But wouldn't
hours
they need to be
passed.
with him though?
Word would spread around town. Dozens of locals from Cave City started to gather outside.
Floyd in the cave. Oh my god. Floyd in the cave.
Over in Louisville, Floyd's 22-year-old brother, Homer, he gets a phone call.
Hello? I see. My brother. He's trapped in a cave? I'm on my way.
Homer jumps on a coach and makes his way to Floyd's cave.
Yo, Igus, thank you for the 22 months, brother.
Homer struts up to the scene. Dozens of men are standing around outside. He ignores them all and marches right into the cavern, still wearing his city clothes. He makes his way in, down the chute, through the narrowing passages, down on his hands and knees towards the turnaround.
Wallahi, I'm not doing this.
And when he arrives, he does not hesitate. He squeezes into the hole, scrambles
W,
his way
brother!
to the ledge on the other side. He sees Floyd below and slides down to meet him.
Floyd!
Sup?
Right, probably wasn't that casual.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Homer took a moment to shine his light around the area and assess the situation. It was not good. This rock formation is going to prove almost impossible to work around. Alright, so let's have a look. Floyd is here. The rock is here, pinning his ankle. He's surrounded by rubble, and there's a pocket of gravel above him, ready to fall.
The best thing you can do in this situation is just shoot your brother in the head. Any disagreeers?
However, because this opening is...
If Wendigoon videos had this editing, I would non-stop watch Wendigoon videos forever on this channel.
So small, there are only two viable ways of reaching Floyd and that gravel. Option 1, the most obvious, feet first. But if you do this, you have to kind of squat, and your own torso...
Wendigoon need me? Real talk!
Otherwise, option 2...
And then, and before any Wendigoon video starts, you just have like Xavien in the beginning of the video be like, This is a Xavien joint. Why? Then he just edits the video.
That will give you better access, but you're trying to move hundreds of pounds of gravel upside down. Worse yet, there's barely an inch around Collins on either side, so good luck getting your arm down near Floyd's ankle to actually free him from the wedge.
Editors need
Homer
taglines.
calls back to the less daring rescuers standing behind him.
Quickly, some food and drink.
They send it through. He hand feeds his brother a pint of coffee and a total of 9 sausage sandwiches.
Damn!
Much better.
Then, Homer went to task. He began removing rocks and gravel, tiny scoop at a time, with the help of an old syrup can. For the next 8 hours he toiled, first with hands, then, once enough was cleared, using a crowbar to scoop behind.
I don't think
his brother,
any big YouTuber
scraping
still
away
edits their own
sharp
videos.
protrusions as he went. It was slow progress.
Not a YouTuber on
Virtually
this level.
futile. As soon as he removed one rock or scoop of gravel, another would tumble from above and land in the new absence.
1920
And it was
glizzy, they
exhausting
gotta be
work.
monstrous.
By sunrise, Homer's arms and back were knackered. His lungs burned. He
They
was
were
losing
what?
hope. Homer emerged hours later, shivering violently, skin bruised from his fingertips, but the cave barely yielded at all. However, something new. By the time Homer reached outside, he was greeted by a sea of approximately 100 men and women standing around, drinking, squabbling, and talking big game about how they too were going to save Floyd. The press was also present to help people gawk from afar. Now, Homer recuperated at a small tent near the cave's mouth. Strangers immediately crowded around him to ask innocent but, frankly, frustrating questions, and offer unsolicited, obvious advice, as well as wildly impractical solutions.
Just like Twitch
"You should try
chat.
untying his shoes," said one.
Oh my god, they're Twitch chat. Humanity is a circle. Oh my fucking god.
No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel.
Oh my god.
We should jerk him off, right, guys? All right, I made that third guy.
Oh, I was.
You get the idea. And they
Why'd I
started
believe
arguing
that?
with each other about their plans. Hey, how about using dynamite? One click formed.
Is this
insisting
nigga an
that was a
idiot?
great idea.
Are
And
you
another saying,
serious?
No. The explosion will kill him, and the weight of the new rocks will surely crush him. They fought for a while until they started arguing about gas torches, which will cook him or asphyxiate him, or the gas will poison him. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. Never mind that the foot itself was unreachable, and never mind what the blood loss and shock would do to Floyd's weakened body, and never minding even more that Floyd was strongly reluctant to the idea.
Whatever you do, don't cut my foot off.
All of the squabble would not have gotten on Homer's nerves, except that not one of them would just brave the damn cave and continue shoveling away the gravel.
I
The
wouldn't do
formula
that.
was always
I don't
the
know
same.
that nigga.
Brave heroes go in with food and supplies, then reach the turnaround room and immediately lose their nerve, then dump the food just outside the hole, and then return back outside and go, oh, absolutely. No, he says, thanks for the food. Thank you so much. Yum, yum. No one would go through that squeeze. Dozens more men would try. All of them would fail. February 2nd, 9 a.m. So far, Homer has been the only person to have reached Floyd. And that would continue to be true until here we are at the Louisville Courier. There's a spirited young newshawk named William Miller. He's talking to his boss, and he's trying to convince him that it's a great idea for him to cover the story of the man trapped in the cave.
Listen up, boss. I'm hearing talk of a man in a cave. He's stuck down there, and I want to get down there too. Get to the nitty-gritty, you hear?
This is an opportunity for some good PR, Miller.
Should I remod paper
but I
chat?
want us to sponsor that rescue. Picture this. Man saved from cave by Louisville Courier, the finest newspaper in the state. That'll drum up plenty of business.
24-carat idea, boss. I'll make it happen. I'll get down there toot sweet.
So off Miller goes to Floyd's cave. Back over at the cave, Homer is sitting outside trying to recoup.
Oh my
as Miller
God.
wanders up. He glares at the man in his city clothes and answers every
Bye,
question with
paper.
either a grunt or a one-word answer.
Yeah. Sure.
Finally, he gestures to Sand Cave.
Listen, you want more information? The hole's right behind me. Why don't you go take a look yourself?
Now, Miller is only 21, but he is a slender and determined man. He takes on the challenge. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller slowly enters the cave. He finds himself stepping in puddles and having to correct his balance against the ever-softening walls. These were accumulating problems thanks to the gawkers outside who had lit campfires all around the entrance. That caused snowmelt, and the stable environment of the cave is starting
Holy
to shift.
shit.
But Miller makes it further than most. And all that's left is that final squeeze, and he's there. He stops. He takes a moment and decides to call out to Floyd.
Floyd!
Hearing there is someone on the other side, he feels ashamed not to try. So he closes his eyes and moves forward.
Oh no.
His slender figure begins inching through. The crystal gypsum cuts into his elbows and tugs at his clothes. He gets snagged. He's spluttering through the pools of muddy water. He stops, collects himself, and pushes on. He can barely inhale. If he gets stuck in here, he can only hope that someone else can come in from behind and pull him out by the legs. But eventually, he makes it through. Fantastic. He's now standing on the edge of a 10-foot pit, and he clumsily bumbles his way down. He sat right next to Floyd, ready to interview him. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. At the moment, he is sitting in a pool of water that is 12 degrees, slowly sapping his body temperature. He is dying from exposure. The cold is diminishing Floyd's mental faculties, and he can barely make sentences. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. He worked his way back through the squeeze, past the turnaround room, and out into the daylight. He is covered in mud and scratches and numb head to toe.
That's
and when Homer
crazy.
saw, his hope reignited. Someone else had made it to Floyd.
You and me. Together, we can get Floyd out of there.
If Miller hadn't gone to that cave, there's a good chance that Floyd's story would have remained an obscure footnote in the back pages. But the interviews and first-person accounts gave the audience a glimpse of something real. Fear, hope, desperation, the full range. And so from Los Angeles to New York, Floyd's story was picked up everywhere and described the Kentucky man's plight in sensational detail. It was also the era when radio became a regular feature for regular Americans. Radio allowed something new, hourly updates, letting people get engrossed into the story. So, mostly thanks to Miller, the story of Floyd over the next week would grow and grow, seemingly frothing over into every aspect of American life.
Wallahi, I'm
the press
finished,
at
chat.
large would be clamoring over each other for every little extra scrap of detail they could get about Floyd. And everybody wanted to know, will this man make it? Back outside the cave, someone new enters the scene. Lieutenant Robert Burden, a thin but strong 33-year-old Louisville firefighter. Like Miller, he was able to navigate the passages of the cave and brave the squeeze. Scratched up pretty good and drenched in cold, muddy water, he managed to get through. He grabbed the rope and confidently lowered himself to Floyd's position. It was not an optimistic sight. Floyd's condition was deteriorating.
Well, we've got a heck of a problem here, but I think I can get you out with a rope.
Floyd nods in approval.
Go on. We might just pull your bloody leg off. Just pull my leg off then. Get me out of here.
Burden returned to the surface and faced the crowd. He announced,
We will attempt a rope pull.
The crowd murmured. It was dangerous. It would certainly break his foot and could altogether pull it off. If there are jagged rocks, you'll fillet the poor man. Amongst the crowd, a doctor stepped forward. A rope pull could stretch his internal organs and cause them to rupture. You'll kill him. But Floyd is dying of exposure down there. The situation is becoming desperate.
Damn, bro.
Put caution
I'm
to the
actually
side.
tapped in.
The time for strategy is over. Now we try brute
force.
What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
Floyd! We're here. We're gonna get you out of here.
After 79 hours in the cold water, he is delirious, fading in and out of consciousness. Homer gave his brother some coffee and fed him a couple of ham sandwiches. That warms him up and gives him a bit more energy, and he comes back to lucidity.
Oh, much better.
I'm gonna put the special harness around you. Burden and Miller, they're here too. We got 3 more boys right up the cave, and they're all ready to pull as hard as they can to get you out of here.
Floyd was frightened.
I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna hurt.
He gave his brother some whiskey and a strong sedative to calm his nerves, and also to help him withstand the shock in case his foot is destroyed. Floyd took the opportunity to appreciate being surrounded by friends and family.
Go on. Do it.
All right, strap him up.
Homer tied the harness around Colin's chest and knotted the rope.
Ready?
Above, Miller is crouched at the top of the pit.
Ready?
Burden clenches the cord from further up the cave.
3.
The rope goes taut.
Why am I so tapped in?
Do it.
1.
Oh!
Instinctively, Floyd gasps. The force of 6 men pulled against the clutches of the cave. Floyd began to scream. His body was being pulled up from the rubble. The gravel was beginning to shift. Burden clenched his teeth.
Oh, harder!
Floyd screamed harder as well. Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position, but the direction of the rope caused an upwards force that wrenched him vertically. His torso was being compressed and bent against the ceiling of the trap. It would kill him. Floyd's screaming intensified, and through gasps was begging them to stop. The screams filled the echoing cave, but it did not stop. The agony continued, on and on, with no progress.
Enough! Enough! You guys are killing him!
Homer pulled in the opposite direction to give his brother some reprieve. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor, panting and exhausted. No progress had been made.
What the fuck? Wallahi,
the
I'm
cave
finished.
would not let this man go. The futility of the situation sank in, and all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away. Outside, the crowd had grown to 200. They buzzed and asked useless questions, and Homer walked dejectedly past them. He sat by thinking what he could do. The cause seemed hopeless.
Homer?
Then, someone showed up who could turn things around. He looked up to see a childhood friend of both his and Floyd's, Johnny Gerald. Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. He was just the man for the job.
All right, let me go see him. Well, look who it is.
Floyd perked up immediately,
Yay.
thrilled to see Gerald.
All right, let's see what we can do.
Gerald jumped down. For the next 3 hours, Gerald went back to the original plan of prying away rocks. His stamina was good, and progress was surprisingly good as well. For several more hours, he continued, just moving stone after stone. New one would fall in its place, and he'd move that one too. By midnight, he had enough room to shift position and clear some of the gravel that was at each side of Floyd's body.
Hey!
Gerald would spend several more hours scooping. And it worked. For the first time, Floyd's torso was now available. Then his hips, his upper thigh. For the first time in over 90 hours, Floyd was able to wiggle his arm.
Why had no one tried this before?
shoulders, his hips, and even that trapped right leg, though it was very painful to do. In that one session, Gerald managed to move a half-ton of rock.
Holy
But there was still a lot
fuck.
more to go. And that rock by his foot was still holding him in place. By 2 a.m., Gerald was spent. He needed rest, and he was ready to head back outside.
Floyd, tomorrow, you're gonna be a free man.
Now here you might think that things will become straightforward. They did not. Now that space had been cleared, Burden became convinced that if he could get down that passage again, he could free Floyd with another rope pull, fate deciding with both feet or just one. But when Burden tried to enter the cave again, he was sternly rebuffed by the locals. They were playing gatekeeper. They had been specifically
Literally Twitch chat.
instructed to not let anyone in, and they were especially opposed to Burden making another rope pull after word spread about the disaster of the first attempt. He tried to reason with them.
Let me try the rope pull again. It'll work this time.
They wouldn't let up. Instead, they shouted obscenities and shoved him in the other direction.
They definitely called him a slur or two.
Meanwhile, Gerald and Homer are incapacitated with exhaustion, and Miller was busy filing some paperwork for the Louisville Courier. Nobody else had the ability or the authority to take action, so Floyd spent all of that morning alone.
Hello? Is anyone there? Help? Hey? Anyone out there?
Word spread about Floyd. Miller's reporting had been picked up by the AP Newswire, and they distributed it amongst their hundreds of partnered newspapers. For Miller, it would be the biggest moment of his career. But he didn't stop to pay it mind. He spent the day hatching a rescue plan. Miller descended into the cave and set to work. When he entered, he found that the team before him had strung light bulbs all through the cavern, leading all the way down to Floyd. Very handy. A bulb was also put around Floyd's neck to keep him warm and make sure that he was never again left in the dark. Miller popped down to Floyd.
Ah, Floyd, fancy seeing you here, buddy.
Reusing that syrup tin, he started offloading gravel into buckets. Those buckets were then passed up and down the cavern. And so it went on for the next 2 hours. Miller stopped for a break. He took some bread, milk, and whiskey, and sharing it with Floyd, they started to get...
What a meal.
Floyd had been in that cave for over 100 hours now, and seeing everyone working together, Floyd was overcome with a sense of hope and relief, and so he began spilling his heart out to Miller. Here is what he is quoted in the newspaper.
I believed I would go to heaven. I can feel that I'm to be taken out alive and with both my feet. I kept thinking, what would happen if the rock above me would fall? It caused me to shudder. I kept thinking to drive my mind to something else, but it wasn't much use. I couldn't do much to help those who came to help me, but I knew that a lot of people were willing to do all in their power. It gave me courage. Tuesday morning, I thought to myself, 4 days down here, and no nearer freedom than I was on the first day. How will it end? Will I get out? I couldn't think of it. I have faced death before. It doesn't frighten me, but it is so long. Tell them I am not going to give up. Tell them I'm going to fight and be patient and never forget them.
Meanwhile, Floyd's story kept growing. Pedestrians would gather around corner store windows to read the latest bulletins. The press began using giant typefaces, commonly only reserved for declarations of war. Churches in all of the nearby counties were holding services for Floyd. Theaters even interrupted their shows to update the audience. Now, at the time, President Coolidge was in charge.
Who,
and his
Megalo?
Secretary of Commerce was a geologist, Herbert Hoover. Now, Mr. Hoover followed the story very closely.
Oh, is that Larry Hoover's dad? I'm sorry, it's a terrible joke.
And so, it was likely that the president did too. Even Congress paused session to ask about the latest news from Sand Cave. By the end, the Floyd Collins incident would explode into the third largest non-political story between World War I and World War II. All of this excitement brought an inundation of people to Cave City. Old population.
Y'all think the people involved in Cave City, y'all think they was getting mad pussy? Apparently this shit was like viral type, you know what I mean? Like they had to get some pussy off of this.
690. Yawn. New population, 10,000. Hotels ran out of food. Residents turned their homes into makeshift hotels, charging sizable premiums to let
That's
people
just
nap in their
Airbnb.
bathtubs.
That's
The banks quickly ran out of on-hand cash.
What?
4,500 automobiles impatiently sat backed up for 2 miles from 20 different states to drive onto the Collins farm and turn their pristine green pastures into swampy parking lots. Deep below all those tourists, there's Miller, trying to free Floyd. Alright, a little bit of setup. Floyd, Miller, some remaining rubble, rock. For anyone to lift the rock by hand would be impossible because Floyd's body
6'9"
obstructs the hole. Miller grabs a crowbar and shoves it through the gap. Now he's going to lever it off Floyd's foot. Cool. The crowbar is now wedged against the rock. Next, he takes a jack. He positions it on top of the crowbar so that it will be forced against the ceiling. However, problem. That jack is too big. It doesn't fit. Miller yells up the tunnel for a smaller one, but this took some time. And when it arrived, too small, won't reach the ceiling. But instead of sending for another one, Miller takes 2 blocks of wood and bolsters them underneath the crowbar. Right, so the crowbar now sits higher, it fulcrums against the blocks, and the jack is sitting on top. All Miller has to do is expand the jack, which he will do using this spanner, holding it at the very tips of his fingers. Sounds easy. It's not. But that's the plan. Let's get him out of there. He turned the wrench. The jack expanded, and the crowbar took strain. The whole thing slid apart with a pang. Floyd wasn't hurt, but Miller was contorting and exerting his whole body from back to fingertip. They tried again. Same result. Miller tried a new angle. Maybe this time. The jack pressed. The tension increased. And this time, the rock moved. It fucking moved. With each turn, the stone shifted a little more. Miller's hands shook with adrenaline, his face and body dripping with sweat. Pang. One of the blocks slipped, and the wooden tower went sideways.
No.
The rock painfully slammed back down on Colin's foot.
You'll get it next time, Miller. Try again.
Miller did. Again. And again. Adding blocks, taking them away, new crowbar position, changed the jack position, every angle, all while Floyd was there, cheering him on.
Yay.
Bruh.
For the next 4 hours he tried. No progress. Miller was exhausted. He couldn't do this on his own, but he was the only one slim enough to get in through the gap. The group decided to concede for now and return to the surface. They would take just a small break, but it looked to everyone like there was a clear way to get this man out. So Miller and Burden crawled back through the mud and the wines of the cave. As they made their way through, the cave was visibly sagging. The ceiling seemed lower. Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands. But they made it outside to the fresh, early morning air. And here is where they're greeted with a new sight. Dozens of soldiers. The National Guard had arrived. In addition to the National Guard, a new figure was joining the story, Henry Carmichael. Now, Carmichael was the general superintendent of the Kentucky Rock Asphalt Company. He had been on site since Tuesday, and he was appalled at how primitive the rescue attempts had been. Shortly after Miller and co. had exited, Carmichael sent 2 men into Sand Cave to assess the structure's stability. They soon came back with a report. It was not good. Near the final squeeze, large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop.
Oh, shit.
Right, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, surveying its condition. looking at the boards, the ceiling, the stability of the walls. He continued deeper towards Floyd. He was fighting against his nerves. The shifting of the rock pinged his every instinct to flee. But he heard Collins moaning ahead, so he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Please, come down. I can't right now, Floyd, but I will when I get back.
Behind Casey, his partner is begging to leave. Below Casey, Collins is pleading for help.
Please, I'm so thirsty.
Piss in his mouth. Sorry.
Casey slid headfirst into the pit and hastily ladled Floyd some coffee. But Floyd rejected it.
No.
Rumbling intensified from above. And in that moment, Casey realized that this was not a plea for sustenance. Floyd knew that a cave-in was inevitable. Scared and approaching his 5th day trapped, he was completely at his wit's end. He knew he was about to be trapped in that cave, and he didn't want to be trapped alone.
For God's sake, Casey, come on, you'll get us killed.
Stay with me, please. Don't leave.
Casey looked into Collins' eyes, set the coffee down, and pulled himself out of the pit. He wiggled underneath the sagging ceiling and crawled towards the turnaround room as fast as his limbs could scramble against the cave walls. He looked back to see the passage closing like a maw. Reflections from the bulb shining around Floyd's neck were no longer visible. Instead, just sobs could be heard, muffled from behind the rocks.
What the fuck?
Miller and Burden awoke in the late morning, confident that today would be the day that they saved Floyd. They had some new equipment too. Some wire to wrap around the wooden blocks to prevent them from slipping. And they changed their mind about that acetylene torch. They'll use it to burn away 2 rocks that had previously blocked their way. But when Miller got to the turnaround room, all of that optimism left him. The entrance to the squeeze was now just a pile of debris.
No.
Miller froze, staring at it for a long while. Then he sighed and did the only thing he could think, attempt to move some of the stones. But each adjustment led to more rocks just tumbling down and landing in that space. He persisted until... crash. A large chunk of clay landed onto his feet. Recognizing the danger, Miller returned to the surface. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the cave with a bloodied-up nose and bruises down his back and shoulders. Burden caught sight and races over to him. Miller just says, "For God's sake, just don't let Homer or anyone else back in there." Now, he didn't actually need to worry about Homer going back in there because he was sidelined with illness. But he did, however, need to worry about Gerald because he was furious. Gerald had warned everyone that putting dozens of people in Sand Cave would cause a collapse. It certainly did. The rest of that day would be wasted, as men threw blame around and screamed at each other about how to handle the cave-in. And Floyd spent the rest of that day alone.
Bro.
The surveyors continued checking the cave throughout the day. By the evening, Carmichael had ordered everyone to an assembly. Gerald took the floor. He was going to try one last daring rescue. He boldly announced his plan and an ultimatum.
Listen up. There's death down there. The walls and ceilings are crumbling. Unless you're determined to take the biggest chance you ever took in your life, tell me now and stay outside.
Next, they told all the Gawkers to get the fuck out of the cave, clear off. And over the next 8 hours, Gerald would enter and leave Sand Cave at least 5 times, chipping away at that pile of debris. In the woods, men sawed trees and chopped logs to shore up the cave walls. Underground, the crew reinforced cracks and wobbling boulders with fresh strips of wood. Gerald assessed that about 4 barrels of rocks would need to be moved, and piece by piece, they made that happen. Steadily, they managed to move enough rock to allow Gerald to get within earshot of Floyd.
Hey! Hello? I need food.
Bad news. We can't reach you. But hold on. We're coming.
Stone by stone, they continued. After a few hours, the light of the bulb around Floyd's neck was peeking through. A couple more hours, enough room for Gerald to squeeze.
How do you even have enough oxygen to like live down there for that long?
Floyd, I'm going for now. But when I get back, I'm gonna get you out of there.
Exhausted but still determined, Gerald crawled back up the cave and marched to the men huddling outside.
Gather the equipment, and in an hour's time, it's gonna be me and Floyd coming out of that cave.
What a big dick he has.
Gerald entered
Holy
Sand Cave
shit.
for his final time. The walls had been reinforced, but mud and water was accumulating everywhere. He waded through it and pressed on past the danger of the sagging ceiling. With determination on his face and a grease gun clutched in his right hand, he scrambled towards Floyd. But before the final squeeze, he stopped. It was all gone. The cave ceiling had crumbled once again. Gerald stared motionlessly at the pile. Then he began to yell.
Floyd!
A rock disconnected from the ceiling and tumbled onto Gerald's head. Luckily, just a small one. He rubbed his scalp and called out again.
Floyd!
This time, a moan. It rumbled from the other side. Fearing that his friend was slipping out of consciousness, Gerald willed himself against the cave, launching the debris behind him with force. He ignored the pain from being struck on the head and clawed at the stone pile. He carried on this way for several minutes, until a sharp, heavy rock dropped from the ceiling and landed squarely on his back. No more than 15 minutes later, Gerald returned to the surface, defeated.
I really thought they were going to get him out of there.
Only after the cave-ins did they start to think about all of the things that they could have done.
Wait, why didn't we rig a portable telephone line? That would have been incredibly simple here in 1925.
Yeah, why have we been running in and out to deliver updates?
Why didn't we give him an AM radio? He could have had something to listen to and receive messages of support from the public.
Wait, why don't we rig up a tarpaulin so we could lift his torso up so he wouldn't be slowly dying of exposure?
Oh god, why didn't we run a feeding tube? That's also a technology we have in 1925.
All too late. Now what? The one route to get to Floyd is closed forever. That meant two options. Number one, capitulation. Surrender him to the cave. Or number two, dig down from directly above Floyd. Now, the prospect of digging from above seemed almost fanciful. At least, it did in the beginning. But luckily, they had some help. Owing to Miller's reporting, Floyd had become practically the most famous person in the country. The rescue had become a high priority for the governor of Kentucky. Lieutenant General Denhart enters the scene.
Very racist
He's been
name.
updated on the situation, and following shortly behind him is a small army of miners and engineers. He declared to the despondent crowd, "Gentlemen, I am here on behalf of the governor. The purse strings of Kentucky are open. Take this blank check and bring that man out alive." Floyd in that cold, wet confine could not have
Like, these people are just too simple-minded. Like, they accepted that blank check. I would have asked for like 100,000 Bitcoin. You know what I mean? At that moment. Because like, they don't even know the value of Bitcoin at that point in history. It's 1929. So like that 100K in Bitcoin now would have made me a fucking like trillionaire.
imagined the scale of the operation that was going on 55 feet above him. Authorities assumed control of Colin's rescue. Denhart gave Henry Carmichael the lead to dig, and Carmichael raced to get to work. He enlisted his employees, his fleet of expensive high-tech machinery. Professional groups were brought in from all across the state. Local townspeople were mostly excluded, and for the first time since Collins had been trapped, work was now about to go ahead in a systematic manner. Everyone knew the plan. Everyone had something to do.
Why didn't they do this
everyone
earlier?
Was working fast. But just as hopes were rising, they were once again dashed against the rocks.
No way.
They had all of this state-of-the-art machinery shipped in and assembled by the engineers and rearing to go, and it was all worthless. See, the problem is, the cave drew air into it. These diesel-powered engines pumped out enormous volumes of choking exhaust. Within a day's operation, the cave would be filled with carbon monoxide and Floyd would be dead from asphyxiation. Just as quickly as solutions would arise, the cave would parry them away. It refused to let this man go. So engineers and miners had wasted hours assembling everything, only to realize that they had to pack it all up and cart it away. Because the digging of a 55-foot shaft would be done with picks and shovels. Carmichael didn't know much about caves, but he knew a lot about quarrying, and he estimated that his team of 75 volunteers could dig and dredge at a rate of 2 feet per hour. If they worked around the clock, they would be digging directly into the spot where Floyd lays within 30 hours. Now, is it possible that Floyd could survive for another 30 hours? Absolutely. Let's go. The first ton was moved, and at first it was easy work. Just dirt and clay. Carmichael understood well that this was a race against time, so he watched the men closely, and if they seemed to be slowing down, even a little, they would be yanked out and immediately a new worker subbed in. Nonetheless, the pace slowed. By 10 feet, the shaft narrowed greatly, which meant that only 2 men could work at a time. At 15 feet, they hit boulders. Pickaxes went in, and a system of pulleys and buckets had to be used to cart the rock out. Tracks were even laid to ferry the refuse to a dump site. Time passed. Hours passed. Night went to day.
Wow.
The day was hot. This was yet another problem, because it's early February, there's tons of ice still in the ground, and its exposure to the fresh midday sun meant that the walls of the shaft were softening and the ground becoming sodden. The pace of digging slowed.
No way.
It was now only half a foot per hour. Most anyone could do was watch helplessly on the sidelines and pray. Interestingly, though, there were a lot of people on the sidelines. Floyd wouldn't have believed that the space above him had turned into a literal carnival in his honor. Vendors showed up to sell hamburgers, hot dogs, and souvenirs. Families sprawled out.
I don't give a fuck about this.
Hymns from local church
Save me!
The local mountebank sold moonshine and miracle cures. There was even a bloody juggler. And Old Man Lee was there, walking around, shaking his jar, and soliciting donation.
Speaking of, any donations, chat? We haven't gotten any donations today.
But where were Homer and Burden and Miller during all of this? Okay, let's back up a bit. People did not properly understand exactly how Floyd was trapped, and the news didn't help much either. So the obvious question started to arise. Why hasn't he been rescued yet? Just clear some gravel or pull a rope. How is this so hard? Motive was attributed.
I heard they didn't even want to have him rescued at all. I heard that they're doing all of this for publicity.
And Lee's activity of soliciting donations, remember from before, further inflamed rumors.
I bet Floyd isn't even trapped in there.
These were all real rumors, and they got worse.
You know what? I've heard he comes out at night, and then he just goes back in the morning.
Other rumors included,
I heard that after Floyd went into the cave, someone murdered him.
Others said,
I think they're withholding food and water from him so he dies.
This whole thing is a fraud.
As time went on, it was harder and harder to ignore the hoax claims. Then, people started to form righteous mobs, claiming the whole thing was a fraud, and they started to get nasty. In fact...
Yeah, humanity has not changed at all, by the way.
2 people even went to the telegraph office and pretended to be Floyd sending telegrams to his mother. Here's what it said.
I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man.
You ask and you shall receive.
Fuck am I supposed to do with $1, nigga? Do better. Wallahi, I'm finished, gang. Any donators? What is this?
And old man Lee was there, walking around, shaking his jar, and soliciting donation.
I'm a W streamer. Can you guys admit I'm a W streamer?
And
that's a good clip.
Said, quote, "Please contradict statements that I am buried alive in sand cave. Stop. Tell mother I am all right. Stop. Am coming home. Stop. Floyd Collins." Naturally, the AP published these telegrams unquestioningly, and now word is out to the press that he isn't actually in the cave after all. That made the authorities look foolish, and it could not go on. So, a hasty court-martial was arranged, and Homer, Miller, and Gerald were summoned. They hold one session on Monday and another on Tuesday.
This is crazy.
Lee and everyone else is cleared of charges, a retraction is written, and things carry on. Generators rumbled, pumps churned out water. Men continued working in shifts and carrying away the earth. Here they are with strips of lumber to shore up the walls. They were only 25 feet down. The pace had slowed to 4 inches per hour.
What?
In their desperation, they resorted to dynamite. But this did little to the boulders. Despite all these bleak circumstances, people's spirits were high, because everyone was keen for their turn to dig. And because they had one more thing to latch onto. He is probably still alive.
How?
Now, how do they know that? Okay, so remember that light bulb around Floyd's neck? Well, it's powered by a simple copper wire. Bare copper wire is subject to very minute fluctuations in resistance. So, an engineer rigs up a radio amplifier to this wire to read the current and see those small fluctuations. There they were. About 20 per minute.
That is so fucking smart. Holy shit.
The rate of steady breathing. As his chest expands and contracts, they can read it from this device.
I just feel like I don't have this much will to stay alive. I would have been given up, man. Holy moly.
And so, they kept going. And going. And going. 30 hours was the original estimate. Now what?
What about $2?
Do I start banning the people that only donate $1? Thoughts?
144 hours had come and gone, and they were only at 44 feet. Then, rain fell. Rain that mixed with dirt to make mud, much of which then froze to make ice. Ice which expanded and damaged the integrity of the shaft walls. Slowing down with every hour, they continued.
How is he still alive?
Many more hours passed, and they were getting close. But it was now 15 days since Floyd was first stuck in that cave, and people had mostly lost hope. That excitement in the newspapers was tempering down. Visitors began clearing out from Cave City. Many still held on to hope, but their final lifeline, that light bulb, had burnt out. And it wasn't possible to do any more readings on the radio amplifier without it. No one knew if Floyd was still alive. Another 51 hours would pass before, finally, they reached the 60-foot depth.
I'm in! Chisel!
A chisel is handed down. At 1:30 p.m. on Monday, February 16th, Sand Cave would open once again. For 17 days, Floyd had been trapped underground, stuck in the same position. 4 days without heat or light. 12 without food or water. But maybe the dripping of the cave water had provided him with some sustenance? There are stories of people surviving harsher extremes. Rescuers frantically tugged at rocks to widen the hole. Everybody stood by, absolutely silent, peering into that hole. Ed flashed his light into the gap, then eased himself in. Brenner aimed his light around the room, and then, finally, at Floyd. The first thing he saw was a golden shimmer. It was not the light bulb. It was the reflection of Floyd's tooth. His mouth hung open. He was dead. Brenner was helped out of the cave and he delivered the news.
Dead.
A coroner would later state that Floyd succumbed to exposure and that they had missed him by just 3 days, about the same time that the light bulb had gone out.
Bro, I don't know why. I knew it wasn't likely, but I was like, maybe they saved this nigga? Wow, life is a bitch, man. All that work.
But what would they do now with the body? The shaft walls were ready to fall inwards, and risking lives to remove a corpse was seen as just irresponsible. So the following morning, officials made a decision. Floyd would be entombed where he lay.
What?
The cave would keep its victim. Now, this did not sit well with the family, but what could they do? The next day, they planned the funeral. The town emptied of people, and the shaft with Floyd at the bottom was refilled with soil. But that's not quite the end of the story. But if you hung on for this long, keep holding on, because things are going to continue to get interesting. But first, let me do a wrap-up of where everyone is and all that stuff. Context. The Collins family already had financial hardship. Locals saw Old Man Lee scouring the rescue site for glass bottles. But the owner of the land, B. Doyle, and supposed friend of Floyd, was wholly unsympathetic. He erected a sign on the highway which said, 200 yards away, the body of Floyd Collins is imprisoned in Sand Cave. Then he began charging tourists 50 cents apiece for the opportunity to gander into the hole. It's 100 years later, B's dead. Let's call it even. Also, remember those claims of Kentucky being an open purse? Well, the state reneged on the deal. They refused to pay many of the rescuers, and most of them went home without any compensation. Some of them did make some money out of the situation, though. They lucked into vaudeville gigs and roamed the country, giving their first-person account. Miller, however, received an astonishing offer, a $50,000 contract from the Chautauqua Lecture Circuit.
That is $810,000 in current day. Almost $1 million.
Better part of $1 million in today's money. He declined. He continued to work at the Louisville Courier.
I ain't never seen a bigger back fumbler in my life.
Journal. The following year, his coverage of Floyd's story earned him the Pulitzer Prize. Now the brother, Homer, he needed money and he agreed to do that vaudeville circuit. He stood on stage and regaled the audience about tales of his brother, their childhood, and the tragedy. But Homer made it known why he was up here on stage trying to get money. He had a mission.
I kept thinking of Floyd lying in the muck, where he had suffered beyond our power to imagine. I would never have peace of mind if he remained there.
He wanted the money to dig Floyd up and get him out of that cave. A couple of months later, he had it. Alright, so back to Floyd. April 17th, 1925. 7 miners showed up to the scene. They began to dig. Within a week, they had arrived at Floyd. And this time, they approached from the other side of the rock formation. That way, they could remove the rock pinning Floyd's leg. They lifted him up from his tomb and laid him down on the fresh air above. April 26, 1925. Floyd was set to rest in the family cemetery. A stalagmite had been set as a headstone to mark out his plot. And there he lay. No, that's not actually where it ends. Okay, this is where it gets weird. 2 years later, 1927. Times have been tough for the Collins. So Floyd's dad sold Sand Cave to a dentist named Dr. Harry B. Thomas for $10,000. Now, Homer begged him not to, because at the time, the government was starting to buy up tons of land in the area and turn it into national parks. They had to pay at a very competitive rate. But Lee was becoming a bit old and senile by this point, and frankly, it's doubtful that he cared about Homer or Floyd or anyone else for that matter. It's 100 years later, he's dead now, let's call it even. So, the point is, in this land sale with Thomas, Lee agreed to a very odd clause. And that clause said, everything on that property belongs to Thomas. And should he wish, for example, to exhume a dead body and re-embalm it and put it on display in something really tacky like a glass coffin inside a cave, maybe, then that would be his prerogative. Lee signed yes. And Thomas did exactly that. Doyle made Floyd's corpse a tourist attraction. That's right. 2 bits of gander, come and wonder at the incredible dead man who died in a cave. But to add insult to injury, it worked. Visitors returned to Sand Cave to gawk morbidly at Floyd. Within a few months, Thomas had turned Lee's failing farm into a successful business.
Tell me one more time that capitalism is good. I fucking dare you.
Now, the rest of Colin's family is horrified. They try a number of times to get Floyd returned to them, including through the legal system. But somehow, incredibly, the judge ruled in Thomas's favor. And so, there he lay for the next 2 years.
Holy fuck.
The cave was not done with Floyd. Until someone hatched a plan. 2 years later, it's midnight, outside Sand Cave. Footsteps can be heard rustling through the brush. Now, we don't know who these 2 men are, but we know why they are here. To rob a grave. They sneak inside and clamber over the rocks in the darkness. Reaching Floyd's casket, they undo the latch and throw open the lid. There is his shriveled body. They throw him in a gunny sack, and they race off into the night. For 800 yards they carry dear Floyd, like a couple of sweaty Santas about to deliver a really terrible Christmas present. Panting, out of breath, knowing that they're going to get caught any minute, they reach the Kentucky Green River hillside. There's no time. With a 1, 2, 3, they launch his body towards the river, and Floyd goes sailing into the air, up, into the starlit beyond, and landing in a bush. Oh, God. The 2 men flee from the scene. Now, the next morning, Thomas notices that the body of Floyd is somewhat missing, and he contacts the authorities. The police come, they dust the casket for fingerprints, and bloodhounds are given Floyd's scent and let loose into the hillside. A few hours later, they manage to find him, a tangled up mess near the river, but this time with a leg missing, that same one that was trapped under the rock. So, despite his protest, it had been amputated. Neither the leg nor the culprits were ever found. And while it would be nice to think that this was some well-intentioned duo that did this out of the kindness of their hearts to free Floyd, it's much more likely that it was an act of vandalism because Floyd was simply too much of a hot tourist attraction. The following day, Floyd was cast back into the cave, back into his box, and it was covered by a metal lid, surrounded by a metal chain. and locked with a padlock. He was now more trapped than he had ever been. This cave had spun fate once again to make sure that its victim would never leave. And so, time passed. Floyd's body would continue to decay. The rot from his body would eventually rot the casket too, and every decade or so, it would need to be replaced. A few years later, he was no longer on display, but even then, he remained in that box for many more years.
What a
In
horrible
1961,
life.
Floyd's Cave was purchased by Mammoth Cave National Park, and it was closed to the public. There would be no more visitors. The entrance itself to Floyd's Cave was closed with a steel gate and bolted, then welded shut. But the Collins family never gave up objecting to Collins' body being left in the cave. And here is where the story ends. In 1989, at the Collins' request, the National Park Service ventured into Floyd's Cave. Continuing on a more than 60-year tradition, a team of people worked over the course of several days to remove him from the cave. They took him out, left the cave, locked it behind them, and laid Floyd to rest at the Mammoth Cave Baptist Church Cemetery. After 64 years in Sand Cave, he is now finally at peace. The end. Thank you to Wendigoon as Floyd.
Holy
if you don't let me out,
shit.
I'm going to hire a gang of hitmen to come to your house and kill your family.
Samito
What the
as Homer.
fuck?
The BTS meal McDonald's bag that has
I'm
McDonald's
hungry.
and BTS. Shut the fuck up and eat some BTS, bro.
Ordinary Things as Miller.
I'm enthusiastic, but would ultimately duck out the back exit.
Rusty Cage as Gerald.
Oh, well, hello there. Haven't seen y'all in a while. Welcome to my new home.
And many kudos as Burden.
Hey, buddy. You right down there? You was sleepy?
I can, yeah.
We get your coffee?
Yo, this story kind of made me
Cup of Joseph?
like hate humanity even more.
Also, by the way, in case you're confused about the channels, this is how it works now.
Wait, what? Whoops. Oh, he has different channels? Wait. I didn't know that. What kind of stuff does he have on here?
Spooky. Spooky. What is spooky?
You telling me this is unscripted?
Right.
Yeah, bullshit.
Ad time Raycon.
Why are all his thumbnails with Mark Zuckerberg? What the fuck? JonTron? The fuck does he talk about on here? Yo, he low-key on this dude many kudos dick. Yo, this video was fucking crazy. This was a very good video. Y'all were not lying about this video. I'm glad I watched it. Y'all kept dick riding this video, and it was for very good reason. Humanity peaked when I was born? Do you believe that for real, on God, on God? Chat, what the fuck do I do now? I have like 40 minutes left of this stream. What do? You mentioned earlier about a new button video. Wait, Xavien, how long is your video? 8 minutes? All right, Xavien. Link it. Let's see it, boys.
This is
Beating 5 scam arcades with science?
Today, my main goal is to complete a mission on Hitman 3. The only problem is I installed a mod where all the NPCs have guns.
Okay.
This mod seems pretty difficult for a game like Hitman 3, so I decided to go easy on myself. This should be fun. Hey. Shut up.
Okay, hold up.
Difficulty on top of this mod, and that means I can't follow any mission stories, so I'm just gonna have to get creative, you know what I mean? Now, I will say, as far as I know, the only NPCs that will have guns are these ones with outlines. Like, for example, this guy right here, normally, if he were to see me do something, oh, I don't know, like steal his money. Okay, well, he's a street performer, so he really wouldn't like me picking up his instruments. Okay, but he wouldn't like it if I just did that. Oh, oh, they're both packing. Please, guys. Oh, God, everyone. Oh, please, please, please. Oh.
But he didn't shoot me for taking his money?
So normally, if somebody, like one of these NPCs, like this guy down here, if he sees me do something bad, he'll just run to go get somebody else. But with this mod, he, you know, he just decides to go full, like, Batman and just take matters into his own hands. And I'm gonna take your instrument. So, now what? So, we got the goals. We gotta take out Sierra Knox and Robert Knox. Should be
Who,
easy
Megalos?
enough. Oh, well, one of them is in that. Ooh, who's that guy?
That is Ted Mendez.
Ah, maybe if I become the security guy, I will earn the trust of Ted Mendez, perhaps. Oh, God. No. I forgot this. Guys, come on. Nice. Nice. Damn, he really pulled out the
Hold
gun
up.
on me.
That seemed like a hate crime, low-key.
Lure Ted over here. I can lure Ted over here. What a kind guy this guy is. Idiot. One thing about me is I really treat my victims with a lot of respect, you know? I really just want to make sure that nobody is being mistreated. I'm only here for my targets. Well, fellas, I hope you enjoy your little nap you have together. Now, if I was a betting man, I would say Mr. Ted Mendez has a meeting in this here building with that red outlined fella there. How you doing today, ma'am? You too. Oh, that guy knows I'm a fraud. I've got an idea. Nice. Dude, that's a photographer coming after me, man.
Hey, you know photographers
You're
can
just on a
shoot.
vacation, man. No need to take matters into your own hands. I mean, this place's security is tight. They're sending the cameraman after me. How many people do we think I can take out before they get me? What do we think?
This is crazy.
Fucking none. Jesus. All right. Gonna have to be a little bit more secretive than that, I suppose. These NPCs have guns. I just gotta hype myself up a little bit. I've been doing this self-help thing. I just want to give myself some of my affirmations for my self-help class. So if you guys will just give me a second. You are Maya Higa. Oh, come on, man. Serpentine.
That's
I am
crazy.
not Maya Higa.
I don't know if a lot of people are gonna get that, but that's funny.
Okay, hold on. Oh, nice. That worked. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't even really talking there because I was not expecting that to work, but another day on the job. Am I right, guys?
Good day to you, sir.
Yeah, you too, man. Keep working. Keep doing the just you're on the job. All right. Well, I guess this guy's in here. So can I go up here, guys?
Nope.
Fair enough. Maybe I can get upstairs. You know, I do have a silenced weapon.
A few moments.
How long did this shit take you to edit,
bro?
bro?
Out of here, then, fellas. Don't you do it. Gotcha. Definitely thought I'd be able to shoot through that.
Yeah, this looks very tedious to edit. This looks very tedious to edit.
All right. I guess I'm going to have to take this a little bit more calculated. Let's see if I can kill both of them and get out of here.
Like and subscribe or you're next.
Nice.
Did you throw shit on him?
I'll leave you to do whatever you're doing here. And I don't need this didgeridoo anymore. Go ahead and move on past it. Buddy, you didn't see a thing. Employee access only. That seems like the type of place I can go. Fuck. Is this the same staircase as the other guy? I think it is. Ah, haha. Okay. If there's two people essentially like quote unquote guarding this staircase, I feel like there's got to be something over there. So we're going to give that a look. But first, before anybody can see me, coin. Nice. You know what? We're not going to use Spidey sense on this staircase because I think we can figure this out on our own. Oh. Well, that's no fun. All right. Well, let's go to our meeting then. See what we can do. Yes. Very important person here. Dude, we wore the same sunglasses today. That's embarrassing.
That's an L.
This guy, hurry up. I don't have
Could
all
never be me.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. No, it wasn't too bad. What?
Nobody wants to exchange their children and
loved ones for flags and medals. And
Seems a little dramatic,
the
but
glory is gone.
am I gonna get to respond?
I just pick any of the pictures on the desk.
Yeah, for sure.
Then I use the scanner to upload the biometric data. And
Okay.
Alice will do the rest.
Damn. Headshot.
All you need, pick a photo from the table and scan it just like I showed you.
Oh, you know what? Instead of the target dummy, I think I've got a better idea. Surely these aren't live rounds, though. Oh!
Robert knocks down.
Bro got zombie landed. Dude,
That's
you wore
fire.
the same sunglasses too? All right. Well, that was traumatizing. Okay, that guy doesn't like me. I think next order of business is figuring out this.
FIFA, nigga, no, I haven't,
Now,
bro.
if I were a security
What is wrong with you?
officer, where would I be? Oh, right here.
You gotta play these games,
Jesus
bro. Fuck
Christ,
stealth.
man. That's a dead body.
Can we get L stealth in the chat?
Stands. Okay, maybe we can go to the stands, get something going. The mascot. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, I'm fucking exhausted. Yo, I've been exhausted all week, low key. Actually, not really. The past couple days though, I have not been getting very much sleep.
Yeah, no problem. You know what I've always wanted to do? Be a fucking mascot. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Sorry, buddy. I hate to tell you. It's all me now. It's all me. You just go to bed. Thank you so much. Do I have the keys? Ahaha! The creepy van. Incriminating evidence. Oh, yeah? All right, well, let's go find where we're supposed to meet Sierra at. Now, I'm a betting man, and if I were to bet, I would say the hotel's over by these giant buildings. So, make my way over there. This looks like the right spot, right?
Nope.
Oh, I'm trespassing. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Fellas, I'm here with my incriminating evidence. Thanks.
And tell her to hurry the fuck
What's
up.
the overall of my big man? Like 92 or 93.
If you don't mind me saying so, your particular choice of attire is maybe a little...
Death Stranding stealth is enjoyable because there's more to that game than just stealth.
Suit is at the cleaners. And you couldn't find anything else to wear?
Correct.
You must lead a very interesting life, my friend.
You have no idea.
Where are we going?
Don't worry. What am I gonna do? Kill you in broad daylight. I just want a bit of privacy here. Not about
Privacy.
business like this in front of an audience.
That's fair.
You and I are having this meeting because my father doesn't need to know about this. It's
Okay.
just another undesired distraction.
He'll never know, to be honest.
Robert knocks down.
So here are the two possible outcomes of this meeting.
Okay.
One, you will leave this place and this country for good.
Okay.
And that will be the end of it.
Okay.
Everyone lives happily ever after.
For sure.
Two, you don't choose option one. Someone dies.
Okay.
Right here.
Push the bitch.
Right now.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer?
You know, this mascot guy seems like a good fellow. I don't think we needed to deal with him like this, you know? That guy seemed like a cool guy. You don't seem very nice at all. So now, see ya! W.
Both targets down.
Did that person not see?
Yeah.
Head for an exit and we'll speak.
W's.
Sounds good. All these NPCs having guns, not really a problem for me. Like the video and subscribe or I cry.
Well, chat, I think there's only one thing I can do. I think I have to like the video and subscribe. Hitman NPCs are blind. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though, right? If you guys like to watch the video, you know what I mean? There it is. WWWs. Yo, chat, who wants to watch a cringe compilation? And then we could get on that 2K grind. W's. W2K. Yo, I might just end the stream 30 minutes early. Who the fuck says no? I'm tired as fuck. Ugh. Chat, come on, bro. I gotta, upload the podcast, which takes like 2 seconds, but you get me. Just end stream. Who cares? See, now you guys make me feel like no one cares me. I thought of a team name, Foreskin Forces. Ew. You know what's crazy? How the fuck have I not gotten a Street Fighter 6 code? I feel like that feels very hateful to me. Wait, was this an Ice Poseidon stream? Why the fuck was this in my recommended? Chat, I'm secretly CX gang. Why the fuck, Caleb? Why did you even redeem a Street Fighter code, nigga? You don't play Street Fighter. Or when am I playing Overwatch 2? Yeah, never worry. Like they gave codes to bum ass niggas like Caleb and not to me. Please stay live. What do you want me to do? Why can I hear like a clock ticking? Does that mean my time is up? When am I trying to hop on Need for Speed? Wait, Lotus, when are you leaving? You said, oh, you're leaving you said the 11th, I think? Unless I'm high. Sunday? Damn. On Drake's. How do you even play Need for Speed together? Like, do you just race against each other or what? I'll be gone for a week. Hi, Kia L.
Yeah, you ready to do this?
ASAP Rocky is in this game?
Let's do it. They say it pays the cost to be the boss. Time to show them who's in charge.
Are all these effects just for the trailer? Like, or is that in the game?
Praise the Lord for my eyes, anything crash with this beat. I thank the Lord for my that I smash every week. I put it all in the guts and now go fast asleep. Since she been on me for months and left my message on scene.
I put it to you like this. You dust me in this, I let you have that.
If all these effects and shit are in the game, this is about to be fire. Hold up, that looks kind of heat. What are the comments saying about this? 21K dislikes, some haters. Even if this game is great, they need to keep supporting it and adding to it. Don't let it die like heat. I'm liking how it looks, as though there won't be an overly dramatic story. Okay. Please don't abandon. I mean, what else do you like? How do you support a racing game? Like, I guess what, add more tracks? Or I don't know. Like how new cars? Huh. Please let this game be good and don't kill it off within 7 months like Heat. I feel like 7 months for Need for Speed. Wait, 7 months for a car game is crazy. I'd be shocked if I'm playing any game for 7 months. They let Heat die. New cars, new races. I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's because, like, no matter what game I play, I'm very likely not going to play it for very long. Like, when I think of I guess because, like, I've never, back when I used to play racing games, like, I would get a lot of replay value out of what was already there. Because I'm not used to, like, new era of racing games, I suppose, where they get updated a lot. Like, shit, when I was a kid, I played Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition, like, every day for months. You know what I mean? So I don't even know, like, what you could add outside of, I guess, new tracks, I suppose. Yo, speaking of racing games, Gran Turismo fans are in the mud. Common Sony L could never be W box. Bro, weren't they charging like 50 real life dollars for fake Lamborghinis in the game type shit? Could not be me, Gangalicious. That's a massive L. Bro, can I find a decent video?
Alright you guys, man, welcome back. So for those of you guys that be commenting saying I only got one fit, I switched it up for you guys today, man. Only because my Adidas jacket is in the laundry. Yeah, anyways, for those of you guys that like the buyout videos, today's video is just me cashing out on shoes. It's not a prank video. It's just me negotiating and buying shoes. Smash the like button. Let's get this video to 5,000 likes if you guys want to see more buyout videos. Y'all be saying you guys only want buyout videos, and like the other half of you guys be saying y'all only want pranks. I don't know, man. Let me know what side you guys are repping in the comments. I try to do both. I'm gonna start doing vlogs and other types of videos too, guys. So yeah, just stay tuned. We're almost at 100K subscribers, man. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys go down below and join the gang. Subscribe. Hey, yeah, enough with the talking. Let's just get 50, guys. Cash. I'll do 180 credit if you want to trade. Cash wise though, I'd be at 150. I'll take 150. Is it cash? Right. It's 100. I'm
Damn, yo, it's always crazy watching these kinds of videos type shit. Sometimes, like, they'll be cutting them some good deals, but most of the time they just be like scamming type.
get the rest of
I would not pay 150 for those dunks though. No fucking way.
Hey Mina, can you just give him 50? $50? Good looking, bro. Were you trying to sell, boss man? Yeah. How you doing? Cool. Busy day? Yeah, man, something like that. How about you?
That's alright, just got my work, man.
I feel you. I'm gonna be honest, just because they are used, if I were to take it, it's not gonna be too high, bro. I can do like 450 credit. I'd be at like 4 cash max. 450 credit?
Wait, how much do the unions go for now? They gotta be expensive, bro. I'm thinking of buying some Union 4 reps. Low key. I really want that shoe.
Ready to cash? Yeah. Cool. Thank you. How we going? All right? Yes, sir. Oh, how you doing, bro? Good? They all new? Yes, sir.
There's some foo-foo ass shoes. $50.
280. For all 3? That's cool. Hey, Shauna, you think you can give him 80 up front? She's gonna get you up front, bro. Appreciate you. All right, how we going? Yeah.
Okay.
What's up with you?
Trying to come tax y'all real quick.
You gonna tax me today or what? How much you want?
Trying to come tax y'all real quick, man.
As always.
Y'all be whooping me.
So what?
The Jordans right here. What's them? The Forest, them black and yellow Forest. In your hand, yeah.
No, it's a Cortez.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Pinkies like this, nigga.
Yeah, they go for like 100.
Where you at, gang?
What you at?
Where you at, gang? Hey, bringing y'all shit.
Man, you
I made a killing on all this shit.
Bro, you be whacking us though. I probably make $20 a shoe. How much you want on it?
Bro, I remember last time I came, bought you them motherfucking dunk. I bought you these right here.
Probably whacked me. How much you want on it? $120. I was gonna say 100, bro. I'm doing 120 for you.
130, I'm 130.
125, bro.
Ah, you gonna get rich.
What the fuck?
Because I already know how you come. You feel me? It's cool. Got you up front. Hey, Shauna, 125. How you doing, man? Good? Chilling? What's up with you? Hold the brand new?
I want to see the dude that tried to sell him some fake shit, bro. Anybody in the comments got the timestamp? Bro.
How much you want?
I'm looking maybe like 205, 195.
I'll do 380 cash, 420 credit. Pretty much like 190 each.
380.
Cash. I do more credit.
90.
That's
cool. That's cool.
Man, that extra, yo, that bartering shit, like I'm not built for that. Like I'm not down to barter for an extra $10, bro.
Thank you, man.
Have a good one, bro. Appreciate you. All right, yes, sir. You too. You too.
Gang.
How you doing, man? Good? What's up with you? Trying to sell? You said what? What is it?
This is mine.
Oh, your pair?
Yeah.
It's yours?
Yeah.
Where'd you get them?
My friend.
Really?
Nah, okay, this is the guy that's fake. You can tell by the way he's acting. This is fake as fuck. How do y'all keep your shoes looking almost brand new? I don't understand how people fuck up their shoes. I'm going to keep it a stack. I don't take extra care of my shoes. I literally just like walk normally. Like my shoes never get fucked up. Like I don't understand.
You know where he got them?
No, bro.
You don't? These two you got from your friend or?
Not that one. I bought this.
I wanted these so bad. I was so pissed that I took an L on these.
Oh no. Is he really your friend or?
Yeah.
He's like a real friend?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if you know, brother. They're both fake though.
Really?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know if you know or not, just so you know, so you don't waste your time trying to sell them. But yeah, I'd say they're both no good, bro.
The only time I'll clean my shoe is if it's a white shoe and there's something like especially egregious on it or something.
Color on this one is way too dark. The suede is way too rough also. This one, the leather is just completely off, and then the whole shape of this shoe. I don't know if I have a real one. I'd show you, but call out his face. That shit crazy. Thank you, bro. Have a good one, all right? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This dude was mad sussy. I'm sorry. This dude is mad sussy.
Cool. What's up with you, bro? Chilling?
A few moments later.
How you doing, bro? Good? My fault. So we usually don't take anything without the box.
Yeah, I'm from the UK, man. I couldn't bring the box.
I feel it. If I were to take it, it's just gonna be really low. So I don't know what you were thinking. They just don't sell for us without a box. If you want more than like 120, I'd say keep it.
No way.
Yeah, I know. That's why. It's just because you use it or no box. What did you want?
Oh no, the guys in Cool Kicks offered me more, but they're not there. No.
Oh, you're in Cool, my fault.
No,
Round two or cookies and kicks? What they said?
They offered me like 350 or something. But
For real?
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Because I know it's the best you can do.
It wouldn't be more than 200, so I'd say just keep it. If they said
Those are fire. Those are fire.
It doesn't have the extra laces too.
I got all of that.
Oh yeah, not here.
250.
I'm a seller for that, bro.
Meet in the middle.
I said 120 at first. 200 is the tops. I'm telling you.
225. It's yours.
I gotta make at least 50 if I'm gonna pay 200. You feel me?
200.
You wanna do that?
Yeah.
All right.
250. I already told you 220.
Wouldn't. Trust me. If I would, I could. I'll do the 210. I'll do the 210. Who's the hardest rapper from the UK?
Right now, the youngest pretty Fredo.
Why do people be hating on Central C though?
No, his Central C's cool, but it's like
He's like a copy version.
Yeah, man. I don't got it in me to fucking to barter like this.
Exactly.
A lot of our rappers are dark. Our streets are dark.
How about Digga? Is Digga respected out there or not?
Digga, Fredo, and
for sure. All right, guys.
He's the OG though.
Gigs is. How about Dave? Dave is. Of course.
Man, them shoes is hard.
What's up with you? Chilling?
Hell yeah.
Cool. They all used?
Yeah, this one's probably the best condition.
Yeah.
Cool, like 300.
I'm gonna be straight up, bro. They're all good shoes. We're just gonna really pick you what we're taking.
Right now?
So I'd probably pass on all three, bro.
All three?
They just good shoes. They're just in the condition we pass. Appreciate it. Yeah. Trying to sell?
Yeah.
Bro, I also couldn't have this job to be like, sorry, bro, I'm not taking your shoe, or, you know, or like to tell someone their shit's fake. I don't got it in me to do that, bro. I'm kind of a bitch, low key.
You said what?
A little bit dirty.
Oh, bet. Both used. You have a number in mind for them, or?
Oh, the metallic purples.
For both, I would do 4 cash, 450 credit.
Wow, really?
I'm at like 3 and 100.
Which was the 3?
3 for the fours. What do you want for them? See what they're at.
They're going higher than that, bro.
Are they?
You know, they're like at 4.
Oh, I didn't even know they were going for that. What's the lowest you do?
I know they're like going like 450, right?
Nah, like 4.
4?
What you want?
Shoot me a number, let's see.
I know they going for that brand new. If I were to take a used pair still, I'd still probably be at like 2. Would you do 250?
I need brand money, dude.
I feel like, what's the lowest you would do?
Shit, if you could do 3 and 3, that'll be straight.
I'll do 3 and 250 if you want. If I would do it, but I'm gonna sell it probably for 320. That's why, bro. Keep it on.
If you give me 275, I'll take it right now, bro. I really need them.
I got you. That's cool. So what is that? 575.
This nigga don't need no rent money. This nigga about to go blow that shit on some bitches. I love the smell of a new pair of shoes. Same.
What you got, bro? Oh shit. We haven't really.
Hold up. Why am I?
Did you want?
Chat. Why am I kind of like really enjoying this video right now?
Hey Ryan. I don't know. Have we been buying these or not?
Should I?
You got a lot of them.
Should I?
What did you want? It'd be less than 100 for sure. I don't know what you were thinking. They all orange?
Yep, not really the same size as 2, so if you do like 90 each, I'll do 90 each.
I'll do 80. That'd be the tops, bro. I'll just take like.
I'll only do it for the ones that got doubles for 80s. I'll only sell for 80.
Which ones are you? Which?
I got doubles of 11 for sure. 11s, 10s, and 9s.
I'll do 8 each. All right.
That's 10.
I'm gonna do 5 of them. Let's go.
Well, these pants that you buy, they're like.
How much you want?
40.
So what is that? 80 times 5. That's 400. 540. I'm gonna get you right at the register, bro. Yes, sir, my boy. Bow. Hey, comment down below if y'all would cop these, bro. I like the green ones.
I actually do kind of like those,
low
low key.
Orange ones, but we probably gonna sell them for like 120 each. So I'm pretty sure they'll sell. Cool. Are they all brand new or not? The cash. The Kobe's.
3.
Cool.
180. 220.
I'll do.
Nah, customs are probably not gonna sell like in a store like this.
I don't want to lowball you. For these two, I'll do 5.
So 5 cash for these 2.
Or 550 credit.
I'll do 5 cash for this. Can you do 120 on this?
I'll do 6 for all 3. Cash.
I'll take it.
Really cash. Cool. They just don't really sell for us. That's why. Bet. How you doing today, bro? Good? Cool? Are they all brand new, all used?
No, they're used. Yeah.
Used. Bet.
Those, so for the Jubilees, I was thinking 180 on those.
Cool.
And then the Breads, 230. And the Fords, 280.
I do 750 cash, 850 credit. My fault. 650 cash. Or 750 credit. Thank you, buddy.
You said how much?
650. 50 and. Thank you guys, bro. I appreciate y'all, bro. We're going right, yeah.
These are all the same shoes, different sizes.
I don't keep the boxes to my shoes anymore. I'm not even gonna lie,
I'll
chat.
do 120 each on these. I want to do more than 100 on the blazer because we usually don't take it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
I'll do the 120. I'll think about this. Like,
Good, no worries. Yeah, you good. Bet 360. Cool. I got you up front. Hey, these are hard, bro.
How much would I sell my bread ones for? I wouldn't.
Two different ones. Comment down below if y'all would cop. I probably wouldn't wear them, but these are hard. I just don't like high tops, but
yeah,
what you got?
My dunks, yeah.
Cool, cool.
I would not sell my bread ones. That's like, I don't really. I'm just getting back into wearing my sneakers and shit again. But even when I wasn't wearing my sneakers like that, the bread ones were still one that I always wore. I'll never sell that shoe. I think every other shoe I own is sellable except my bread ones, and maybe my white cement fours.
Brand new, never worn.
I never wear my white cement fours though, because them bitches are uncomfy. But I love that shoe so much.
Boss, it's just not going to be too high.
Okay.
I'd be at like 120 cash or 150 store credit.
Oh, let's do the cash.
Want to do the cash?
Yeah.
Perfect. They're brand new, right?
They're brand new, never worn.
Perfect.
Yeah, 2K is corny like that.
Yes, sir. 120, Mina? 120? She got you. Have a going, all right?
That Ice Cream Man song we listened to yesterday been on repeat all day. Real shit.
Yeah, I was thinking like around 3. These ones, it's depending on you, man, because of the condition.
Hold on. Are these used? He's selling Royals for only 3? How much do Royals go for?
They are worn, so I just want to kind of hear what number you got on those ones.
For sure. For all 3, if I were to take it, I'd be at 7 cash or 8 credit.
7 cash or 8 credit. Can you give me a breakdown on what you think?
3.
So 3, okay.
220 and 180.
220, 180. And this is the Royals, right?
This is the Shadow.
Oh, the Shadows.
Yeah. Where are you at?
Okay. Yeah, let's do the 7 cash.
7 cash?
Hold on. Are those used or DS? Oh, they're used Royal. Okay, they're used. No. Dead stock Royal ones for 300. No way. Oh, I was actually going through my GOAT shit earlier, Lotus. Or like yesterday. I got my Jordan 1 Shadows for 180. I forgot how I got my breads. Hold on, where's my phone at? I'll never sell my breads. I'll never sell my breads. Oh, let me see. My breads were 300. But I wonder how much breads go for now.
So 3, okay.
220 and 180.
220, 180. And this is the Royals, right?
This is the Shadow.
Oh, the Shadows.
Yeah. Where are you at?
Okay. Yeah, let's do the 7 cash.
7 cash?
Perfect, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. We're going all right, yes, sir. How you doing, man? Good? Cool, good. Can't complain. It's all together, right? Yeah. Bet. We're not taking anything without the box. Pass on the box
That's the 2013. I'm looking for the.
They use?
I'm looking for the 2015 breads.
Worn once. That's the first one that came out, not the second one.
I believe. Was it 2013?
More slides.
I thought it was 2015.
First ones that came out.
It might be 2013. These are wow. These are going for $837 in my size, and then used for about 4 to 5. About 4 to 500 used. I'm seeing some of these for 600 used. God damn. I have the 2013. I don't even know how the fuck to know which one mine is. Give it a bean. Damn, the original 1985 going for 14 bands, brand new. Grab yours, I can tell just by looking. Where the fuck do I have them posed? Hold on. I'm not going to be sexually harassed by my chat room. Okay. Fuck me. Here they are. Oh, let me full cam. As you can see, I've definitely gotten mileage out of this shoe. That's a 2016 pair. How the fuck can you tell? I don't even know what the difference is. Nah, but this shoe, I'm never getting rid of this shoe. My camera does look kind of saturated as a bitch. They're definitely not this bright red in person, but yeah, let me turn on my saturation. This shit kind of going OD, low key. I can tell by just the leather. That's fucking crazy. Check the size tag. Oh, I see it. Fuck, it's kind of dark. Yeah. To April 13th, 2016. Okay, Lodi Wody. Lodi Wody. Check his lock screen. Wait, y'all can see that? That's kind of whatever.
I don't know if you like these.
I'm not a size 10.
I like them for under retail.
Yeah.
So.
I don't care about price.
And pass on.
Bro said I don't care about price. Did you find these off the back of a truck?
Pass.
How much you got on these?
I want the most of these.
What's the most? For all of it, I'll do 700. That's pretty much 220 on that.
Okay. I mean the prices on it, that's great.
Yeah, you got 220. These I'm at 140. Okay. The used pair I'm at 120. The used slides I'm at 60. And the pure
No,
I'm at
my shoe size is my size, so.
Okay. 20 just for the things?
120. 120. Yeah, okay. Not 20. Hell no, not 20.
Cash?
Seven cash or 8 credit.
7.
Cool. If you want like $50, we're not taking them without a box.
Yeah.
I
don't have the box. That's the thing. For those.
Damn, those do look pretty used.
Not the second ones.
I'd probably just pass on the belugas, bro. It's gonna be hard without a box, bro. 6, 700. All right, you guys, another cool.
Who is taking credit anywhere? It depends. If you're trying to like, you could look at it as pretty much trading. You could go in there and dump shit off for credit, and then like actually cop some shit you might want in there. Like I'm gonna be honest. If it was me, I would probably do credit most of the time because I'm probably gonna end up spending that money on some amount of clothes anyways.
But those belugas were fake. This is like the 3rd fake that's come in today. I don't know what's good. I'm glad I got the camera out so you guys can see it. But yeah, man, if you guys want to see more buyout videos, let me know in the comment section below right now. What are you doing today, bro? Good? Chilling, man. I would pass on the used one, bro, probably. It's just gonna be a little harder for us to move. Did you have a number in mind for all of it, or?
1950.
1950.
Are these all just? Wait, when did this come? When did this video come out? Are these all like foam runners? That can't be worth that.
Recording today?
Yeah, a little buyout. You be watching the viz?
Yeah.
That's love, bro. I appreciate that, bro. These are fire.
Too much blue.
Yeah, cool. I probably also would.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Code. If you want a brand new pair, they're like $850. I think I just saw on GOAT. The cheapest used pair I saw was like $450 on GOAT.
Pass on the Blazers, bro.
And honestly, that's probably honestly those prices are probably down from what they were even a few months ago because the sneaker market's kind of crashing. Although I don't know how like the actual official retro, like the Breads or Chicago's, I don't know if those prices have gone down a lot, but I do know the sneaker market in general is a little bit lower.
To be honest, they're just harder for us to sell. If you want to throw the Blazer, I'd do 17. Without it, I'd be at 16 cash, bro, or 18 credit.
Yeah, I'll do 17.
Want to do 17 with it? All right, cool. That's gonna be a check, just to let you know. Let's go check. Cool. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Have a good one, right? 17, 1700.
Honestly, like in another world, hypothetically, I would be getting into reps or whatever. And hypothetically, if I were to get into reps or something like that, and then I had a positive experience with reps on a hypothetical point, I would hypothetically buy a lot more reps. But I wouldn't do that in like, you know, in real life. I'm just saying like in a different version of me, hypothetically, of course.
Shoes coming in today. Are they all brand new?
Yes, all brand new, never worn.
You got a number in mind for all of it?
So I've been hearing rumors that those reimagined Jordan 1s they're like making millions of them. Like I heard a rumor that there's like 2 million of those in production. Somebody that works at a shoe store said that just their one store, the minimum amount of Jordan 1 reimagines that store could order was 800, which is pretty fucking crazy. So those Jordan 1 reimagine might be easy to come by. They might be trying to reinvent, or not reinvent, like re-hype up the Jordan 1, because they've been fucking slutting that bitch out. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I am buying that shoe. Like, I don't care.
Ooh. How you doing today, man? Good?
Doing good. That's day so far.
Can't complain, man. Another day in paradise.
Yes, sir. One day you can never.
I'm finna sell my UNCs.
So hell nah.
Like that's the thing. Like,
I don't know. The thing is, as soon as your toes touch your shoe, it like immediately tanks half of its value at least.
It's rain all day. So I like when I first moved to LA, it would rain in the morning. I'm like, oh no, but then it would clear up by like noon. I'm like, oh cool, 3 hours of rain.
He's going to Seattle in a few weeks.
Hey, there we go.
He's from Seattle, Ryan.
Say it again. Man, I've been forever.
I mean, if there's any Jordan 1 to stop buying Jordan 1s at, the Chicago is a perfect
I was
place.
at like 950. That's cool though. I'll do 1,000.
Do it done. Let's do it. Thank you. Cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be all 20s if that's cool.
It's all good.
Jordan 1s are now 180, so they are a little bit higher than they were.
Better than ones.
Yeah.
A few moments later.
I'm gonna stop after the white cements come out next year. You're never gonna stop.
Double count.
Thank you, sir. Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my man.
I appreciate you. All right, yes, sir. 2 little back-to-back cash outs. How many pairs is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You know what's
6,
crazy?
7, 8.
Jordans have gotten more expensive and the quality has gotten worse.
9 pairs.
Like, that's a big reason why people started getting into reps, because a lot of times the reps have, okay, I'm not gonna say that, that's complete cap. Not a lot of times. If you pay, like, the thing is, if you buy like good quality reps, they're not gonna cost you much less than retail. Like, a good quality rep would probably be like 140, 150 or something like that, which is not much less than retail, but at least you'll be able to get it, have it in good quality, and you won't have to buy resale. So a lot of people, they go for retail, and if they miss out on retail, that's when they buy reps.
And 7 pairs. That's 16 pairs right there. Probably already bought at least 50 on the day, and it's still 12:30, bro. We've only
I
been
have
here for
never
an hour
done
and a
that,
half.
Lotus.
Gotcha. Sir. Cool.
Yeah. You slimmed down, bro.
For real?
Yeah, bro.
You feel me? I appreciate you. 100 push-ups a day. Keep the titties away.
That's a good one. Never heard that.
Are they all brand new?
Yeah, pretty much. I think so, yeah. Take a look at them. Should all be brand spanking new.
You have a number in mind?
I don't know. We could work something out.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
They're dope. They just dropped a lot, so it's gonna be. It'll be at 750 cash or 850 credit.
Alright, I'll do 750
Cool. That's 300. I'm gonna get the rest of it. Yeah. All right, y'all, man. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, make sure y'all go down below, smash the like button. Let's get this video to 5,000 likes. If you guys want to see.
Chat, I want a pair of Rick Owens lows with the fat laces, bro.
More videos.
That shoe is fucking, oh my gosh, it got me so erect. I want respect on 2s. Fuck the 2s. I want a pair of Ramones. That's real. I don't care how played out that shoe gets. I just want a pair. What are they fucking called? The fat laces? I forgot what them shits is called.
We
We back.
I want the lows though. The lows with the is it jumbo laces type shit? Them shit's sexy. Yo, this dude got a deep ass voice. Bro, those shoes are wait, hold up. That sole kind of fat. I can't rock these, I look goofy. Okay, I wouldn't rock these. The sole here looks mad fat. The ones that I'm thinking of are just like they look like pretty much a normal Converse, but they got the thick jumbo laces. Yeah, brother. Trying to be on my bullshit, you feel me? Whoops. Are there any other W reacts? I never really looked into high fashion shit like that. I think like a lot of high fashion stuff I'm not really interested in wearing, but some of it that's being subdued, that's more subdued is really nice. Like I really do want some Issei Miyake stuff. I'd really like some, you know, Rick Owens stuff. This I don't know if you'd really consider this high fashion since it's really come down, but I still really like Fear of God shit. I really wanna go crazy on some Fear of God shit. Yeah, these are pretty much what I'm talking about. How much do they go for retail in my size? Wait, they don't make these in my size. Oh, these are the women's sizing, that's why. Yeah, I think I'm a EU 44, I think. I got a video to link, but I think it fits more when you start the stream. What is it? What is it, Gengi? How y'all feel about Adidas pretty much making like knockoff Yeezys? Like a lot of their shoes are dead ass like complete ripoffs of Yeezys. And it's fucking crazy.
Being mentally weak, that's like.
Oh my god, why did you link me this, bro? Hold on, ID on the shirt. That shirt looks kind of like thick and silky type.
That's like a man's kryptonite. You can't be it. You can't allow it. And here's where I think why most men are mentally weak. The first thing is that you're focusing too much on motivation. And I've talked about this with my pro members. Like, you know, I do these daily live streams. It's only for pro members. You should join. I'm going to have a link down below. We do it at 2 p.m. every day. And I always tell them, motivation is crap, right? Motivation is garbage. How many people attending motivational speaking events become great men, millionaires or billionaires? How many people going to motivational churches are actually saved, right? The problem is people love motivation because it's like a drug, right? If I hype you up right now, I motivate you, I make you feel good. Wow, you feel good, you feel pumped, and then you're not going to do anything. In an hour, that dopamine is going to drop off, and you're going to go to your natural state of procrastination.
He's kind of spitting right here, low key.
And that's what makes you weak, because you think, man, I'm not motivated enough to work. Who cares? Right? The work that I do does not care about my emotions. You know how many times I get here? I still wake up at 4 in the morning every day. I still have to go to the gym because the weights don't
I'm sorry.
care about
The motherfucker's talking about like, I wake up at 4 a.m. every day. Bro, wake up with some bitches every day. What the fuck?
my emotions. I still have to come to work because the work doesn't care about my emotions. All it cares about is things getting done, right? So you could be sad, you could be depressed, you could be tired. You know how many times I would say 90 to 95% of the time that I'm working, I'm either tired or maybe not feeling it. I'm rarely hyped up and motivated. But it doesn't matter. All that matters is your discipline.
Kind of dismissive to the depression thing there.
Who cares about burnout? Burnout doesn't care, right? Burnout doesn't care about your feelings. At the end of the day, things need to get done. And when you accept that, you start detaching yourself from needing motivation and you attach yourself to a routine. A routine gives you strength, right? A routine keeps you grounded. Number two, it's comfort. See, in this country, I think this is the greatest country in the world. I think this is the greatest country in the world. You have every single luxury in the world. It gave me every single opportunity that I have reached.
Oh,
Difference is
brother.
that where I came from was a dirt country, right? I'm from Honduras. Honduras was ranked the murder capital of the world, I think it was like 3 years straight, right? They lack everything. I've been there. I've seen where my parents grew up, right? When we come here, all you see is up. All you see is positivity.
Oh my
Man,
God.
look at all these luxuries. Look at everything you can get. The problem is that when you're born into this, and that's all you get by default, it weakens you because you don't know how much worse it could potentially get, right? So it's always good to put things into perspective and know that even your worst, somebody has something worse going on in their life. Even your worst, and that's why emotions.
That's so dismissive to what people go through day to day.
My worst days, which suck emotionally, just mentally drained. Somebody's having a worse day than me. I'm blessed to be here. I gotta work, right? It's a disservice.
I mean, I guess like that's easier to say, like when you gotta go to work and you're still like, and you're going to work for millions. You know what I'm saying? Like it's easy to say that when you go to work, you're getting 6 figures out of it, right? You know, like I go to work and I'm fucking like, I say go to work, you know, very loosely here, but I go to work and I'm going to work to like, yeah, I do decently for myself. Don't get me wrong, and of course I still have to pull myself together to come and do this shit for sure, but like it definitely like puts a lot of question marks up in your head because like the thing is you could always like, here's the thing. This is what fucks me up a lot. A lot of times when I lay my head on that bed back there every night, I can't go to sleep. You know what I mean? Because I'm always thinking like there's something else that I can be doing. You know, like why didn't I do more today? Why didn't I don't know, make a fucking TikTok or make a YouTube video or do, you know, why am I not doing more? Like, you know what I mean? And it fucks me up because I know I should be. That's the thing. Like, I know not only should I be, I pretty much have to be. But like streaming every day, like drains me so fucking much that I can't. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like when I'm not streaming, I just don't want to do anything. Like I need like my time. Otherwise, not only am I going to burn out and then end up doing nothing at all, I'm just going to be horribly fucking depressed.
Work and procrastinate and lay around and moan all day because I'm tired or weak or don't feel.
Hey, you read me.
Cut.
What the fuck?
Today's a big day.
Sponsor.
Big day today, boys.
Sponsor, watch.
We are launching our first ever tech company, and it's gonna help you. See, because if you're trying to dress better, the worst thing that you could possibly do is try to go to the mall. Who wants to go to the mall and shop? This is mostly why many guys don't shop. We're trying to revolutionize the way you shop online by merging the benefits of retail, of instant gratification, and the benefits of e-commerce, of comfort, into one new shopping
What is this?
with this app hour. We're launching in New York City first, but boys, we are scaling fast. Our plan is by the end of the year to be in every major city, and the dope part, you're getting same day delivery out of all the brands you like. H&M, Zara, Nike.
Hold on. This is kind of fire. If he can actually do this, he said it's only in New York right now. Not worth it and it's useless basically. I don't know how this is feasible. This sounds like it's an expensive ass undertaking. Look, I don't know if this is actually going to be that successful for like people, but I know for me, I would use this. There's been many times, like, I'm not gonna lie, there's been many times where like I was too lazy to like do a load of laundry, but I needed like a pair of sweats or like a shirt or something to go out or something like that. And I was like, bro, I wish I could just order like some shit right now type.
Shoot, I can't even name them all. Adidas, any name brand that you like to shop at, Now you can shop right from your phone and it gets delivered to your door. So that already
That's
is
nuts. You're rich.
right?
No, it's not even that. It's like, it's also like, who the fuck has like 2 hours to like sit around, you know what I'm saying, while doing laundry? Like, what if I have to leave in like 30 minutes?
Else doing, there's zero competition.
Well, I guess if I were to order clothes, it'd probably take more than 30 minutes anyways, but.
This is game changing, but where we innovate again is on the return process. Nobody has simplified returns. Reverse logistics has been completely ignored because most brands don't care. They don't care if you leave that product in your closet because they don't have to give you a refund. We want to make it easy on you. See, if you buy something and you don't like it, right from the app, from the list of things you bought, you can easily just click return product, and that product you can leave outside with your receipt, and one of our delivery executives will pick it up, return it for you, and your money gets returned. Bro, you don't break a sweat. You can have the complete shopping experience right from our app, our way, and everything gets done. Bro,
This does not sound feasible at all.
About convenience. And by the way, we're not stopping here. This is just our first iteration.
You know what I'm doing? If I am gonna sign up for Uwe to be a driver for Uwe or whatever the fuck, right? By the way, I think it's a horrible name, but regardless, I'm gonna sign up to be a driver. I'm gonna wait until somebody orders like a Gucci bag, or until somebody orders some Louis or something like that, and then I'm stealing it.
Everything we got planned for our way, like I want.
Oh, our way, my fault.
We're launching today, and if you live in New York City, bro, just buy one product. Just test it out, see how dope it is, and I want you to be part of this game-changing experience. If you guys want to check out our way and download it on your app, it's gonna be linked down below. Like I said, bro, your support, it would mean the world to me on this new.
I'm finna order Lena a Telfair, how the fuck you say that shit? I'm finna order Lena one of them bags, and then I'm finna mark that shit as it never showed up, just like I do on DoorDash W's.
Project. And number 3, comfort leads to entitlement. You think you deserve better pay. You think you deserve a roof over your head because it's a necessity. It's not a necessity for like 70% of the world. Right? They're barely making it through. But here, because...
What the fuck kind of a take is that?
You have so much comfort, you think you deserve things.
What the fuck?
And this is exactly why I love capitalism. I love capitalism, right?
Isn't it crazy how the only people who say they love capitalism are people that are rich or delusioned that they will be rich?
Here, it's all about the value you provide to society. That's what you're worth. That's what I know I'm worth. So if ever I'm failing, if ever I go broke, I'll know I didn't provide enough value.
This is a crazy thing to say. This is a crazy thing to say.
I screwed up somewhere. And the beauty of this game, what I love about this game the most.
So where did the hundreds of thousands of servicemen who are now homeless on the streets after serving our country for their term, where did they go wrong exactly? That's just a quick question. Like, how did they fuck up? That's a quick question.
It's the great equalizer. Meaning, I don't care if you're short, fat, fit, tall, brown, black, white. If a brown kid from a third world country can come here and get everything he wanted, and by the way, I still want more, the possibilities are endless, right? There was no loan from the parents. There was no extra cash. From the dirt to wherever.
Like that is inspiring in its own right. Like that is dope, and I love to see somebody from that background succeed very well. But god damn, they dead ass indoctrinated little bro.
Every time I put things into perspective and I go back and I think, man, like, I used to do landscaping jobs with my dad. Like, it's insane. And now we're here in some big ass office in New York City. And we're not done. Like, that is the great equalizer, which takes you to number 4. You lack self-awareness. See, nobody is perfect. You forget to look inward. You forget to look here. and think, man, what are my weaknesses? And then you forget that you have to work on those. See, because when you don't work on your weaknesses, those are what become your mental barriers that make you weak.
The B-roll is crazy.
If you're poor, work harder to try to provide value, to try to actually make more money.
How is this so out of touch? Oh my fucking God. You heard it here first, chat room.
If you're overweight, go to the gym. Obviously, this is all easier said than done. My process was a 12-year process. I started when I was, 10-year. Started when I was 17. I'm 27 now. There is a process here. This is not an overnight thing, and I'm okay with that. My next goal, it's super ambitious. I'm not hoping it happens tomorrow. It might be 20 years till I get to that goal. I'm okay with that. The problem is that if you don't look at your weaknesses and work on fixing them, you're gonna end up using them as a crutch, right? Oh, I can't do that because I'm fat. Oh, I can't do that because I was born brown. Oh, I can't do that because I was in an impoverished neighborhood. Oh, I can't do that because my parents didn't give me a loan. I got none of that. And I was all of that, right? Doesn't matter. And finally, number 5, you lack gratitude. And this is what I was trying to get the point across. At the end of the day, man, like on your lowest times, when you feel like the weakest, it's all about stopping and thinking like, man, it's been a hell of a ride up until this point. Right? Everything that we have has been a blessing. And when you stop comparing yourself, especially on social media, because on social media, you'll always see the 1%, right? You're only going to see the top. But the 99 live regularly. And when you think about, man, all the stuff that you probably have a car. You probably have a roof over your head. You got food every day. You got the necessities. So it's only up from here, you know? Like, when you have that gratitude, it's very hard to be mentally weak. Not much can bring you down. But that's it for your boy. See you next time.
What are the... This only has 200 dislikes? What are the comments saying? Yo, these niggas are on this man dick, gang. Yo, they on this man dick, gang. Hey, man. I wish the best for everyone, gang. Okay, chat. It might be time for me to end this stream. Put in a comment and say y'all dick riding crazy. Nah, it's all good, Gango. Have fun with your new recommended. Oh my God. Okay, chat. I like how Caleb like not even here the whole stream and then comes out of nowhere talking about no, don't end face ass. What a bitch ass. Mama. Now. Don't end? What do you want me to do? Love the podcast. Hope you keep doing it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I will keep doing it. I'm going to try to see if I can find a guest for next week. This is your rep?
We are going to ultimately say to the American people, there's no reason why you have to pay $4 or $5 a gallon
I don't
for
live in Mass.
gasoline when you can have an all-electric vehicle that averages 75 cents for your payment for your all-electric vehicle to be able to move you anywhere you want in our state or in our country.
Bruh. My goodness, what an idea. Why didn't I think of that? Hammocks.
That is a crazy thing he just said. That is a crazy thing he just said. I have no life if Omega Pro end stream. Well, get cooked. I took the walk to Poland. Okay, I'm gonna raid Moon. He's playing some Street Fighter. Must be fucking nice. Go have fun watching some Street Fighter. Must be fucking nice. Wish it was me. Must be fucking nice. Have a good rest of your night. I'll see you guys back here on Monday. See, if I had the Street Fighter beta, I would have streamed during the weekend, but unfortunately, chat, that's not my future. Okay, boys, have a good rest of your night. Enjoy. I will catch you guys on Monday.